develop between each other.
Great passer. I feel like we've been working on it more and more, and each game we get better at it. I know when he's going to pass the ball now more and more, and we're figuring out each other's tendencies. So him just being the floor general, and also offensively, just his numbers are crazy in that as well. So he's James Harden.
Cavs continue the road trip. Time going to be in Chicago as they take on the Bulls. News out of the NBA this morning. ESPN reporting that Detroit's Cade Cunningham has got himself a collapsed lung, expected to miss an extended period of time. Cunningham suffered what was believed to be a back injury during Tuesday's game against Washington. The Pistons have the top spot in the East right now at 49-19. Cunningham has averaged 25 points and 10 assists per game. Following the first four in Dayton NCAA tournament, kicking into high gear today. First run action around the country. Number one seed in the East, Duke, taking on Siena. In the Midwest, top seed Michigan goes up against Howard. Also this afternoon in the East, Ohio State will face TCU. The teams meet in Greenville, South Carolina. The Buckeyes, the number 8 seed. After an off day on Wednesday, Guardians back to work today with a pair of games. This afternoon in Tempe, it's going to be the spring breakout game between the Guardians and the Angels. The club's going to feature their top prospects. Meanwhile, tonight, the Guardians going to be at home taking on the Royals. Parker Messick gets the start. He is 2-0, a 1.93 ERA so far this spring. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baston and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
It's time to get your brackets ready. Follow the scores around the tournament during our 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, I know what you're doing today, man. You're just laying on the couch. You're driving around town. You're like, I got to get home by noon. I got to be there. I got to figure out what I'm doing. What am I doing for the next couple of days? I'm just going to stare at my brackets. That's all I'm going to do. Then I'm going to be pumped. Then I'm going to go to social media and tell you how great I did. And if I didn't do well, I'm staying off social media. You know that's how it works. That's what March Madness is all about. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Jeff, good morning to you. How are you?
Andy, it's so nice to get a lovely greeting like that to start our day. Thank you very much.
Would you like a big hug? Do you need a hug this morning?
No, I don't need a hug.
Does Jeff need to get moving this morning a little bit?
No, I'm good.
Why?
I'm good.
I'm just telling you, most people are just kind of chilling. They're all waiting. This is like 2 of the best days of the year. You get to sit around. A lot of people take days off today.
So I've heard.
Some people find themselves.
Some people don't shave today. You look like nasty. I like it.
Well, that's I'm mean. I'm nasty because I want all the folks on YouTube to think I'm mean and nasty the same way they are in the chat room on the side. But no, I love these next couple days. They're fun. I think I liked them more when I was younger. I don't know why, but as I get older, because I just think there's more things going on. Like I know this, the National Wrestling Championship's going on in town here too. I tend to, kind of peek in and see what the women are doing this weekend for their basketball tournament as well. So there are many other things, plus high school basketball too. You got that this weekend. State Semi, Glenville plays today. They play in like 2 hours here, so keep an eye on those guys, too. So there's just so many things going on this weekend. And you know what would be nice? Warm weather. I would love a little bit of that.
Well, it's coming, so there you go.
There we go. Staff meteorologist.
Does every year.
Jeff Phelps. The Browns made a couple roster moves. We'll talk about that today. Detroit could be in some trouble here down the stretch. Cade Cunningham out with a collapsed lung. That was reported within the last hour. That sucks.
Rough. That's rough.
I know. You just look at that and you're like, who cares about basketball, man? Is that guy all right?
Yeah, he'll be all right. They heal.
Yeah, lungs do heal. So Terry Pluto is going to join us at 11.
Oh, good.
Andrew Siciliano will join us at high noon.
Oh, good.
And now, we talk about the Cade Cunningham, the pressure on Kenny Atkinson. Wow, it could get even greater. So we're going to talk about that later in the show. I do want to start off with the Browns, though. And the NFL's got a couple of trade proposals that are not trade proposals, rule change proposals that are sitting out there. And guess who has one of the big ones?
Tell me, Andy.
Your Cleveland Browns.
Oh, fabulous. Is fabulous the right word to use there?
No, it's not. When I saw the proposal, I don't know why, but Ted Stepien started dancing inside my head. I don't know why I thought that.
Softballs off the terminal tower?
Yeah, that or watching the competitors play out in Willoughby. No, it was more about what happened to the Cavaliers and how they had to rebuild and go buy draft picks and just like and trading away all their draft picks and all that stuff. So the Browns' proposal, in essence, is
Mike
just
Bratz for a first rounder didn't do it for you?
No, it didn't. Thanks for reminding me. I may have to stop the show for a
Richard
moment.
Washington.
And do we have a bucket? Just want to make sure. The Browns' proposal is to let NFL teams trade up to 5 years of first-round picks. 5 years. Currently, it's 3.
Isn't it any pick?
Yeah, of any pick. Sorry, but to me, I focus on that first-round pick because that's where I think you can screw up the most. So that's what they're like. NBA is 7 years out. Maybe that's it. The basis of this, according to ESPN, the most significant proposal came from the Browns, who are trying to extend how far into the future teams can trade draft picks. Current rules allow teams to trade draft picks up to 3 years, but the NBA does 7. A new crop of general managers has led to more trades in recent years, and this rule would change and make it easier in the future.
Great.
There have already been 6 first-round picks from this year's draft that have been traded, with the latest coming earlier this week with Denver, Miami. So there you go. The Browns argued that the changes would lead to more trade activity in the trade market and a greater flexibility in your roster. Jeff, do you like it? Pretty simple.
Overall, I would say no, but I get it. Trading picks down the road could help a team in the short term. In the NFL, as opposed to the NBA, I think it's less dangerous in trading first-round picks. So, if who cares if you trade a 5th in 2031?
Correct.
Nobody cares.
Yep.
But, for instance, had the Browns, let me put a positive thought on this.
Okay.
When the Browns traded for Deshaun Watson, despite what should have been their better judgment, instead of 3 straight number 1 picks, they could have traded a number 1 every other year for 5 years.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's the NBA safeguard is what you're talking about, basically.
Kind of.
It's the NBA safeguard.
Well, except that wouldn't be regulated, but the trade could have been put together as in, okay, we'll trade you our first-round pick in 2020, in 2022, and 2024. It could have been done that way.
Okay.
Instead of in, 24, 23, and 22, instead of 3 in a row. So I understand that thought, but I don't like the thought of, mortgaging your future. However, to me, an established player, a guy can play in the league, is most of the time more valuable than a draft pick and then making sure you get it right. All
right, give me an example of that. And we talked about that earlier.
Well, if can I trade 3 first-round picks for Patrick Mahomes?
Sure, you can do that right now.
Could I trade 5 straight? I'd probably do that. I'd trade 5 number 1s for Patrick Mahomes.
Consecutively?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Build your team. You have free agency.
I mean,
follow
Patrick
the Los
Mahomes
Angeles Rams.
I mean, Kansas City didn't make the playoffs last year.
Yeah, I know, because he got hurt.
Yeah, and so I'm saying you're rolling the dice on 5.
Follow the Rams. What do the Rams say about draft picks? I can't say it because it's one of those words. But it starts with an F, and they say, those draft picks.
Right.
And then they go out and get guys who can play, and they win.
Right.
So there are a lot of ways to build a team. And the problem that we have here in Cleveland with the rule proposal is we keep thinking, oh, my God, we don't want these guys to trade away all the picks because we don't trust the front office. We don't trust the ownership on that.
Yeah,
that's what it is. Let's be frank about it.
I guess if you trust your front office, this isn't a big deal, and you'd be okay with it. I do think, though, the NBA has safeguards in place for reasons, right? Every other year, you can't do that. And I think that if you want to use the NBA
although you can get around it a little bit.
I understand
by
that.
trading pick swaps,
right?
Which the Cavs did in the Donovan Mitchell trade,
right?
Because they basically traded 3 number 1s and then 2 pick swaps. So if it turned out, the other way, you could have ended up with a lesser pick in 2 of those years.
Well, I get it, but I also think that if you're the Browns, and I think as a Browns fan and as a guy that grew up around here with the Cavs late when Steppy owned the team too, I don't know. I kind of look at this thing and say, I don't know if that's a good idea. That's like saying your kid who is just like, let's just say your kid's having a crazy day, right? And they're just all over the place and they're completely wild and you're trying to figure out a way to calm them down. It's like handing them a sugar cube and saying, okay, keep going. Like, it doesn't, I mean, if you're bad at picking, man, I think this is, I don't think it's good. And I was kind of surprised the Browns were the team that came up with this idea. I just think there would need to be safeguards. So maybe if you traded 3 first-round picks, or maybe you're allowed to trade 3 first-round picks in a 5-year period, I could live with that. I could live with, maybe saying, okay, you can trade 5 years out on a pick from the 3rd round and back. You're already safeguarded for the first. You can only do 3 years in a row now. So I don't know. I look at it and say, if a team's willing to give up all those first-round picks and they're not having success, man, you could destroy a franchise real quick.
I disagree.
You can. That's fine. It's your
Thanks.
opinion.
I disagree because you need so many players in the NFL to fill out a team. One guy, so the Browns drafted Jedrick Wills. How'd that work out?
That's one guy.
No, you know what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee that a guy's going to work. I think you can build a football team more easily without first-round picks than you could build a basketball team.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that, especially because of the numbers. I understand what you're saying there.
Yeah. Les Snead does a great job with the Rams of trading away picks and getting guys who can play, and that's fine by me.
I look at some of these teams that have good offensive lines in particular and see most of their guys have been, drafted and stuck around, and they're first-round picks. And for the Browns I cannot imagine the Browns giving away 5 first-round picks, especially for one player. But if this proposal went through, they would have the opportunity to do that. And maybe you're right, Jeff. Maybe I just don't trust the front office. But I got to believe that you're going to be able to get at least 2 quality players in 5 years in the first round.
Well, sure.
So, sure. So it's not just about one guy.
But you wouldn't trade him just to, throw him away, in theory. Unfortunately, that's what happened here.
Does anybody think this is a good idea? 216-474-00. Dan, do you think it's a good idea? Like, I don't. Jeff, you don't think it's a good idea. Neither one of us do, right?
I don't care for it, but I understand it. And if you think you have a really competent front office, let them do their work.
I think the league is more fun when you open the doors for dumb people to do dumb things and you exploit the dumb things. So I'm in. Open the door for more people to do silly things. To me, this is the same way that I feel about credit card debt. Where it's basically like, okay, you can blow up the credit card if you'd like. You can go to town, have fun, go crazy with all of the stuff like that. I wouldn't do it. It's not how I want to live my life. But if that's how you want to do it, you can do it.
Have at it.
Get after it. Free market. Let's go. Trade them all. I don't care.
So you're saying go for it. You think it's a good idea.
Let silly people do silly things and let smart people exploit the silly people.
You don't trust the front office.
I don't trust our front office.
That is the crux of the situation.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Because and some of it is, of course, my backing on such things. Like, as a fan of the Green Bay Packers, I know they wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
There's no way. They hug their draft picks every night before bed and read them bedtime stories.
That's true.
You know what the problem is with your thought on this, Andy? It's this. Okay, we traded 3 in a row and got Deshaun Watson. By golly, let's trade 5 in a row.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what your
it's
problem
totally
is
where
with this.
And
I understand that completely because in our situation, it did not work, and we don't trust our front office based on what they did in the Deshaun Watson trade. That I understand your thought completely, but I get what Dan said because if you have a competent front office and you can pick up a guy who can help you for the next 3 or 4 years for a first rounder 4 or 5 years down the road, do it. Go. Let's do it.
Also, if you're up the creek and have one good player, you can find your way down that creek pretty quickly. Just takes one.
All right. So the Browns have this proposal. They're going to vote on it next week?
Yeah, it's not expected to pass.
Yeah, I don't know that it will either. But the Browns, there was another proposal.
It's one of those things, Andy, where when they get kicked out there, it usually takes a couple of years of discussion before anything even has a chance of passing.
Yeah, I would think they would have to do some modifications. But I two things. One, I don't like it. Two, I'm kind of surprised it was the Browns, but maybe I shouldn't be surprised that it was the Browns that put this out there. Again, the rule change would be that instead of being able to trade 3 years of picks, you could trade 5 years of picks, 5 years ahead or 3 years ahead. And I'm not saying all of your picks, but you would have the ability to look at this 5-year window to trade picks instead of a 3-year window. I would think it would need some more safeguards before I would make that a rule in the league, because especially if I'm an owner and I'm a successful owner, do I want to watch one of the teams in my league, flounder for year after? Well, maybe they don't mind it. I guess they watch it.
Thrive because they made the trades.
I guess it's all how you look at it, Jeff.
Come on.
Terry Pluto at 11, your phone calls, 216-474-0092. Is this a good idea by the Browns to put in front of the Rules Committee? Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Company Jewelers in Avon Lake, and it's
favorite 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Terry Pluto is going to join us in a little bit more than a half hour. Terry Pluto. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. A couple things going on. Browns picked up a couple players. A.J. Epinesa, defensive end. Wide receiver, Talon Wallace. We're going to talk about that in a couple seconds here. But right now we're kind of digging into this proposal that the Browns have for the NFL rule change that would extend your ability to trade picks from beyond 3 years to 5 years. And is that a good idea or is that a bad idea? And I guess, these guys kind of shed some light and maybe made me a little bit smarter in the first segment.
No
just
way.
thinking it was, well, not
Come
you,
on.
more Dan. Don't give yourself any credit.
I'm not. That's what I'm doing.
More so that it's not a bad idea if you trust your front office. And I think here in Cleveland, we all have regret over the trade for one of your current quarterbacks. And so that's why you sit here and you're kind of like, man, you're going to trade away picks. And could you see the Browns going, okay, we want that one guy and we're going to give you 5 first-rounders? Could you see the Browns doing that?
No. No. No.
Really?
No, please, Andy, no.
Dan?
No, I would be surprised at that. I don't think the idea of the rule change is to trade 5 in a row.
But somebody would do it.
It's to be able to have more assets to throw at something, I would think.
All right, I would hope that that's the reason. Dan, would you trust the Browns?
Let's hit the rewind button here.
Okay, go ahead.
Everybody close your eyes.
Okay.
Put yourself back into the mindset that you were in 2021.
I
Right?
am,
You had 2 wide receivers you felt good about, Odell Beckham Jr. and Jarvis Landry. Right?
Yeah.
You had an offensive line that was in really good shape. It was a top-tier offensive line, arguably the best in the league at that point.
healthy.
You had a defense that, okay, Joe Woods, it was a bit of a mess, but there was enough talent on that side of the ball that you felt decently about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
Quarterback position. You had about league average quarterback, below average quarterback, somewhere in between there, whatever you want to say at that particular time when it came to Baker Mayfield.
Injured.
Right. He was banged up at that point.
Yeah.
It's a little ugly. The ability to get a top 5 quarterback was there. Would you trade 3 first-round picks for a top 5 quarterback? I'm not putting a name on it. We can pick a different name of a top 5 quarterback.
I would take a different name, one that maybe
Right.
didn't have any legal troubles going on at the
So
time.
if we were
Well,
in
there's that, isn't there?
Yeah.
So if we were in that position right now, okay, let's say, and again, we're in hypothetical land, so hang with me.
Okay.
The 2021 roster was here right now, and I looked at you and said, you could give up 5 first-round picks, and I'll give you Justin Herbert. Because I know we would all do it for Patrick Mahomes. I know we'd all do it for Josh Allen. I'm pretty sure we'd all do it for Lamar Jackson, right? I feel pretty comfortable saying that.
Mm-hmm.
So let's pick one that would be somewhere between 5 and 10. Would you give 3 first-round picks for Justin Herbert?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you give up 5 for Justin Herbert?
No.
I'd be tempted if I could get a couple of seconds or thirds back in return, maybe.
Yep. Straight. Nothing else. Straight up.
And that's the reason right there.
Yeah. I'd be really tempted.
Because it's part of the thing with the Watson trade. I don't think the process was wrong.
The guy
was
wrong.
The guy was
The
wrong.
guy was wrong.
Exactly.
Yep.
And that's where this gets fun. Is because now you could pick up the phone with 5 first-round picks and call the Bengals and go, hey.
That Joey Burrow.
Joe Burrow?
He gets hit a lot there.
I'll give you 5. I got an offensive line. I've got 2 wide receivers. I got a defense that's in pretty good shape. They're young. Let's not forget that part of the 2021 roster. It was young and talented, where you could look at 5 first-round picks and go, yeah, we're going to take a hit for this, but I have my guy, and my Super Bowl window is open.
Then you can build a team around him even without first-round picks.
And if I play my cards right, I'm picking 26 and below anyway.
That's the idea.
Mm-hmm. That's where the 5 picks becomes fun, because now everybody's on the table.
Which could make the league so much more fun in March.
Right? If you had that 2021 roster, Andy, Would you trade 5 first-round picks for Joe Burrow?
Andy, he went to
No.
Ohio State for a while.
Oh, stop it. You're ridiculous.
That's not the reason. It's more, that's
No.
top 5 quarterback.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I just don't think any player is worth. I'm sorry. I don't know that any player is worth 5 first-round picks consecutive.
Would you give up 3 for him?
3 I can think about.
Okay.
I cannot think about 5.
There you go. So you could give. So then the point would be, you could give a 2026, a 2028, and a 2030 first-round pick. You wouldn't have to trade 3 in a row. You wouldn't have to be 26, 27, 28. That's one aspect of the rule change where it might actually behoove teams to say yes to that.
And then,
I think I'm looking more at the extreme than like I think most general managers would be like, okay, you know what? Let's trade him a 3rd-round pick from 4 years from now for this guy, because you might give more value over years.
well, then let's 180 this.
Okay.
Because when I first saw this come down, I had a thought.
I'm not against this. I just think there need to be safeguards in place for the first round or even the first 2 rounds.
And then Anthony Lima called into the afternoon show and had the same thought that I had, and I'll give him the floor.
I will say that I think there's a method to his madness. I think this is about a Myles Garrett trade. I think he wants to land one of the most lopsided trades in NFL history, and that's what he's thinking about.
The problem is it's not 2 years ago.
Yeah, and he couldn't get it before. He couldn't get it last year. No one wanted the 3 first-round picks that Elliott Wolf says he was demanding.
Oh, I think he could absolutely get it now from a contender. Now the problem is, of course, you're not going to get upper echelon first-round picks. So to make up for it, he needs you to trade more than just 3 firsts. Like, if these are all going to be in the 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 range, then it's got to be even more draft capital than that. So that's what I think he's thinking.
Wow, you think this is all based on Myles Garrett, or he thinks it's all based on Myles Garrett?
It crossed my brain when I saw it come down, and especially the Browns being behind it. Did it not cross your mind?
No.
The first thing I thought in my mind was
quarterback.
how to destroy a franchise quickly by trading for 5 first-round picks.
What is it? How to lose a guy in 10 days? This would be how to destroy a franchise in one move?
But let me go back to the other thought. A team might be hesitant to give up 3 number 1s for Myles Garrett if they're consecutive. If they're not consecutive, eases the burden a little bit.
You could go 3 number 1s and 2 number 2s on the even years.
Or you could just go 3 number 1s every other year.
Well, if that's every other year, yeah,
for 5 years.
For the game, I like the idea. Like, I think it's kind of fun.
You're just afraid of our team.
It's just here. I just think that some owners and general managers need safeguards when you get into this position. Dan is in Cleveland. Hi, Dan. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I got 1 or 2 thoughts that are all related to this subject, of the rule change.
Well, it's not yet. They would have to vote on it.
I understand that.
Okay.
I understand, but this is driving me, spinning my head. I've been a season ticket holder since '67.
Nice
okay? Rest. Yep, good rest.
Well, this Monday I wrote a personal letter to Jimmy Haslam, and I dropped the Browns because this doesn't surprise me. Remember, Jimmy Haslam is now 70 years old. So, like you guys, I don't trust the Browns for nothing anymore. And so this rule proposal has to be between he and Barry, okay? I can't imagine anybody else in the coaching staff is crazy about it for various reasons. And one other thing I want to throw out to you, for you to discuss, if Denver can trade their 30th number 1 pick this year for Waddle, then why can't, with the displeasure of Marvin Harrison, Arizona, and they got rid of their quarterback, I would trade our 24 and whatever else it takes to get Marvin Harrison because he's unhappy, and then draft a guy like Tate with your 6th pick for a best available player if he's available.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Look, the hard part about that is, and I can see your logic on your proposed trade at the end there. Arizona has to say yes. That's the only big problem, right, Jeff?
Well, that is part of it.
It does take 2 teams to make a trade.
And is Marvin Harrison Jr. happier now with, at least for the time being, Jacoby Brissett as his quarterback, as opposed to Kyler Murray?
And we don't know.
We don't know.
And Arizona would know.
Maybe.
Unless, if Arizona wants to keep, walking from.
Kirk Cousins on the way, baby.
Is he?
I don't know, but there's quarterback activity.
To where?
All around.
Hang on.
Andy Dalton gets traded to Philadelphia.
Right.
That means Tanner McKee, who was their backup last year, who they kind of like. He's a 6'6" guy from Stanford who's had some fleeting moments. Could he be available? And then in Minnesota, Carson Wentz signs to be Kyler Murray's backup. And that means, is J.J. McCarthy going to sit there and be the number 3 guy?
No way.
Is Carson Wentz going to sit there and be the number 3 guy? I wouldn't think he would sign in Minnesota, even though it's his childhood dream team.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't think he would re-sign there to be the number 3 guy behind J.J. McCarthy. So there are two more young quarterbacks who could be had. So add McKee and J.J. McCarthy to the list along with Anthony Richardson. And by the way, I don't think the Browns' rule proposal has anything specific to do with Myles Garrett.
Yeah, that was not the first thing that went through my mind.
Me neither. And unlikely to go through in time. You would think it would take a couple of years to where Myles would still have the value that somebody would give up, picks for 5 years down the road for him, or many picks down the road. Certainly, he's going to be a good player for more than a few years to come.
Yeah, are you pro or con on the thought of NFL teams having the ability to trade picks 5 years out? Right now, you can only trade out to 3. Now you would have the ability to trade out to 5, which would mean that if some team thought some player was worthy of 5 first-round picks, they could do it if this proposal went through next week. Like Jeff said, we don't think it's going to go through.
Unlikely is
but
what
it was the Browns
says.
that put the proposal in. 216-474-0092. Talk about that. Also want to talk about the acquisitions of the Browns over the last 24 hours. We'll get into that. And Terry Pluto coming up at 11 o'clock. Hey, everybody. It is Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Is it time to...
so far this spring. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, and NCAA tournament basketball, man. Full swing. Ohio State plays today. Jeff, I was just looking at this as we'll get back to the Browns here in a second. Terry Pluto coming up at 11 o'clock, 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. We were talking a little bit about the proposal the Browns have in with the NFL to expand your ability to trade draft picks from beyond 3 to 5 years. But, Jeff, I just read this. This will make you happy. College basketball review. Top 10 Cinderella teams to watch out for.
Your Akron Zips.
Number 1, baby. You already see that?
No, but it
just knew if I was telling you.
Doesn't surprise me. I've been saying it.
Top 10 Cinderellas to watch out for, according to College Basketball Review. Tennessee State, Northern Iowa, Cal Baptist.
Are you counting backwards from 10?
Backwards, yeah. It's number 7, UCLA. 6, Miami. Impressive win last night. That was nice. It's a nice win, wasn't it?
How many threes can you jack up in a 40-minute game?
Was it a nice win or not?
Without question.
Okay, thank you. High Point, very expensive school, by the way. Do you know that? High Point. Most people don't. I think North Carolina.
Well, I don't have your money.
Trust me, I don't have your money. SMU 4, South Florida 3, Hofstra 2, Akron 1. Hofstra is where? You know where Hofstra is, right?
New York.
New York. Yeah, it's New York. It's in New York. There you go. We'll give you a little insight in case you're trying to fill out your brackets, because most brackets only have like 15 minutes before you got to turn those in. So if you've been dilly-dallying and thinking about turning in brackets, now is your time to do that. And Uncle Andy was here for your warning, just so you know.
Uncle Andy.
I was here for you. I hope you win, because if you lose, then you turn around and go, you told me to do that 5 minutes before, idiot. 216-474-0092. All right, Jeff, the Browns picked up a couple players. A.J. Epinesa, 5 years. 5 years. 24 sacks total. He only had like 2.5.
Got a 1-year deal.
1-year deal. Not 5. Why did I write down 5 years? 5 mil? 5 mil. Right?
You're hooked
Correct.
on
1 year,
$5
million.
Yeah,
you're hooked on the 5 with a trade proposal.
Yeah, what am I doing?
I don't know.
So Epinesa, I good pickup, right? I mean,
real solid player, real solid addition. If you don't expect him to be Myles Garrett, you're going to be real pleased with him. I like it. I saw the move. I thought, that's a nice addition. Gives you another defensive end, and it might make you think about not taking a guy like David Bailey, who we've talked about a couple of times from Texas Tech, who's one of the premier edge rushers in this draft.
So now you're sitting on, what do you got? You've got Isaiah McGuire, right? You
have Alex Wright, and you have
Myles.
AJ.
So now you got 4. Yeah, I mean, you feel good about that, right? I mean, I don't know why you.
No, it's a real solid signing. I like it.
Yeah, I don't see.
I wish they'd sign the wide receiver version of him.
Yeah, you think that's going to happen?
No.
Tylan Wallace could. I mean, known for his kick returning, not exactly. He's also a wide receiver, but does that do anything for you? At least we might have somebody on special teams.
If a tree falls in the forest, Andy,
yeah,
and there's no one there to hear it, did it make a sound?
It did, Jeff.
If you're listed as a wide receiver,
yeah,
and you catch only 22 passes in 5 years, are you really a wide receiver?
Yes, you are.
Huh? How about that?
What would you call him then? Just a special teams
returner,
kick return specialist, which we've not had.
Mannigan's laughing at me. Here's my thought.
What
okay,
is the sound of 1 foot kicking?
Exactly. Let me cut to the chase on this.
You guys are killing me.
Let me cut to the chase on this.
Like, you guys are like the stupid Wonder Twins on Super Friends. Like, you're using telepathic powers to talk to each other.
It's more Statler and Waldorf. I just know if he sets him up, I can knock him down. If I set him up, he'll knock it down.
All right, better you two
Let me
than
cut to
in
the
that.
chase on this.
Okay, go ahead, Statler.
Nice. They brought in a guy that Todd Monken has a little bit of history with, who has not been a productive wide receiver in the NFL. Could he become one? Yeah, maybe. He had a real good year or two at Oklahoma State. But that doesn't mean anything if you're 5 years into the league and you've not really caught any passes in the NFL. His best year was 11 catches 2 years ago. Last year caught 4 balls in 14 games. So really not primarily used as a wide receiver. So as long as they don't try to sell it as, well, no, we added to the wide receiver room because we brought in Tylan Wallace. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
Okay, fine. Then I'm on board with it. You need somebody to return kicks. I like guys who can do things when they have the ball in their hands. And Andy, maybe he can become a good wide receiver. I'm open to that chance, that possibility. Just don't, sell it to us as, yes, we added to the wide receiver group.
Yeah, I don't. Did you feel like that was when it went down yesterday? They got a wide receiver. I didn't feel like nobody was selling it to me that way.
Oh no, I didn't think that at all.
No, okay. I thought the sell was, hey, we got a special teams guy.
That's exactly what I thought.
Would you rather have him, Gage Larvadain, or Malachi Corley?
At wide receiver?
No, just special teams. I'm talking about kick returner or punt returner.
Probably Wallace. It's remember when they brought in Shaquem Grant?
Yeah.
It's the same type of deal.
Except he couldn't stay healthy.
Right.
That was the problem there.
Yep.
So hopefully he can stay healthy and they can do that. Again, I feel like we're sitting here waiting and praying that they're going to bring in a wide receiver.
Well, they are. Well, it's just a matter of when and where. And I still think they'll bring in some veteran at the position, and I think they'll still draft somebody. And again, when and where.
Wouldn't you like to see them go out and make a trade for guys that they could actually play?
Guys that can play?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make a trade. I don't
get rid of another 5th-round pick. Let's go.
Yeah. Why can't they find someone's? It'd be better for our salary cap somewhere down the road, so we don't have to make someone. Just give me somebody that can play. Why is that so hard?
It's funny how that works out. Can you play? Hey, good.
Wouldn't it be nice?
I agree, Andy. That's always my philosophy on those later round picks.
Jeff, that could also be true at quarterback too. When you look at both of those positions.
Well, I think the guys who are surefire, boy, that's our guy. Those guys are gone.
So that's why I'm saying the time of looking at it from the standpoint of trying to pick up a free agent, especially at the quarterback spot, I think I kind of feel like we passed that over. I think that's gone. So then I think your next step is you're starting to dig into people's rosters, and you're saying to yourself, okay, well, maybe this guy looks good. Maybe we can make a trade. Maybe we could do this. But I don't necessarily know. Again, you're right. What does Todd Monken think? I hate getting this conversation with you because now I'm answering the questions with your answers before you even have a chance to spit them out of your mouth. What does Todd Monken think? Okay.
Can I get paid if I don't show up? Andy just goes ahead and quotes me.
Am I wrong?
And will I still get paid?
Am I wrong?
No, because you haven't been paid for the inner monologue that's in my head of you.
I feel bad for
And
you.
that one is?
Well, Daniel, they can only play the teams on the schedule.
Daniel, the one thing is what? What is the one thing? What is it?
It will forever go through my head. They can only play the teams on the schedule. You're like, well, I'm trying to judge you against something.
Thanks.
I mean, goodness, my car looks fantastic when it's next to the rusted out beater.
What are you saying about my van?
I did not bring up the van. I will not speak ill will of the van.
Do we have an update on your other car? Are we ever going to get an update on the other car? Didn't you have a new and improved high mileage vehicle that we could talk about at some point that is outlasting other people's?
Andy, come back.
No, I'm not coming back. I'm asking you. He just brought it up.
Andy.
He just brought it up. Jeff, people live for your dumb van story. I'm sorry. People love that van.
The van, she is dead. You know that.
I know. We could have had a funeral, and our listeners would have lined up on Prospect to watch the car slowly rust its way from one part of Huron to the other.
It didn't rust.
Wow.
One part of it did. But
it's like the meteor. You could have ran behind it and collected pieces.
Now, the other vehicle I have.
People are out there doing that, too?
See that.
That baby's rusting.
And how many miles on that bad boy, or do we have to wait?
280.
280, that's like a baby.
My son's driving. And how's the truck? Still rolling. Driving okay? Yep, okay.
Until it doesn't, right?
And it's going to roll till it doesn't.
280, what are you hoping for on that?
283.
Unbelievable. 283.
Well, come on, let's be realistic here. It's not the same brand as the other one, so.
All right.
I'm not as confident.
I'm just hoping that we can get a high mileage something at wide receiver.
I want a high mileage quarterback, Andy.
I don't know that I want a high mileage quarterback.
Kirk Cousins, 37. Bring him in. Let's go.
I'm so done with the Colts idea of quarterbacks or the Steelers idea of quarterbacks where you just wander the wilderness picking up, beating up things and hoping for the best. I'm so done with that.
It's so weird because Pittsburgh was never like that.
No, but once Ben retired, they've just been kind of wandering in the wilderness.
Can I give you a thought
before
we
get to
Terry?
Work. Oh, look, a Russell Wilson. Well, that didn't work.
Can I give you a thought before we get to Terry Pluto?
Sure, Joe.
Remember how I mentioned the Rams earlier in the Rams idea on draft choices?
Yep.
Kevin Demoff is their president.
Yeah.
NFL.com. Kevin Demoff wrote this. Nothing creates more interest in the NFL than trades. This is why Cleveland's proposal to allow teams to trade picks up to 5 years out as opposed to 3 makes so much sense. More picks to trade equals more trades equals more interest and team building options, says the team that trades very effectively and efficiently.
Why wasn't this their proposal? Wouldn't you feel better if it was?
It should have been.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't do it.
Well, they're all for it. So there you go.
Let's have the team that messes it up make the proposal. How's that sound?
Works for them.
216-474-0092. That is the number to call in. But we are going to first talk to Terry Pluto from Cleveland.com. That's coming up next right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
point, Clark, you haven't made up your own jingle over the years in the shower.
I make up many.
I have not. I have not made up any jingles.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, as we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisel, and Daryl Ryder. And recap all the latest Browns news, all the moves this offseason and free agency and the draft that's coming up. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night. Tuesday night. Yep, from 7 to 9 right here on The Fan.
It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Terry Pluto is going to join us here in just a few moments as we talk about all things sports with Terry. As you know, he covers everything coming back from Goodyear, Arizona, but we also have the NCAA basketball tournament coming up, so that is sitting right there in front of us. That starts a little bit later today. We got some boys regional basketball going on around town. You'll be able to hear the scores and the updates. So we've got you covered to everything that's going on. Plus, Andrew Siciliano is going to join us at noon. So that plus baseball, man, there are just so many things going on here in Northeast Ohio. Again, he's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin.
Yes, I am. Thank you very much for pointing that out.
Making sure that you're still there.
Appreciate that very much.
And, of course, Terry Pluto is probably one of the greatest writers to ever take a finger to a keyboard here in Northeast Ohio. And there he is. We are excited to talk to him. Terry Pluto from Cleveland.com is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Terry. How are you?
Hi, Terry.
I am doing well, guys.
We are excited to talk to you. There's so many things going on. Yes, agree. Thank you for joining us. Let's start with the Browns and free agency and what they have done and maybe what they haven't done. Just your thoughts on what's going on with the Browns.
Well, they got a whole bunch of linemen. It's kind of like adding a whole bunch of pitchers, and some of them actually done fairly well, in their careers. And they're basically, I don't know, what would you say they were starting with? This is a great journey to find linemen. One on the line? I mean, what did you really have?
One and maybe two guys that could play?
Yeah, I mean, it really is. You start talking to Deleon Jones, he's always hurt, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, so at least these other guys, I forgot how many starts when he had them all up. It's probably almost 250 total. They have done it in the past. They've been at least serviceable, and that gives you something to do when you try and just put the team together.
Does it feel like a Band-Aid, or does it feel like there's some long-term help there?
Well, they're not all 35 or anything.
Well, that's true.
There's only one over 30. And linemen tend to play a little longer. No, it's more than that. But it's not like, they have their line now, but they have a line that hopefully, if you get up to mediocre, you're ranked 31st by PFF and, bottom 3 by a bunch of other services. So if you get, between 15 and 18, 12, that is a huge upgrade. It really is.
Terry, your colleague at the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com, Dan Lobby, wrote a line that I've been reciting repeatedly because I thought it was just classic when it came to the quarterback situation, where he said they'd be adding somebody. He said, otherwise, are we really going to have the Shedeur Watson, Deshaun Watson competition they keep threatening us with? Loved it. It cracked me up. I thought that's a great line.
Yeah, it is.
But here we sit, and that's all we have. Is there any surprise that nothing has happened in that situation yet?
I guess not. I was hoping they might sort of bring a guy in like did one of the linemen, like get start or maybe not start. But you look at him, say he's been in the league for a while. That's somewhat of a surprise. I mean, the other thing is for all the talk about Deshaun, I mean, tell me when he's played more than 7 games in a season.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I know the answer. Do you want it?
It was, 2019, 2018?
20. It was 20.
Okay.
Yeah, 20 was his last good year because he sat out.
And he sat out 21.
Yeah, right. I mean, by the way, that's like in the first half of this decade, because we are in 26. And then the other thing that is a concern really just about Deshaun besides the injury, although it's a reflection, I thought that when he came back after the shoulder operation, he threw the ball poorly. I mean, it didn't have much zip or anything. Now, maybe, that was going back to 24 is when he had that surgery, and maybe that matters. But the assumption that, he once made 3 Pro Bowls and he could come back close to that, even without the injuries, was a reach. But when you add in all the injury factors he's had, maybe you guys could have a contest. What quarterback ever had 2 Achilles surgeries and came back and played 10 games in a season? I don't know the answer, but I mean, this is serious stuff. It's like talking about a pitcher that's had a couple of Tommy Johns or whatever.
Yeah,
and banking on him. That's
yes, yeah. Although I mean, they do want to look at Shedeur. That's clear. Dylan Gabriel's there.
That's what we say about Dylan too. Unfortunately,
yeah. Are you into Shedeur? I mean, do you feel confident or maybe comfortable if they start Shedeur and move forward with him and try to develop him
Well, I'd rather see that than Deshaun, but that's me, and maybe I just have an attitude about Deshaun. But
okay.
But I'd rather see that than I just came back from Goodyear and listen to me. That there's a lot of talk about who you give your bats to.
True.
And well, this is the same thing. Who do you give your snaps to? And they rather, at this point, give their at bats to whether it's Valera, DeLauder, all these other guys, Kafis, etc., than do Carlos Santana again or some of these other guys they tried in the past. Well, it's kind of here. I would rather give the snaps to Shedeur. I'm not a big fan, than give them to the current alternative. But the fact is, the Browns always play 3 quarterbacks, and did the immortal Tyler Huntley sign anywhere yet?
I think he went back to Baltimore.
Oh yeah, they usually fight over him.
Isn't it true?
Baltimore, yeah, Cleveland. So I was going to say, he's almost serviceable.
Yes, and Todd Monken likes him.
Yeah, I mean, you put him in with those 3 guys, and if it's a fair competition, you might win it.
That's really true. You mentioned Goodyear. We definitely wanted to talk about your journey out to the Indians Guardians spring training home. I keep looking at this team, Terry, and I'm all excited about the idea of Chase DeLauder. And then I think, and if he's not healthy, what the heck are they going to do?
Well, you should be, first of all, DeLauder. He's terrific. And I'm not saying that just for the hype, because I went out and saw him in 2023 when he's playing at Lake County and wrote this epic story on him. And he's a fascinating story for a guy that had one Division I offer from James Madison. And, it's just hit. He's battled through these different injuries. I mean, he's really he just looks like a guy that should have been in their lineup in the 90s, physically and everything else. One of those kind of guys. They haven't had that, forever. You look at some of the others stuff, you've got a lot of really good starting pitching. That's what carried them at the end of last year. Those guys are all back, and, they have more coming. That's an important deal. It's been a long time since we worry about the bullpen, and I'm not, because it just seems like they figure that out. When Eric Wedge was here, they didn't. But since then, really since Tito came in and continues with Wedge, they find these guys. This guy, Peyton Pauletto, looks terrific. I don't know what the White Sox are doing, allowing that guy to go in the
Rule 5.
Rule 5 draft. He's thrown 6 scoreless innings, struck out 11. I mean, it's like, and he was a high pick at one point. I mean, guys, of course, somebody said to me, well, that's why the White Sox are the White Sox. So, it's one of those. And so there were some things like that I'm upbeat about. But, scoring runs, you need to see if they're right on a couple of these guys. Will Kafis hit? Will Valero hit? And then you have I've seen Reese Hopkins should pay for me to go watch him play. I mean, every time I looked up, he had a home run. I forgot what he had. He had 2 or 3 when I was there. There weren't a lot of home runs going. There was one game, I think, when poor Bivey pitched and the wind was blowing out, the sun and all that stuff. But the rest of the time, it was kind of a legit spring training games, and he had some nice moments. So The thing about the Guardians, we sit here, they're like the world's worst off-season team. They do nothing of interest except let guys go mostly. And then it's a bunch of guys you never heard of or sort of. And then the season comes along, and, 7 of the last 10 years they've been to the playoffs, and 3 of the last 4 years they've been to the Central Division. They've won the Central Division. And I still get emails saying that the Browns are the team that really wants to win and the Guardians don't.
Terry Pluto joining us, Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. You wrote a very interesting piece about Travis Bazzana. Does he look like a guy to you, Terry, who we will see at some point, maybe sooner rather than later, who can hit Major League pitching at this point?
Every game I saw, it's funny, the Vos said this the other day, that sort of like, he said almost every game you saw him, he felt better about him. Well, I saw him 3 times, and I felt the same way. Now, I saw him, I'm trying to remember when it was. I saw him like twice, once at Lake County, I think once at Akron. And it was like, I don't know. I mean, just kind of looked like another guy out there. But now at second base, he's serviceable. But I'm not, I always like good second base, so I have to get spoiled by watching Jimenez and even Rocchio last year. But his bat, he's not a power guy in terms of say, hitting the ball all over the place, but he's really been hitting the ball hard when I was there. And not Nolan Jones' exit velocity. He's got great exit velocity. He's hitting 204. It's not that kind of exit velocity. I always counter with, nobody talks about Stephen Kwan's exit velocity because it's terrible, but he hits. I mean, it's the old where do you hit it and that kind of stuff. But I think he's going to be a pretty good hitter. I tell you, though, you look at him physically, you go, so that's the number 1 pick in the draft, huh? I mean, of course, you go look at Jose Ramirez and say, and that may be one of the best players in Cleveland Indians history.
Right.
But I did feel better as it went along than before. And, they're setting up for – I mean, they cut him, and he's still playing Major League games. That tells you something right there.
Good point. Hey, shake out what this outfield's going to look like roster-wise on opening day, because it just seems like it's is Quan truly playing center? And then what are they going to do? And I know we talked about Deleon there for a second, but what is this outfield?
Deleon playing right.
Okay.
He's got a really good arm. I mean, Deleon, when he was at James Madison, periodically they bring him in to be a closer because he was throwing 91, 92. And you saw the arm even that one playoff game when he came up. I mean, to show you about Deleon's poise, Tom Hamilton brought this up to me. We were talking about it. He said, remember, his first game in the majors is a playoff game. The first ball hit to him, he loses in the sun and almost decapitates himself. And then he comes up that game, and I think he hit one ball hard, and he got his ace hit. It didn't rattle him. I mean, that was, to me, it was like I would have wanted to dig a hole and never be seen again after that. And that's kind of what he brings. So you have Deleon. Valero can hit. Fans go crazy about the platooning thing, and I understand that. But there's nothing wrong with a platoon that might work, and that is your stats show all the way back to the minors. Valero really hits right-handed pitching, and even though Angel Martinez is a switch hitter, he hits lefties. And Angel's had a big camp. I always kind of liked him some. And, he's only 24. So you got those two guys, and you got Quan. And, you got your platoon, you got Deleon, and you got Quan. That would be probably your outfield right now. Petey Halpern, they keep talking him up, but to me, he looks like sort of another fourth outfielder. These Fairchild guys, a right-handed hitter, it's bounced around. It's been a long time since the days of Lofton and Ramirez and Bell. But again, we go back to, is the bottom line where you rank in payroll, how many big names you roll out, or do you actually make the playoffs and win games and are interesting and relevant?
What a concept, huh?
Yeah, but they don't want to win. I still get those emails, and the Browns do.
In case you were wondering, yes, thank you. All right, I feel better about that. Let's go to the Cavs here for a second too. Detroit got some bad news today. Cade Cunningham with a collapsed lung. We're hearing
really?
three to 6 weeks. So
Wow.
That just changes the whole picture, I think, for these last 14 games and, jockeying for position to get into the playoffs, 1, 2, 3, 4. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, the tough thing is I haven't seen him the last week or so, live.
Right.
I've been reading the quotes from Kenny on that, and it hasn't sounded great. It has been just a season where they've never had any sort of flow to it. By that, I mean they've had some streaks, but in terms of – I'm not talking about having the whole roster healthy. You don't get that. But even where you're having, say you got 10 guys you like and having 8 of them healthy, they rarely have that. And so and I'm not sure they're going to, but I do believe, Jared Allen's another guy that people like to dump all over that I like. Well, it shows when he's not out there, they're not quite as good, and he's important to them.
Do they look like a team that's ready to make a playoff run to you, Terry?
No, not now.
That's what I'm afraid of, too.
But I'm also know how, if they could get Allen back, are they still saying this is arthritis in his knee or whatever it is?
Yeah, tendonitis in the knee.
Okay, yeah. See, when you're old, it's arthritis. When you're young, it's tendonitis.
Exactly right. You give it 15 years, and he'll have arthritis in his knee.
Yes, most of them do. In fact, Wayne Embry once told me, he said, when he was running the Cavs, he said, I always knew we could put a guy on the injured list and just put tendonitis in the knee next to it because all of us had it and sort of to some extent.
Sure.
But also, Jared Allen played all 82 games the year before, so this has nothing to do with that. There's probably some sort of problem there. But I don't know. What do you think? Because it's important to judge them based on seeing them, and I haven't. I was disappointed just to see Harden in that one terrible game against Dallas. He took 7 shots or something.
Yeah.
What was he doing?
Maybe trying to facilitate. The thing I worry about if I'm them, Terry, is what you went back to. It's kind of the lack of flow. And here comes Max Strus, but Jarrett's not there. So how does Kenny mesh this? Find the right rotations for the playoffs without having everybody available. And
you just got to make it. You're going to have to make it up as you go along, and just hope that your guys come playoff time that Harden is at his best. That Donovan doesn't have another. He has calf muscle sometimes. Didn't he have a groin strain? In other words, one of those, and just that they start to click like they were for a while. I mean, it's almost like you have a teenager and it's in there with him when he's like concentrating and all's well, and he's going to school and he's studying afterwards and he's doing well in sports, and then it's like he gets distracted or he gets on this dirt bike and falls over. I have no idea where that's going, but I feel like it where when you have a teenager, and while Roberta and I don't have bio kids, we've had quote unquote kids that we've helped over the years, and it's like, just get it together. I'm not asking that you just have to, go be a Rhodes Scholar here. And that's what I think they need to do is find that. I mean, I thought Tyson was real important. He's in the lineup, he's out of the lineup, and then he got hurt some. He's a big deal. To me, Strus and Tyson and the wing players, how important they are in any NBA game, but especially in the playoffs to have them. That's like Keenan Ellis. And can really help too. Schroeder, I think, can help because get the ball off the floor. That's one thing I believe that when they get hit with the press, like Indiana did, or I'd say OKC, if you have Schroeder and you have Harden, you should be able to get the ball off the court.
True. Terry, thank you. We always appreciate your time.
Take
giving
care,
us
guys.
all things. Glad you're back
Terry.
from Goodyear. Enjoy opening day and the NCAA tournament this weekend. Thanks, Terry.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Talk to you soon. Terry Pluto, plain dealer, Cleveland.com. Always a pleasure to have him on the show and always has great perspective on everything that's going on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Time now for 2020.
No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Big day for basketball. Ohio State gets set to tip off after noon here. There are a couple games here this afternoon. Troy, Nebraska, USF, Louisville, High Point, and Wisconsin all playing. Probably before 2 o'clock all those games get started. Yeah, High Point, Wisconsin starts at 1:50. Plus, you've got high school basketball going on today. Sandusky Perkins takes on Glenville today. That's at the Nutter Center down in Dayton. That starts at noon. We'll keep you up to date on stuff that's going on with that and just all kinds of stuff. It's weird, the schedule for the high school stuff, because they've spread it out since they added divisions, and they've got, like, not everything's at Dayton, and then Dayton last night had the first four, so they had to kind of, they've got to be able to divvy up those arenas too. So Lutheran East getting set to play tomorrow at 12:45. We have plenty of teams here from Northeast. St. Ed's is also in the mix for this weekend too. So Kirtland too, I don't want to forget about them. We have all these other schools that are playing at North Royalton. I mean, they're just, it's amazing how you get the expansion and then you get all these other teams that are out there. So good luck to all of our teams that are out there that are playing across the state today as they get ready for the state basketball finals this weekend. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. We talked about it for a second with Terry Pluto, and we'll get more into it, I think, a little bit later in the show. But when you look at basketball in general, and you're talking about the NBA in particular, that Cade Cunningham, the big news this morning, collapsed lung, and the impact that could have on the East going down the stretch. They're saying they're going to evaluate it in the updates I've been talking about in about 2 weeks to see exactly where it's at. It may have happened on a play earlier this week. They played on Tuesday night where he was diving on the ball, although I don't know that for sure.
A loose ball, and he left the game with what they called back spasms.
Yeah, I don't. It's interesting. I mean, the lung is extremely fragile thing, though, but is resilient. So we'll see what happens. I wish I didn't know too much about lungs, but I do, unfortunately. That, we'll see how quick he can come back. But, Jeff, what does that do to the big picture here with, 3 weeks left in the regular season for the NBA, teams with 13, 14 games left to go, and they're sitting with the top seed in the East with a 3.5 game lead. I think that's right.
They are their best player is clearly Cade Cunningham. And that's not going out on a limb. If I'm the Boston Celtics, I'm thinking, our opportunity to get the number 1 seed was just enhanced. And if I'm the Cleveland Cavaliers, I'm thinking, if we get through the first round, we could end up playing Boston.
Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't be real keen on that. If I was the Cavaliers, I would rather have at least the way things sit right now. I would rather have a first round or second round series against Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
That's assuming you win your first round series.
Right, and that's also assuming Detroit wins their first round series.
And that would be assuming Detroit wins its first round series, certainly. But I would much rather see Detroit, let's just say Detroit, as opposed to seeing the Boston Celtics.
I agree. But does that change? I heard this morning, and you and I think we're on the same page with this yesterday, because I kind of said, hey, do you kind of look at the schedule and say, the Pistons are sitting at 1, we're sitting at 4, this is pretty good, we kind of like that matchup, and you can't live that way.
No, you can't live that way.
So
and my guess is, I know nothing about his collapsed lung. My guess is he'll be back in time for the playoffs and probably be pretty close to good to go.
Yeah, I would think you're right, too, and you would hope so. Look, first of all, I'll be honest.
You don't wish that on anybody.
No, the story came out this morning, and it was instantly, I'm listening, and I'm like, oh, Cade Cunningham has a collapsed lung. Oh, what does that mean for the playoffs? No, what does that mean for Cade Cunningham? Like, who cares about basketball? Guy's got a collapsed lung, right? And then it may be after a couple minutes of talking about it, then you can kind of look at the big picture. It just drives me nuts thinking that the Cavs would start a lineup, especially with okay, I get it if there's 1 game left or 2 games left at the end of the season, and you're kind of locked in to where you're going to be for the playoffs, and you may want to tinker or get some guys some minutes so they're ready for the playoffs, even though they may not be playing, or you want to make sure you're getting more chemistry going among the players that you do have that you do know will play. I understand that walking down the stretch of the season, but the thought with like 13, 12, 11 games out that you're changing your rotation because you're concerned about jockeying for position between the fourth and the third seed. No, go out there and try to win every night, and then whatever happens, happens. Well, that's the way I see it.
Terry was just with us, Terry Pluto from PlainDealerInCleveland.com, and I asked Terry, does this team look like it's ready to make a playoff run? And he said no, and I agree with him. And that's why you have to take these next games, Andy, and worry about yourself. You can't worry about who you're going to meet in the second round. You have to worry about who you might be able to beat in the first round.
Yeah.
And you have to get things all polished up here for the playoffs. Unfortunately, that'll be really tough to do if Jared Allen doesn't return anytime soon. Max Strus is back. Now, Max knows how to play with Jarrett. But does Max know how to play with Jarrett with James Harden running the show? It's real fine-tuning stuff. But you certainly would like to see this group whole and have a good 10 games to play together before they start a playoff series.
I think you're right, Jeff. I'm concerned about chemistry. I'm concerned about the way they're going into this thing. And, just even looking through the headlines.
Concerned like you think it's a problem?
No, I think I'm more concerned that they can't get out of that second round. And I just don't. I feel like they're a better team than they were last year. Yeah, and it may not be by their own fault. The competition suddenly changed with Cade Cunningham maybe dropping out for the next couple of weeks here for the rest of the regular season.
Hey, Detroit. Let's not kid ourselves. Detroit. If the Cavs meet Detroit in the second round, and that's assuming they both get there, and that's the matchup, that's no cakewalk.
No, but it's different if Cade Cunningham's not there, right?
Well, without question. But do you think Detroit's going to get there without Cade Cunningham? My guess is he's back, and my guess he's good to go. But, I'm no doctor. Just know that these things can get cleared up in a decent amount of time. And hopefully, for their sake, he's okay and good to go.
If you're Boston, do you think you can get to the number one seed?
Absolutely.
You're 3.5 games back.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think
even if Cade Cunningham hadn't suffered a collapse,
I was already thinking that too.
Boston could get there.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we're getting ready for tip-off with NCAA basketball. I want to talk about that. By the way, if you're off work today and did you call in sick? Do you feel guilty about that if you did? Or were you smart enough to kind of plan ahead and take vacation time? Just curious thoughts on how maybe you got out of work today and tomorrow. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Andrew Siciliano joins us at noon. Hey, everybody, it's Andy.
back to work today. Pair of games this afternoon in Tempe. It's the spring breakout game between the Guardians and the Angels. Clubs featuring a lot of the youngsters. Meanwhile, tonight, Guardians going to be back in Goodyear to take on the Royals. Parker Messick will get the start for Cleveland. Listen to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. You should know that by now because we've been telling everybody, but there is a little twist here. Now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, and that includes The Ken Carman Show with the delightful Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps from 10 to 2. Neither one of us is delightful. An Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin, both delightful. From 2 to 7 p.m., live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand, and you can do that right now.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we're going to talk to Andrew Siciliano, Yahoo Sports Inside Coverage, and, of course, from the Browns Radio Network. He's one of our friends here when it comes to the Browns, and we'll talk to him at noon. NCAA tournament getting set to tip off after the top of the hour. Did you guys get your brackets done? Let me start there. Did you end up filling out a bracket, Jeff?
I did not, no.
You did not. Did you?
I did not.
You did not. Even though Christy went out of her way, who works over on the other side of the building, and we appreciate her. One of the best
human beings you'll ever meet in this world.
Yes. And so I felt it. Normally, the last couple of years, I haven't filled out a bracket. The last 2 years, I think I haven't. And I sat there and I was kind of like, I wish I would have done it. But since I got the email from Christy to do it, I'm going to do it. She does so many favors for us. I thought this was kind of her thing. And if you guys want to let her down, that's fine. I didn't. I just want you to know that.
Did you guess how many shamrocks were put up all around the station?
I did guess how many shamrocks were around the station.
Okay.
Did you?
That was another thing she did. Yes, I did. And
how close were you?
I was within 8.
Oh, Jeff.
I know. I thought I had a chance.
Did the winners get it right?
No, they missed it by 1.
Oh, well. Well, I got to tell you, you were within 8? Did you actually go around and count the shamrocks, or did you? You just guessed?
Yeah.
Good for you, Jeff.
I have a number that always pops into my head whenever something silly or whenever I have to say something. The number 73 always pops into my head.
Really?
Yes.
I wonder why that is.
I don't know. Maybe it's our buddy Doug Deacon.
Oh, maybe. Maybe that's the case. All right, so...
I put 73, and there were 81 shamrocks all around the station.
Maybe Deacon let you down on that.
No, Deke never let you down.
He was holding you back.
Deke never lets you down, and I see what you did there, and if he's listening, he's going to call and beat the crap out of you.
Out of you, not me.
I didn't say it.
Well, you're the one that picked the number and was wrong. I just want you to know
You're never
that.
wrong with 73.
Jeff, you missed it. It was 81. All right, here we go. So I'm just curious if you took the day off today.
No,
how did you do
No,
it?
Andy, I didn't.
I know you didn't. I didn't. Although I'm questioning whether you did or didn't.
Wow.
I saw one of the greatest excuses to get out of work yesterday that I've ever seen, and it was just something that was floating around on Instagram. It was a woman. Oh my God, this is funny. It was a woman who was standing in her kitchen, and she called into work to tell them she wasn't going to be at work today, and she was just kind of rhythmically hitting the button on her microwave so it would go beep, beep, beep. And she said, I'm in the hospital right now, and I can't come to work.
That's really good.
I had to drop my phone. I was laughing so hard. I was like, oh, my God, that's hysterical. And it sounded
that's
like
pretty funny.
It sounded like the hospital beep. So I was like, oh, that was pretty good.
That's really funny.
Oh, man. So I don't know. I'm just wondering if you used any good excuse. You can hide your name. You don't have to tell us the truth or anything. Just tell us how you got out of work if you did it and you shouldn't have today.
Better disguise your voice, too.
That's all right. No one knows who you are.
Everybody's boss
us.
listens to us.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, we're the official station of bosses. Not doing work, too. Dan?
I mean, not to give people suggestions or anything like that, but very few people will ever question you if you say something like, I can't leave the facility to come to work. Put it this way, the 8-lane superhighway is doing well.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. We get it.
Yeah. So that one will get you out of pretty much anything because nobody's going to check you on that one because we've all been there.
Yeah. Although it is interesting, though, if it happens today or tomorrow, right?
Well, that is true.
This is the number one day for vasectomies, or yesterday was.
Yesterday was the number one day for vasectomies. Yep.
So if you're going to do it, you need to be able to sit down. And although, I got to tell you, I wonder if that's
grab the frozen peas.
Now that we have binge watching that we didn't have, years ago, where you could sit down and watch an entire series in 2 days or 3 days.
I don't know.
What's the difference?
Sports that kind of wires you a little bit differently, though, and the true chaos of all of it.
That's a good point.
Makes live sports the best.
You told me a story before we hit the air, and I didn't get the full effect of it, but I was absolutely shocked that this happened.
Oh, I mean, I think every single, at least my generation now, I'm 38, so keep that in mind. But we were always notorious for, especially during high school, I don't remember it as much during grade school. I'm sure it happened as well in grade school, where you would get a couple of teachers who would roll in the TV. You'd sign out the TV and roll it in saying, oh, yes, we're showing a movie today.
Never happened where I went to school, I can tell you that. Keep going.
And you would have the NCAA tournament going. And it was basically, it was like a couple math teachers would do it every so often. You get a history teacher who'd do it every so often. And, we had one teacher who was notorious for, all right, we are going to have a party to celebrate this. Everybody bring in something. And we would basically just spend the day in that room, and it was a math class, and we just spent the day watching the tournament.
It says a lot about your school district, and well done.
It does,
Tax
yes.
dollars being put to great use.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff. You're right. Joy is too much for children. We shouldn't have that.
Now, my question
I prefer dungeon-like rooms with nuns and rulers slapping us for writing with the wrong hand.
I love those ladies.
That's why Jeff is right-handed. Did you know that? Are you right-handed? You're right-handed.
I am.
Yeah, I thought you were.
You're right. That was better. Ooh, don't you dare write with the devil's hand.
Who thought that? Like, what were they thinking? Oh, wait a minute. We got to talk to Sean. Come on now. Talking about ways to get out of work today. Sean, how are you, man?
Hello, Sean.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're good. We are real good.
Yeah. So it's not like I use an excuse to get out of work. I use work to get out of different stuff, family events, or if you're going to parties. So I'm a funeral director, and so I'll just tell people, hey, someone died, I can't come to the party, or I can't come here. So it's perfect.
Pretty good get. And you go. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it. Speaking of funeral directors,
apparently Sean's a funeral director who owns a pizza shop on the side.
Maybe.
But we also, and this one was always the best, is we talked the choir teacher at one point into having the tournament out at all times, and we would just sign out hall passes all day. I have to go to the bathroom. We'd go spend 5-10 minutes watching the game.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Man. Yeah. His story reminded me of another story. Howie Mandel was in town a couple years ago, and Howie had this, he did a fundraiser.
Did he have a surgical glove on his head?
No, he was really, no, he didn't. And he was, he's a huge germaphobe. So I was told not to shake hands with him before I met him. So
he was the king of the fist bump.
Yeah.
I think he started it.
Yeah. So we did a Q&A, probably 2,000 people at this thing, right? And we were up on a stage, and he didn't want to do stand-up for some reason. He wanted someone to ask him questions. So I ended up doing it, and it was Howie and me, and Howie's telling the story, and
thank you, Dan.
He's up on stage, and all of a sudden a phone rings, and it was dead quiet 2,000 people, right? Dead quiet in there. Did I ever tell you the story?
Nope.
So no one's saying a word, and all of a sudden a phone rings, and he's in the middle of a conversation. And, normally you'd think somebody would just kind of turn their phone off and not go. The person on the other end of the phone answered the phone and started talking. And Howie...
You mean in the audience?
In the audience, yeah. And you could hear the person talking, right? And Howie turns and looks at the guy while he's telling the story, and he goes, what made you... Or he goes, who died and made you so important that you could answer the phone while we were in the middle of this show? And the entire crowd burst out in laughter because he was one of the owners of the biggest funeral homes in town.
Wow.
And then Howie was like, okay, all right, now I understood why you answered the phone. It was hysterical.
Somebody did die.
It was like it was one of those moments, and I was just like, nobody could have scripted it better than that. All right, do you guys have a team you're following here, or what are we doing? Now, we got Ohio State. Obviously, you've got Akron. You got Miami won last night. Who are you rooting for? Anybody? You got anything going? Dan, you can go first.
I'll keep an eye on all the MAC schools and the local schools. That'll sit near and dear. Anybody who ends up upsetting, I'll probably have an eye on that one as well. I'll try to catch everybody who's high in the draft, like AJ DeBonza.
I mean, Duke is definitely going to watch them, right?
Yeah, like I want to see DeBonza. I want to see the other guys. The kid from Arkansas, whose name I can't think of right now. Like I want to see all those guys play, and that'll be about it. Like I'll end up watching the majority of it. I knocked out probably 3 meals worth of cooking yesterday for the lone idea that I'm not cooking. You're hungry, you heat it up in the microwave.
You just want to. All I know is that I'll never pick anybody who's on the other side of a 9 seed to even make the Final Four. Like you have no chance of winning the whole thing. Jeff, do you have anybody you're looking at, or are you kind of
the Zips?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah,
I think we all
the
are.
Akron Zips.
I thought High Point was interesting after talking to was it Rick Boyages was telling us about that?
Mm-hmm.
Saying keep your eye, or was it? It might have been Paul Biancardi. It was one of the two, one of the former 2 Ohio State assistants that we talked to over the week. Just saying, keep your eye on them. They could be a real sleeper on there, the way they shoot and the way they can play. I don't know. I was looking through some of the stats. If you're just kind of, you got 7 minutes probably to get your brackets in here. Highest scoring team in the tournament's Alabama, 91.7. The lowest scoring team is Northern Iowa, 69. The best free throw shooting team is St. Mary's, 81%. The worst is Long Island at 66. I love seeing schools and seeing the logos where CBS really had to work hard to find their logo, and then the name of the school doesn't fit on the bottom of the graphic. That's the other ones I love watching.
Oh, also, your heads up for those of you with cable. This is your 7-minute warning to go find True TV. You're going to need it.
I had to find it last night.
Channel 74 on Spectrum.
Go through your cable, find True TV. I'm sure you haven't watched it since last year, but get that out of the way now before you get in trouble.
I was watching the Red Hawks on Channel 74 last night.
There you go. But I had to find it. I had to think about it before I could go get it.
Make sure you set it to one of the favorites, so then that way you don't have to worry about it again.
All right, you're all set, and we're all set, too, for our next guest. Andrew Siciliano, Yahoo Sports Inside Coverage, and, of course, Browns Radio Network. He will join us next right here on Baskin and Phelps, so stand by for that. Good luck in all of your brackets. Hey, everybody, it's Andrew. 92.3 The Fan. Always a pleasure to have you on board. Andrew Siciliano. You know him and love him from a guy who calls the Browns games. He's going to be with us here in just a few moments. He'll be on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. NCAA basketball tournament getting set to start. Congratulations to Marcus Johnson from Garfield Heights. By the way, two-time Mr. Ohio basketball, following in his father Sonny's footsteps. So
like that.
Congratulations to Marcus on his back-to-back winning of Mr. Ohio basketball. That was just announced a few seconds ago. So
nice.
Way to go, and congratulations to the Johnson family. What an impact they've had on Northeast Ohio basketball for the last, 2 decades between, Juby and Sonny and Marcus. Really, first family of basketball maybe here in Northeast Ohio, especially high school and some of the college basketball that we talk about. Exciting weekend for everybody who's following along with that, too. The Browns, we're still waiting to see what they're going to do as far as maybe trying to bring in a wide receiver. I think we're looking forward to that as well. Again, he is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin, and we are set to talk to our good friend. He sets the gold standard because he hosts the Gold Zone and did a fantastic job during the Olympics. It was always awesome to see him on the tube while I was watching the Olympics last couple of weeks. He is Mr. Andrew Siciliano, and, of course, he is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Andrew. How are you?
Hi, Andrew.
Good morning. Good afternoon, friends. How are you? Have we not spoken since the Olympics?
Yeah, I don't think I've talked to you since the Olympics.
You're way we've missed you. Thank you.
Yeah, you did a great job. Always thank you. Like watching you do that. Is it fun? I mean, it's change of pace.
Yeah,
right?
Of course. It's a blast. Honestly, for lack of stating, for the risk of saying the obvious, it's the Olympics. It only happens every couple of years. Everyone's watching. It's an honor to be called every time the phone rings and they say, "Hey, do you want to do Gold Zone again?" I'm like, "Absolutely." You know what, Luke?
Yes.
So yeah, and was able to do a second show this year on USA that ran all night, which was kind of cool as well. So I had a blast. But more importantly, it's amazing. It's an honor to tell the stories of these athletes that have quite literally worked their entire lives for this moment. It's not like a Tuesday night NBA game. You know what I'm saying? It's not that those guys don't work hard, but you know what I'm saying? This is their moment, their entire life. So
just to tell you how seamless it is, I'm going to ask the question. Were you in LA or were you in Paris?
No. I was better yet, guys. I was in Stamford, Connecticut, which is the Milan of Connecticut.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
NBC headquarters, sports headquarters, is in Stamford, about 40 minutes outside New York City. It is a massive facility. It's like the size of a stadium. They have 17 control rooms.
Wow.
They had 1,700 people working there for Milan. There were 2,700 people working there for Paris. So Tirico in primetime is clearly in Milan, but
right.
Most of the studio shows that you see are done from Stamford, Connecticut.
Wow.
They put you all up in a big dorm?
Yeah.
You have a big cafeteria?
They have it down to a science. They buy out pretty much every hotel in Stamford and in Greenwich, and they have buses, vans, going, no joke, every 30 minutes, 24 hours a day for 3 weeks.
Wow.
So no matter what time you're on, and there's a 6-hour time change to Italy and was to Paris as well, no matter what time you're working, no matter what your job is, just go downstairs to the hotel and there will be a shuttle there to take you 24 hours a day to the office.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. It's really good.
Anybody on the slopes who can play quarterback?
Or wide receiver?
That's a great question.
Thanks.
Miles is out there supporting Chloe. I know he's not a quarterback. That was cool. No. Quarterbacks, skiing, curling, no. Highly unlikely. That's the question, isn't it? I mean, if the defense, even if the defense were to take a small step back, let's say, God forbid, the defense fell to 10th in the league. If you can put an offense on the field, I know we've been banging our heads against the wall with this the last couple of years. There's a lane to get there. You just got to figure out the quarterback part, and maybe the answer is in the building, maybe the answer is not.
Tell me if you think this thinking is off base, or if it's in line. Okay, they didn't make any big move. They didn't bring in anybody who clearly screams, I will be the starting quarterback. So if you actually go into this with Deshaun Watson and Shedeur, let's say Deshaun wins the job. It screams to me, okay, when the contract's up, you figure out what you get in the 2027 draft. If Shedeur beats out Deshaun, it screams, hey, good luck. If you really hit, maybe you can be the guy. If not, here comes the 2027 draft.
Well, there's a third option here as well.
Explain.
And that is Deshaun wins the job and plays well. Under your theory, he would win the job and not play well. Am I putting words in your mouth or reading?
Well, a little bit. My thinking is, would you actually re-sign him when his contract's up, or would you just move on?
I mean, that's way down the line.
I know.
I know where you're going, and I see where you're going. It's like, not changing the topic here, but like the Vikings, all right? So they went out and they made the move for Kyler, and they're paying him nothing. It's a free quarterback. The Cardinals pay his salary for all intents and purposes. They can't tag him. That was in the agreement. So let's say he plays lights out and they can't tag him, and to re-sign him, they have to write a massive check, which is exactly what the cycle they were trying to get out of by drafting J.J. McCarthy. So it's almost like, well, if he plays great, then that's wonderful. But now we're stuck again paying a massive bill for a quarterback, and that's what we were trying to avoid. Back to the Browns. Look, it would be a great problem to have, wouldn't it? I mean,
yes.
Yeah, they make a run to a wild card, get it in the postseason. It'd be a nice problem to have. I would never say never. That is so far down the line. In the perfect world, Shedeur plays great. All due respect to Deshaun,
sure,
because that's a cheaper quarterback. It's price control, and I'm not trying to be cheap, but look at, say, the Patriots or the Commanders or the Broncos or teams, or the Bears, right? Teams that have found their quarterback in the draft, and those quarterbacks are much more expensive, comparatively speaking, because they were first-round quarterbacks, and it helps you spend elsewhere and build the team. There's no right answer here, guys. I mean, there's another world in which they just say, to heck with it. Here's pick 37, traded for Mac Jones, and say, we built up our offensive line. We could find a wide receiver in the draft. Now we have a quarterback. There's that way to do it as well. I don't get the sense that that's going to happen, but I've been surprised in the past.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think there's that outside influence quarterback that he kind of talked about, the not in the building quarterback that they could bring in? Because, Jeff and I sit around, we're like, is there a guy out there that's a free agent right now that you could bring in and say, okay, he's the starting quarterback? Or are you better off looking to make a trade to bring in somebody?
So I'll give you the free agents. They are in no particular order. Aaron Rodgers.
Not happening. Keep going. Yep.
Kirk Cousins.
Doesn't feel like it would happen.
Jim Garoppolo.
Jeff, you want that one?
He's going to be great with Sean McVay again.
Yeah.
He hasn't resigned yet. Russell Wilson. Those are the guys. I mean, those are the guys of note.
The only guy that could be a possibility is Cousins, and I don't see that. Do you?
I don't. Kirk, now, listen, if you hand him the job, Kirk wants to play. There are really only two. Take the Browns out of it for a second. There are really only two other jobs out there right now, and they would be Arizona. Jacoby Brissett has it currently, and Vegas. Vegas would be a very similar situation to what he went into in Atlanta, with one massive caveat. Here, he knows they're taking a quarterback in the first round in Vegas and Mendoza, whereas in Atlanta he was surprised. We're all surprised. Kirk was burned by that. He doesn't want to go into that situation again. And even if he went to Vegas right now, knowing they're taking Mendoza, you then get stuck in the, wow, the kid looks great in the preseason because it's the preseason, and a new coach feels the pressure to just say, to heck with it, we're going to throw him out there. Mendoza, that is, in September, week 1 or week 2 or week 3, and then Cousins gets only 2 weeks, and then what is he doing? So I think Kirk wants to wait to see how the draft plays out and then maybe make a more informed choice. I don't think he'd be a Browns quarterback.
And wouldn't you throw Pittsburgh into that mix too? To not knowing who their quarterback is?
Yeah.
Okay.
If Aaron doesn't go back to the Steelers, then the Steelers have to figure it out. Do they roll with Will Howard? Do they draft a quarterback, or do they call Kirk Cousins? I don't think they wouldn't call Russell. I don't know that Garoppolo would be in play there. The Rodgers. Can we talk about Rodgers for a second? Because people just assume. I think the league assumes he's going to go back there. I am one of the few people, and my colleague on my Yahoo show, Jory Epstein, kind of feels the same way, that reads his appearance on McAfee a little bit different. It was 2 weeks before free agency. It was one day after Kyler Murray and the Cardinals, the news broke that he was going to be elsewhere. Not officially, but unofficially. And it almost seemed as if he was saying, hey, guys, like, there's no offer, there's no deadline. Well, there's no deadline because there's no offer. Like, I love the place. And I'm putting words in his mouth and reading between the lines here. I love the place. They talked up Will Howard, almost like, all right, really, you want to go with Will Howard? I love him. But I don't know that this is Aaron waiting. Part of my gut says this is the Steelers waiting to make an offer. Maybe I'm wrong.
If you go based on last year, why wouldn't you? I think you're right. The way things played out last year, and it took forever, right? Why wouldn't you? I think you're right.
He wants to go there. He wants to go there, and he knows that it's his only option at this point. And they haven't. Maybe I'm wrong. But this thing should be figured out by now. It isn't like last year. There are no other options for him. He wanted to go to Minnesota last year. I think he wanted to go to L.A. last year. Neither of those options happened, so he went to Pittsburgh. I think it worked out reasonably well. I mean, reasonably well. It wasn't that good. It was better than the alternatives. I wonder if they truly deep down inside want him. This is just me speculating without a lot of inside information. I fully concede this. Just trying to read between lines.
Does it surprise you that we're sitting here on March 19th and the Browns haven't, as of yet, and those are the key words, as of yet, added anybody at wide receiver?
No, I don't think so. The Michael Pittman move was kind of a move that when the Steelers made it, you're like, yeah, that would have been the Andrew Berry move, going in years past, whether it's Amari Cooper or Jerry Jeudy. That one, to me, was like, maybe that one would have worked. There's really not any guaranteed money the Steelers added to the deal beyond this year. He's kind of what you wanted Cedric Tillman to be, the big body guy that can make catches, that can make contested catches and, play outside, play a little bit in the slot, be a big slot if needed. But they didn't do that move. Is there going to be a veteran wide receiver beyond Tylan Wallace added? Maybe. I don't know, but I know we're all circling 6 or 24 in the first round. I would love to see that, but more importantly, you would love to see that guy be an immediate contributor. I love what they did with the offensive line, truly. People look at the age. Yes, Elton Jenkins and Titus Howard are older players. Zion Johnson is not. Zion had some up and down moments, but he was reliable. He's an exceedingly bright guy. I think he'd be a culture builder as well in that room. And the Chargers had a lot of mouths to feed. They didn't pick up his fifth-year option. In essence, the Browns said, we'll pay your fifth-year option. We'll tack on another year guaranteed at pretty much the same or at least a close price. Chargers kind of sort of wanted him back. Browns made a better offer. I think that's a foundational piece there. Hopefully he can continue, getting better. I think he's a good player. The offensive line has been addressed. You still need a left tackle, clearly. You still need at least one or two more pieces and depth pieces. Let's not forget depth. Quarterback and wide receiver are your next big issues. I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know.
All right, so let's play off that then. Ready? You got the draft. You got 3 high draft picks with the second-round pick in there too. Are you wide receiver, offensive line? Are you offensive line, wide receiver? I'm not asking for names. Give me the mix of positions.
Are you a stud defensive player?
Well, there you go, too. Give me the mix. Give me the mix.
It depends who's off the board. Honestly.
If you're walking into this, though, and you got a game plan, Andrew, you got it. Let's just say everyone's available that you want them to be available. Now go.
Okay. I would tell you right now that the top 5 ahead of the Browns, there are as many question marks as to who's going to go before them 5 weeks out as I have ever seen. Ever. And the drop-off in the offensive line talent between 6 and 24 is far, far bigger than it is at wide receiver. So I would go O-line at 6, but it depends on who's gone. Like, for example, let's go through this. We know who's going 1. Do you have any idea who's going 2? You assume the Jets go defense, right?
You would assume.
Assume.
Yes.
Okay, you hope the Jets go defense. Do you have any idea what Arizona's doing at 3?
No. You could be
trading us Marvin Harrison. How's
could
that
be tackle.
It could be tackle. It could be edge. What about Tennessee? It's likely edge. It could be Carnell Tate. It could be Jeremiah Love.
Could be Jeremiah Love, yeah. Put him with
5.
Put him with Ward.
Does the Terrell Edmonds signing in free agency preclude the Giants from going Sonny Styles at 5? You'd love the Giants to go Sonny Styles at 5, right?
Yes.
But they just gave big money to a linebacker. So what do they do at 5?
Caleb
in a
Downs.
perfect world, for me, I don't think Downs goes 5, but that's just me.
Okay.
In a perfect world, you want Carnell Tate, Jeremiah Love, and all the O-linemen still there at 6. You want the Jets to go Reese. You want the Cardinals to go Bailey. You want the Titans. It probably doesn't work. There's probably got to be one offensive player off the board. But if you could have Love, Tate, and Freeling all on the board at 6, then you want someone to come up for Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't want to draft him. You want to get somebody to trade for him.
Exactly.
Okay.
Love is the one player, for my money, that people behind you would be willing to trade up for. But one big caveat. The 2 teams that would want Jeremiah Love are the Saints and the Chiefs. And what did the Saints and the Chiefs both do in free agency? They spent money on running backs. The Saints on Achane or Etienne, and the
Kenneth
Chiefs
Walker.
on Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
So does that prevent them from getting a running back now? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
Oh, you've made it so intriguing.
Fascination.
Yes.
Like, in a perfect world, if I'm Andrew Berry, I know Browns fans don't want to hear trade down. I know. Look, you're like, trade down is
I
the
do.
pejorative.
I'm okay with it.
Okay?
I love the idea,
if
actually.
you move down 2 picks, got your tackle, let's say you move down 1 pick and picked up a third to go down to 7 so that Washington can be sure it gets up and gets Jeremiah Love, and that you at 7 get whoever you want with an extra third. I mean, you would take that deal every day.
Ding, ding, ding.
Ding.
Yep.
Or move down to 8 so that the Saints can move up and get their running back.
Well played. Well played.
I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
I like it, though.
It's all right. That's why you're the gold standard, man.
I like it.
That's why we like hanging with you.
I don't know if it's the gold standard, but
you are.
You guys are way too nice.
You're the gold standard. Goodbye, Andrew. We got to take off. Thanks, man.
Thanks, bud.
Okay, happy tournament day to you and yours. Please avoid meteors. Talk to you later.
Thank you. Goodbye, Andrew. Andrew Siciliano on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Of course, your Sunday voice of the Browns and Yahoo Sports Inside Coverage. Did a fantastic job doing his Olympic coverage as well. Like the whole end of that conversation, I want to go back and relive some of that. So we'll do that. Plus headlines coming up a little bit later in the hour. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Own the dream.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Andrew Siciliano just joined us. We had Terry Pluto on at 11 o'clock. Headlines coming up a little bit later, and then big question about the Cavaliers moving forward. We'll do that at 1 o'clock. 216-474-0092. Again, want to thank Andrew Siciliano for being on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. So, Jeff, I found what was interesting about Andrew's last point as we were trying to kind of put the puzzle together on what teams in front of the Browns might do, which makes it even more interesting when you start. You can sit here and say offensive line, wide receiver, offensive line. By position, it's easy to do that.
We clearly know that they need those two spots. And, Andy, I think we clearly think they're going to take somebody at one or both of those spots within their first three picks.
I just, every time we start talking about the draft, and I look at mock drafts, and I see Fernando Mendoza sitting there at 1, I keep saying to myself, somebody is going to draft a quarterback higher than what we're expecting.
Well, that quarterback would be Ty Simpson.
And where would we see Ty Simpson? I mean, is he really, really, really going to make it into the late teens, the 20s, second round? No, there's just no way. Because someone is going to overpay for him. Or maybe, if he turns out to be a great quarterback.
Always do on quarterbacks.
It's going to happen. And so I just think the quarterback quandary becomes even more inflated when you start saying, okay, look, Ty Simpson's probably going to get drafted higher because he's a quarterback. That's all there is. That's all there is to it for a team that needs a quarterback. The question is who's going to be the team to make that pick? And if the Browns are sitting there at 6 and somebody wants a quarterback, goodbye. See ya. I'll trade 6 in a minute.
I don't know that anybody will trade up to 6 for Ty Simpson.
I don't think so.
It only
either.
takes one.
That's all it takes.
Just takes one.
And can't you just see it? Like, I can envision watching the draft in Pittsburgh, and someone's going to go, the Browns are on the clock. The Browns have made a trade. Or the Browns have taken Ty Simpson. And you'd be like, and the whole crowd's going, what? And then we'll talk about it for the next month.
I don't see that, but you never know.
You never know, though.
Yeah, you never know.
I can envision it.
I keep looking at our quarterback situation and thinking, really?
Really?
Yeah, that's and that doesn't even mean that Watson couldn't come back and, if he's healthy, play better than he's played here. And it doesn't mean that Shedeur couldn't take that next step and become a more competent NFL quarterback and maybe on his way to being a good one. That could happen, and it very well could happen. But it seems to me, Andy, both of those options, you're keeping your fingers crossed so much that it screams to me the 2027 draft or 2027 free agency or trade or something else.
Or having to bring in a free agent in the middle of the season or early in the season.
Well, I don't know that they would do that. I would think that they would just play these guys.
Well,
if
here's
they're going to go
fear.
into the season with those two guys and that's it, like for instance,
Jeff, you can't though. I mean, the way you can't.
You have 3 guys.
I know,
and you drafted. I mean,
what if one of those guys gets hurt?
Andy, you liked these guys well enough that you drafted one in the 3rd round, who's the guy who's buried. You traded up to get the other guy in the 5th. You made a little bit of a move to get him.
Right.
And the other guy you gave up the franchise for.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like they don't have investment in all of these guys. They do have some kind of an investment. But I keep seeing things and activity that's going on. Philadelphia getting Andy Dalton to be the backup to Jaylen Hurts, to me, screams, all right, well, you didn't like Tanner McKee. Is Tanner McKee a guy the Browns should go and try and bring in here? My gut tells me no. My gut tells me play Watson or Shedeur and see what you get. The Minnesota Vikings are
But he's the kind of guy I could see them bringing in and be like, okay, let's bring in a 4th quarterback. you can.
Well,
or somebody who's going to be a backup.
It probably wouldn't cost you a ton.
Correct.
The Minnesota Vikings have re-signed Carson Wentz to be, you would think, the backup quarterback to Kyler Murray. Well, what does that mean for J.J. McCarthy? And I know you don't like him, but what did the Browns think when he came out 2 years ago? I don't know the answer to that. If they liked him, he was the 10th pick. If they liked him, you could probably get him cheap, and you could bring him in here. And if Todd Monken is the guy that you think he's going to be with the offense and with quarterbacks, well, maybe you get a big-time quarterback in J.J. McCarthy, and you can develop him and let him sit for a year.
But big-time based on what? College? I mean, like he hasn't had a chance.
Based on what teams thought of him coming out of the draft. At least one team.
If you bring J.J. McCarthy in here, where does he stand? He's a starter day one?
I would think you sit him.
Okay.
And you develop him. I would think. And
that's something Minnesota doesn't have time or patience to do.
And I still look at Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis and think I would take him over either one of the quarterbacks we have right now, or all three. And if you had to sit him for a year while Todd Monken coached him up, fine. I look at the options we have here right now, and I think, well, okay, if that's what you want to do. But Anthony Richardson, I think would be fun. Can the Browns get anything out of him? J.J. McCarthy, could the Browns get anything out of him? I think that would be fun. I don't think either option would cost you a whole lot. And I personally like the idea of both of them more than playing Deshaun or Shedeur. But again, if you brought those two guys in, Andy, I don't know that playing them would be the thing to do. Might be sitting them and letting them develop a little bit. That might be the issue. You know?
How many spots on the roster can you have guys sitting around waiting to develop on an active roster?
2 or 3. Especially at quarterback, you can have 1. And Tanner McKee is really interesting because in Philadelphia, he has shown small glimpses of being really, really interesting. But I don't know that I would bring him in here into that.
I don't know that what's the difference between having him or Gabriel here?
About 9 inches of height.
Okay. All right. I'll buy that if that's fair.
There's
but experience-wise,
experience-wise, Tanner McKee has a little bit more.
Little, yeah. But it's not much.
And he was good at Stanford, but not nearly as good as Dylan was in college.
I just don't know what the answer is. We'd sit around here, we could say, well, the answer is just make it so Sanders is your starter and move forward. But the team hasn't done that. That has been the driving force on a lot of the stuff that we say. We'd sit here and have nothing to talk about a quarterback if the team just said,
this is our guy.
Sanders is our guy. Yeah. Make it really, really easy.
Not until he started playing.
All right, what's going on in the world of sports? We're about to find out with headlines. Plus, I don't even want to think about it, but what happens to the Cavaliers if they don't have success in the playoffs or the next 14 days here trying to get up to it? Let's talk about that when we come back here in a moment. 216-474-0092. Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's a
Profar will serve a 162-game suspension after testing positive a second time for PEDs. His appeal did not result in a reduction in penalty. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hey, if you've missed a moment in our show, we'll include our conversations with Terry Pluto, Andrew Siciliano. You can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Just go back and listen.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. By the way, down in Dayton, Glenville is up 23-6 on Sandusky Perkins. That game is now in the second quarter. That is a state semifinal game. Again, what a busy weekend we have with all kinds of stuff. I want to welcome all of our friends that are around town, that are in town for the NCAA Division I Wrestling Championships that are going on at downtown. So I'm excited about that.
We like all our friends.
We love them. Hey, Thanks for coming here. Spend all your money. Plenty of Ohio folks to root for, too. There was a pretty good story this morning in the paper about who to root for. So now you know some of the little things going on. Let's get to some of the bigger headlines with Dan Mennigan. Hi, Dan.
Hang on, here it comes.
In the 2.5-second newsroom, here's Dan Mennigan.
All right, gentlemen, we will begin in the National Football League. Jeff, I have some bad news for you. You can pull out that old edition of Auto Trader that you've got in front of you right now. And put
here we go.
Giant black X over Carson Wentz. He has re-signed a 1-year contract with the Vikings. I am sorry, that deal no longer available.
I like Carson Wentz. I know it's been a while, and good for him because he doesn't have to move for the 7th time in 7 years. I'm happy for him. I mean, think about that guy. He had the world by the tail in Philadelphia. He's on his way to an MVP season. He was looking like he's going to be a Super Bowl champ, playing in the Super Bowl. And then he gets hurt, and it just has not been the same for him since. And Nick Foles wins the Super Bowl with the Eagles. And truly, it's 6 teams in the last 6 years for Carson Wentz.
Wow. Yeah, but I'm still kind of wondering what Minnesota's thinking there. But okay. Hey, you gave him 5 good games.
Young guy who's available, Andy.
Yeah.
J.J. McCarthy, baby.
Yeah.
You know, those Michigan quarterbacks, they do good things at the pros.
There you go, Jeff.
Ask that Brady fella.
Because he was so highly sought after coming out of college.
Who?
That Brady fellow.
Well, it doesn't matter. Once you're in, you're in.
Oh, is that how it works? Okay.
Yes, that's the same with Shedeur. Once you're in, you're in.
Okay. All right.
Well, there's a bit of a problem also brewing in the NFL. As ESPN's Kevin Seifert is reporting, the NFL is laying the groundwork for hiring replacement officials for the 2026 season if the league cannot agree on a new collective bargaining agreement with the NFL Referee Association's replacement officials considered for 2026. Andy, the league's looking at least 150 mostly small college officials. Oh, we're going to be doing a lot of yelling.
Small college is the way they're going there?
That's according to Kevin Seifert of ESPN.
That's if those guys want to cross a picket line, right?
Well, I mean, the NFL officials are the ones that are picketing. I don't know if it's all the same officials or officials who are officials or what is actually official.
Are we looking at, I hate to ask this, are we looking at a lockout or are we looking at a strike? Because I haven't paid any attention to this. And all I know is just pay these guys whatever you need to pay them. You've got enough going on with gambling and everything else. The last thing you need is a headache by having referees that aren't up to the same standards as the referees you currently have in the league. So
you mean the guys we complain about every weekend?
And so you think we complain about these guys? How about let's throw guys out there that have no NFL experience?
Interactive officiating. You can sit at home, and if you see something, you push the button on your remote control, and if enough people push the button, you get the holding call.
Oh, that's, you know what? It'll be just like, remember on Real People, you could do that? You could remember the TV show Real People?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
Okay, so you had a chance, if you were one of like 6 cities across the country that had old-time Warner Cable, you could press a button and you could vote live on things that were going on. It was very impressive.
Nice.
Very, very
well,
impressive.
let's do it for holding and everything else.
You want to talk about a nightmare? Just get something
replay.
settled with the referees.
Have Roger Goodell and his family members sitting in every stadium, and they can look at the replay and just make calls.
Get ready for holding on every call. Come on. Just get it done. Just settle. Whatever it takes to figure that out with those guys. It's a headache. It's a giant headache. Give the referees, I'm not saying give them what they want, but come up with some kind of fair and equitable solution to whatever's going on.
Dan Wokey, the LA Lakers reporter for The Athletic, sent this out in a tweet. When asked if he was still interested in NBA ownership, LeBron James said, not at all. Andy, calling it hogwash. You agree?
No, I'm not. I don't think he has the cash. You're talking about $10 billion. $6 to $10 billion is what I read. And, congratulations to LeBron on being a billionaire, but we're talking $6 to $10 billion. I just don't see it. But is it a good investment? I don't see any of those guys not doing draft picks from a yacht, I guess, in pandemic times. But I think LeBron either wants to play again or wants to continue playing, so he knows that if he wants to quit, if he wanted to get Las Vegas, he'd have to quit. So I think it's way more money. I just think that's a lot more money than LeBron. Now, could LeBron get a group together to buy it? Yeah, sure. I'm sure he probably could. And could he be the majority owner? Yeah. That's a lot of money, man. A lot of money.
It's also a lot of headaches.
Yeah.
If it could be anyway. It could be. Does he want to do that, or does he want to take his career in other avenues when he quits playing? Who knows?
LeBron has been a gigantic winner on this side of the bargaining table for his entire career. Does he really want to put himself on the other side?
Remember one thing Michael Jordan always said about being an owner. It was the idea of paying some of these guys.
Yeah.
And paying them the money that he had to pay them.
Yeah.
Knowing that I was so much better than you, and I didn't make anywhere near that.
Right.
I remember Jordan talking about that, in not exactly those words. But it was like, I can't believe I got to pay this guy that much money because he's not that good. I would think LeBron would think the same thing.
I would think LeBron. It's a hard time when you're really, really, really good at a sport and you see what's coming after you. Your level of expectation is of yours, and sometimes that's hard to swallow.
Yeah, but that bar is so high for guys like LeBron and Michael.
Yep.
I figure we'll throw this in there. This is kind of fun. Coming down the pipeline, our buddy, former Ohio State Buckeye, and of course our buddy on the Browns Radio Network, Tyvis Powell, firing the cannon tonight for the Blue Jackets game.
Really?
Ah.
Man, is he on a roll?
He's become his own cottage industry. It's beautiful.
You guys want to take me up on that? 5-1 he curses.
No way.
That cannon goes off and he drops a 4-letter word.
The cannon goes off and he giggles hysterically like he does.
Oh, I can see that too.
When one of the guys on his fantasy team gets a 60-yard touchdown.
Yeah, come on. That's a great honor. And now he just got into his high school Hall of Fame a few weeks ago. He is living the good life.
He's on a roll, baby.
I'm glad that we were allowed to be in the same room as him.
Best thing of all, he's married to a wonderful woman.
Yes.
She is a delight.
Yeah,
I'm glad he's on our team. Good for him. He gets to shoot off the cannon tonight. Good for him. It's a lot of work.
Polymarket is now the official prediction market of Major League Baseball.
What is?
Polymarket.
Polymarket.
So that way people can gamble on everything that's going on. But a part of the agreement is they will let Major League Baseball know if there's any shenanigans that they believe may be taking place.
Sure. Ask Emmanuel Clase about that.
Jeff, is this a good idea?
Oh, Dan, it's the world we live in now. I don't know that I like it, but gambling is legalized, and you're allowed to bet on sports, and you're allowed to sit at home and bet on the next pitch and the next everything else. And I don't know. We here in Cleveland are maybe a little more sensitive after what happened with our pitchers.
Yeah.
When I don't know if folks around the country are. I think people are just kind of taking it for granted, and that's the way it's going to be.
I think of all sports that need to stay away from gambling, it's Major League Baseball. I just think they are.
As we see, it's easily.
Every time they take a penny from gambling, it's hypocritical.
It can be easily manipulated as well, Andy.
Yeah,
as we saw.
Although Rob Manfred thinks that this is the best way to combat threats to the sport's integrity. So I do like the fact that, I mean, it kills me here because of what happened to the Guardians. But, I mean, at least they have the information, and now they know and they can see when people are, although, but there's also illegal betting markets out there. I'm still struggling with the leagues being tied, but it is what it is. So, and why not if the money's there? I just, for years we sat around and we talked about Major League Baseball and Pete Rose and, Pete passes and it's just changing times. It's just changing times. So it is what it is. I look at Major League Baseball as the one sport that's just unbelievably hypocritical when it comes to gambling. So,
Andy, I'm tossing this out because you're going to know next week if Jeff and I start fading away, at least for a little bit of it. This is just an FYI. I'm telling Jeff we're going to get it out in the open. Jeff?
Hockey?
The Masters now has a search setting where you can find any shot on it from 1968 to 2025. Oh. So if for some reason you're like twitching a little bit and thinking to yourself, like,
what?
I really want to watch Tom Watson play 15.
Oh, we're never
I'll tell you what, Julius
Tom
Boros.
Watson play 15? I want to watch Sevy on 17. Let's see what that looks like.
I'm going back to Julius Boros, man. Let's go.
So you can find every shot since when?
Every single shot since 1968 on the Masters site.
Please tell me I don't have to pay for that.
You do not. This is the Masters, Jeff. There will be no cash needing to go hand in hand. This is the way we operate for the Masters.
Andy, I'll see you in a couple of months.
Uh-huh.
Oh, man. We are going to lock you in a cave with pimento cheese and a computer.
Yeah,
we'll
so if you see Jeff and I zone out for a little bit, you have a reason why. Gentlemen, we will end.
That's awesome.
We will end headlines.
Oh my God, you're like a kid. You seriously sound like you're
I'll be
an
going.
8-year-old
I'll be checking that out.
who just opened up his first pack of baseball cards.
Are you kidding me? Checking that baby out. Did Tom Weisskopf go?
I was watching
Pride of Benedictine.
You good with Ohio State Buckeyes? I'm just making sure.
Benedictine bagel.
I was watching Bubba out of the Pine Straw while you guys were yammering on about something I don't know what.
Pine straw.
Anyway.
Isn't it just straw?
No. Pine straw.
Real quick, gentlemen, would you eat it? Ballpark style. We ready? We're getting a lot of releases right now about food that will be available at ballparks.
Oh, this sounds like it's more than a 1-minute segment. Come on, man.
We're going to play a quick game of Would You Eat It?
Go.
The Diamondbacks have a Take Me Out to the Ball Game shake this year. It is a salted caramel shake with whipped cream, peanut butter sandwich, cookies, Kit Kat bars, and a Cracker Jacks.
Yes.
Would you eat it?
All mixed together?
Uh-huh.
No, if you salted caramel milkshake, stop right there. Yes.
Is it Blizzard style? Yeah, probably. Yes.
It's all together to my knowledge. The Marlins have a new machete, or machete if you prefer, menu item that is served in a custom carrying case. It is a 2-foot homemade flour tortilla grilled on a flat top, melted mozzarella and other cheeses, house marinated carne asada, a pepper sauce that is on there, salsa, Valverde, and cilantro. Mr. Phelps, would you eat it?
What's in it? Carnitas?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Carne asada.
Yeah, I'd give it a shot.
Andy, would you eat the 2-foot tortilla?
Yes.
Me too. That is one of the easiest calls. And the Dodgers have a watermelon habanero margarita. Let's remove the alcohol, just because I know neither one of you drink.
No, I drink when I need to. After the show at 2 o'clock.
I was going to say 2 o'clock every day.
2:01 every day. Yeah,
so, watermelon habanero margarita you could get in a souvenir water cooler cup. I recommend people look it up. The water cooler cup is really cool. It's tequila shaken with a fresh lime juice and house watermelon habanero mix over ice. I would drink this, but for the lone reason that I want the cup. Because it legitimately looks like a Gatorade cooler. Like you could walk around every time like your softball team won and just dump that on people's heads.
I drink unsweetened iced tea. Okay? I throw lemon in and I'm all happy. And I'll pay my $2 to $3 to get that. The idea of paying, I'll bet that costs $20.
Oh, it's $25 to $30. I bet that's $29.
Paying high dollars for beverages to me is one of the most ridiculous things going. Don't tell my wife.
I'm going 32 on that. Do we know the price?
I don't have the
We got to find the price on this thing. I mean, it's seriously, you go to
I just want to know if you'll eat it. I don't care how much
I'm going to pass on it.
Oh, I'm not. I'm all over it. I drink it. But I not if it costs that. Like you know what it costs to get
$25, Andy.
Yeah, you know what it costs to get a mixed drink at a concert around here. Now, Ridiculous. You got to take out a loan. Yeah, I guarantee you got to take out a loan on that too. All right, let's come back. I've got to ask you a question about your basketball coach here in town. You want to know what it is?
No.
What happens?
Tell me later.
What happens?
Go ahead.
What happens if they don't make it out of the second round?
Oh.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
This
Royals in Goodyear. Parker Messick will get the start. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code word SAUCE, S-A-U-C-E, SAUCE, at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock. It'll be for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. Try Mr. Hero's new chicken tenders and chicken tender wraps. You can choose between 6 different sauces. They include hot honey, buffalo, Kentucky bourbon, garlic parmesan, barbecue, and teriyaki. Order in-store, or you can do it online. It's all from Mr. Hero and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Again, the word SAUCE, S-A-U-C-E, at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock. Your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. The number to call in, 216-474-0092. Jeff, the big story in the NBA today, obviously, is Cade Cunningham having a collapsed lung. They're going to wait 2 weeks, then they're going to reassess. Could be out. Early reports are he could be out 3 to 6 weeks, which probably puts him back somewhere near the start of the playoffs. And with an interesting scenario in the NBA where, you take a look at the standings and you try to figure out what's going on. The Pistons have the best record in the Eastern Conference at 49-16. That's a 3.5-game lead over the Boston Celtics. Mm-hmm. It's a 5-game lead over the Knicks, who sit in the 3 spot, and it's a 7.5-game lead over the Cavaliers. Raptors are on the other side of the Cavs at 10 games back at 39-29. If you looked at if the playoffs started today, you obviously would get the 1 seed would get the winner of the 10-9 play-in. The 2 seed gets the winner of the 8-7 play-in. And then you condense and you would get, the Cavs and the Raptors to start this thing out, right? So at the 4-5, which should be the best matchup in the mix. The question I have now becomes, if Boston overtakes Detroit, then the Cavaliers, if they stay at 4, you could end up seeing Boston in the second round. You're probably going to see Boston or Detroit in the second round the way things play out. I don't know. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens to the Pistons these last, 13, 14 games going up here to end the season, how far the Pistons might fall back if, how much the Cade Cunningham injury affects them down the stretch. And my question for you, Jeff, is if Kenny Atkinson runs into, I guess it'd be true even if it's the Pistons, but if he runs into the Celtics in the second round and gets knocked out, is his job on the line?
I think, Andy, whoever they run into in the second round, it's going to be a big series. It's not like last year where the Cavs were the team, Yeah. And we all kind of expected, the Cavs were the favorite in that series, and they're the team to beat. I don't know I don't think that's the case this year. I think they got to get things polished up a little bit, before they get to the playoffs. But think about the Cavs organization. They're proactive. They're really aggressive. Last year, they made a big move and brought in DeAndre Hunter. And that they thought, okay, that's the move that's going to maybe put us over the top and make us a better playoff team. It didn't. And then they moved on from DeAndre. And this year, they bring in Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis and trade DeAndre away, then pull off the bigger deal and get James Harden, giving up Darius Garland. If this one doesn't work and put them past at least to the NBA or the Eastern Conference Finals, Andy, I would think that they would certainly discuss making a change. Because if it didn't work, then what's the issue?
Well, the question is why didn't it work? Is it the wrong personnel? Is it coaching? Or
if by chance they get knocked out again, now do I think they should move on from Kenny Atkinson if they get knocked out? No, I don't. I say that because of this. There are guys, there are a lot of guys, I think, who can be good NBA head coaches and are good NBA head coaches. And Kenny's one of them. I liked Kenny when he was in Brooklyn with the Nets. I thought he was a good coach. And when the Cavs hired him, I thought that's a good move. He went to finishing school with Steve Kerr out there in Golden State.
Sure.
I thought Kenny did a nice job last year, phenomenal job actually, and he's dealing with some different issues this year. I don't think they should move on from him if it doesn't go well this year. The question is, though, okay, well then why didn't it work? And we're really, we're looking down the road here. Why didn't it work if it doesn't work? And what do you change? Because you would change, I would think. You change something.
But how much? I don't know why.
Let me throw out one thought to you, though.
Okay. And by the way, I don't think this is married to the general manager position either.
No?
Not Kenny. I don't know. Should Kobe be? Kobe's aggressive, and I don't have any
Always
problem.
has been.
But I think that's the marching orders too, though. Don't you think? You have ownership that has always been aggressive. It doesn't matter who the general manager is.
Yeah.
Always aggressive.
Yeah. Remember, this is the team that moved on from J.B. Bickerstaff, who would improve the team every year.
Right.
But didn't like what they were seeing in the playoffs. So even though Kenny Atkinson, I think, has done a really nice job, it happens all the time in pro sports. It really happens in the NBA. If they think, all right, well, Kenny got this thing as far as he could. Maybe and it didn't work here in 2 years, and we gave him James Harden. It wouldn't flabbergast me if they made a move. And I would think wouldn't be too hard to find another coach, because Johnny Bryant is sitting right there, who's been a highly thought of assistant coach, and
they are pretty aggressive also about promoting from within, no matter what the position is.
In many avenues, they have been. GM certainly. That's their history, is promoting from within. And if by chance they thought they should make a move, Johnny Bryant's sitting right there, and very close with Donovan Mitchell. You're all in on Donovan. If you decide the coaching situation isn't what you want it to be moving forward, I don't see that there's any other option that they would think about. I would think you would just promote Johnny Bryant.
I laugh.
Who's never been a head coach.
I can't put anything past ownership in Cleveland, right? I mean,
well, ownership in Cleveland does what it needs to do to try and get the job done.
I mean, how often would you...
Sometimes being a little too, maybe not patient enough, but...
I mean, since 2010, they have let 3 coaches with winning percentages higher than 600 go. Ty Lue was 607.
That
Mike
seemed
Brown
to have run its course, though.
Yeah, I know. Mike Brown was at 663, and David Blatt went to the NBA Finals and then was in first place when he got fired at 675. That's why the only reason I say this, and I'm not saying it was the wrong move, and I know that you felt like Ty ran its course. David Blatt just, no matter what, just didn't seem like it didn't seem like a fit.
And I don't mean that in a negative way about Ty. I think Ty's a really good coach. I like him a lot. I wish he had stayed. The situation when the team decided it was going to kind of rebuild some things, it didn't seem that Ty was overly interested. Remember, he had some health concerns at the time too.
Yeah, I love Ty.
And
I thought Ty was great.
I think he's awesome. And it just seemed like, Ty probably wants to do something else here too.
I mean, JB did have
JB improved the team every year.
517, yeah.
I mean, Andy, what were his win totals? You got them in front of you?
Yeah, he ended up, he walked out of here 329 and 170.
Yeah, but every year, what were his wins? Do you have them?
Regular season, that's games coach.
Improved
so
every year.
Of the 3, I'm sorry. So he coached 320. He ended up, walked out the door 170 and 159. Is that what you're asking for year by year?
I was just
I don't
wondering
know
what he did by year.
I just don't remember.
It improved every year. Here, I've got it. 5 wins when he took over. Just he coached 11 games. 22 wins to 44 wins to 51 wins. And then in the last year, he won 48 games. Lost in the conference semis. So the last year, they regressed just slightly in total wins. But he went from missing the playoffs twice to losing the first round to losing in the conference semis. In other words, he improved the team. And they moved on because they thought they needed something else. That's the way the NBA works. And it wouldn't even be an indictment of the Cavs. I wouldn't move on from Kenny, but that's the way the NBA works. And if they don't get it done, that would have been 4 straight years of not getting past the second round of the playoffs. And the first year with JB not getting out of the first.
It's but again, I don't put it past ownership to change, to change quickly. But
well, no, I mean their window's not exactly,
it's a weird window.
It's not a great big bay window looking out over the lake.
No, it's not.
I mean, Donovan Mitchell's under contract here for now, and he's not getting any younger. He's not old, but he's not getting any younger. And James Harden definitely isn't getting any younger. If James doesn't come back, he can use that money elsewhere. But I think it's not precarious. I just think they're in a time right now where time to strike is now.
All right, does it matter? Like, what do you think he needs to do to make sure that he's back for another year? Even let's be honest, even if he wants to make sure he's back for another. If he wants to be back for another year,
well,
sometimes we don't.
These jobs are hard to come by.
I know.
You just have to win basketball games. I mean, it sounds stupid, and I'm not going to say he needs to get to the NBA Finals. I'm not even going to say he needs to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. But if he doesn't get to the Eastern Conference Finals, you can be sure, as it should be, it will be discussed. Do we have the right guy? We okay? He took us this far. That was the thinking with JB.
Right.
He took us this far, but now we need somebody who's a little better of an offensive coach to put it over the top. That's kind of the thinking. Well, this year it might be, we need somebody who has an offensive system and yet the defensive system's a little tighter. Who knows? I mean, it's the NBA. It's fickle. And when you're spending the money you spend on players in the NBA, and players have the ability to move, you better win. Especially when you're in a situation like the Cavs are in right now, where they think they have a team.
How far does Kenny Atkinson have to get to not have to worry about what the future could be here in Cleveland? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Knowing that they're probably going to meet up with either Detroit or Boston, depending on how things go. Again, Cade Cunningham has a collapsed lung. That was the news this morning, and we're waiting to see how long he's going to be out for and how that affects Detroit down the stretch here with the last 13, 14 games to go. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
featured in the Prospects game, and Cactus League play will continue later tonight. The Guardians will play host to the Royals in Goodyear. Parker Messick will be on the hill. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
As always, you can listen to our show. You can listen to all the local shows right here on The Fan, as a matter of fact, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. What a show we've had for you today. Terry Pluto from Cleveland.com joined us at 11 o'clock. We talked about everything with him, from Browns to Guardians to Cavaliers. Andrew Siciliano was with us.
What's
at
your
high
favorite
noon.
kind of pie, we asked Terry? Yeah.
Did we? What did he say?
Do you like carrot cake? Everything. We talked everything with Terry.
We did. I can't remember what he said. Did he say cheesecake? Was that the answer?
He likes buffalo burgers.
Okay. That wasn't a dessert. That's why you threw me for a loop there. Just want you to know that sometimes.
Good.
You go off the rails sometimes.
No.
Andrew Siciliano joined us at noon from Yahoo Sports and, of course, the Browns Radio Network. Plenty of stuff to talk about there, especially some thought-provoking things when it comes to the NFL draft. And it's not about the Browns at 6. It's about what's happening basically 2 through 5.
All the way around him.
Yeah, so I thought that was a fun little conversation that we had with him as well. Here's my question for you right now, though. How far do the Cavaliers need to get to make sure that Kenny Atkinson's job is secure going into next year? Could he get fired if they don't make it out of the second round?
Sure. Could he? Sure. Should he? No, I don't think so. I think Kenny's a terrific coach.
I do too.
But that's the way the NBA works. If you're actually looking for a level, if you get to such and such, if you're looking to secure a job, if you get to the NBA Finals, you're coming back. If you get to the Eastern Conference
Unless
Finals,
you're David Blatt, then you got to wait 3 weeks and then you get fired.
If you go to the Eastern Conference Finals and it doesn't go well, maybe management decides they want to go in some kind of a different direction. I don't know.
I gotta believe if they make the Eastern Conference Finals, he's back.
Well,
I don't know why.
I would hope so.
Why would you? I mean, especially knowing that you changed things at the end of the year too. It wasn't like,
you changed things because you felt a sense of urgency.
Yeah, maybe because the talent you brought in wasn't working. Is that on the coach or is that on the players?
Well, it worked last year. It just didn't work in the playoffs, and that's the ultimate goal. To have it work in the playoffs.
Right.
So if they change things up and it doesn't work, is that on the coach for not getting the most out of the changes, or is that on the front office for making changes that didn't get it done? And again, what does the owner decide to do about it, if anything? He had a good coach in J.B. Bickerstaff, and the team moved on. Okay. The team's moved on from other good coaches. They have a good coach in Kenny Atkinson. If they move on from Kenny will get hired somewhere else, and he'll do a good job because he's a good basketball coach. But it's just, I hate to say it, it's just the way the league works. And if you don't get the results you're looking for, I mean, think about it. The Cavs have the biggest payroll in the league.
Right.
Dan's writing the biggest checks out there.
More than he probably should be.
And
second apron guy. Yeah.
Well, What do you want for your money? You want wins.
So
you want a deep playoff run.
All right, let me ask you this.
Ultimately, you want an NBA championship.
Take Kenny out of the equation. Ready? Would you roll back this roster next year as it is right now?
They'll have to think about that, won't
and
they?
I'll just say the first 10. I'm asking you, would you roll back this roster? And you don't have to do the whole roster, but the 10 most significant players on the roster.
No.
You wouldn't roll it back?
No.
If they won the whole thing, would you roll it back?
You'd still tweak, Andy. You're always trying to improve because everybody else is.
But by winning a championship,
they'd be gunning for you.
How much more can you improve than winning a championship?
Well, you said top 10 guys in the rotation.
Yeah.
You'd try and fix a couple of them. Get better. You always try to. I don't think this roster is foolproof. I like Harden with this team better than I like Darius Garland with this team. Donovan Mitchell's a really good player. Does Donovan need the basketball too much? Wide open debate. And does it affect Does it affect Evan Mobley? Is Evan not going to be the kind of guy you wanted him to be, but yet still going to be an all-star caliber player because he can go out and average a double-double and play great D? Eventually you're going to have to make a decision there. Is this the guy? Is this all there is, or can there be more? If there is to be more of Evan Mobley, is it because of coaching, or is it because of the guys who are surrounding him on the basketball court? I don't know. I don't know if anybody ever is going to be able to completely flourish playing next to Donovan, because Donovan needs as many shots as he needs. That said, I think you should be able to, and I think that's on Evan. It's on the coaching staff. It's on Donovan. They've got to figure that out.
Here's the other part, the Jared Allen part of this, because with him being out.
Well, they're not as good of a team, are they?
Yeah, no, they're not. And you go back and think about what maybe people thought earlier in the season, and kind of dismissed him as
a bit part.
Yeah, and I think we found out that he shouldn't be a bit part, especially with Harden on the team. We've just seen it, like between him and Harden, they've changed the game. And when he's not playing like right now, you can see that the road isn't exactly as smooth as it was. And so, which
gets back to our thought, Andy, earlier, and they could really use these games. Going up to the playoffs to get everybody on the same page, get Max back in there. Evan missed a lot of games.
Right.
When James first got here. Get Evan working with Jarrett and James Harden. Get the feel for that. Where does Max Strus fit in? How does Donovan fit in? I think we've seen a little bit different play from Donovan Mitchell since James Harden's been here. Donovan's extraordinary. He's really good. But again, everything in the NBA is about how things mesh. And because of, I think, circumstances beyond their control, they haven't had the opportunity to do that as much as they would like so far. That said, don't you think they're a better team with James Harden?
Oh, it's 10 times more fun to watch.
No, that's not what I asked.
They are a better team, and it's more fun to watch. It's both. So it's a double win for me.
So you get the double whammy.
Yeah. And there are times when I don't feel like, even though they did it a couple times, where they're just not chucking up threes at the end of the game. Just kind of, even when if you're down less than 10, please. There's no desperation to run down the floor in the beginning of the shot clock and just, I'm going to take a three right now. Like that just drives me nuts, especially knowing that you've got two big guys that can take it to the hole. It's not even that. I mean, your other guys can take it to the hole too. And it's like, just get the two. Stop with the threes. Like, I get it. I understand it. But I just, you don't need to do it when you're within that 10-point range with 4 minutes to go in the game. 4 minutes or less to go in the game. It just looks like panic or desperation or, I'm going to come down and hit 3 threes because I'm going to be the hero.
Yeah.
I can't stand watching
I know you can't. I'm not a huge fan. It's just kind of the way the NBA is.
I got to be the hero. I got to be. No, you don't.
The way the NBA is.
How about play some team basketball? Get it down low. Let your big guy just bang it in off the glass. Nelson's in Avon Lake. Hi, Nelson.
Nice. How are you?
Nelson.
Good. How are you?
Man, how about hired to be fired? It's never been more evident in, at least for the Cavs, right? Like, we're always looking for the next and greatest coach. But, Andy, I agree with you. How about roster construction? And I don't want to throw, Colby under the bus here, but this roster has been flawed for a number of years. And it's not like Cleveland is a hotbed destination for free agents, right? So we got to do it through, drafting and maybe making trades, like the trade that we just made. But, I think it'd be fair. I will say this. It'd be a fair expectation with how much is being spent on this roster to at least get out of the second round. I think.
Yeah, I just wonder. Here's my point on this, Nelson. How much of it is Kobe and Kenny, and then how much of it is the other teams? Like we just want to circle us all the time, but Boston got really good, and they were already good, and they got even better. Just a week ago or 10 days ago.
I agree, right? I agree, and I think back to when we had the pleasure of watching arguably the best player of the generation,
right,
and LeBron James, and how teams like Boston and Toronto could never get over the hump against the Cavs, right? And now we're I think we have a good, solid roster, but in my opinion, this is Boston's to lose. I think that they're so good right now. So to me, if you get past the second round of the playoffs, maybe make it to the Eastern Conference, and give Boston a nice fought, series, I think Kenny should stay. But Jeff, to your point, we've seen guys who have coached great records here. I mean, you talk about Bickerstaff who get let go, but I always ask, and I'll let you guys go with this, who would we replace Kenny with? I don't know.
Thank you, Nelson.
Thanks.
Johnny Bryant, associate head coach. Really highly thought of assistant coach around the NBA. The Cavs, he was up for the Cavs coaching job when they hired Kenny.
Right.
And then they were able to get him in here as an assistant coach, which was a big move. And great buddies with Donovan Mitchell, which you can say what you want about that. Is that good? Is it bad? It's reality.
That's David Blatt. Right. I hate to use him as my pinpoint on this, but he always seems to come back and be there. We're going to talk a little baseball to wrap things up when we come back here. Something happened to baseball over the last 2 weeks that may change the game down the road. What was it? I'll explain it to you when we come back. Hey, everybody, it's Andy back.
Braves outfielder Jurickson Profar will serve a 162-game suspension after testing positive a second time for PEDs. His appeal did not result in a reduction in penalty. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The spring training report brought to us by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck and Quinn Legal Associates.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Talked about a lot of stuff. Had some great guests on today's show. Had a fantastic time talking with not only Terry Pluto, but Andrew Siciliano. Both of those are available on the Odyssey app. And in case you missed a moment of the show, you can always use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That's our friends at Integrated Restorations. Speaking of friends, congratulations to those Glenville Tarblooders who beat Sandusky Perkins today in the Division IV state basketball tournament. They were playing at the Nutter Center in Dayton. They will move now over tomorrow. They'll play in the state championship Division IV. Glenville beat Perkins 48-36, the final. In that game, they await the winner of Maysville, Wyoming. That is a championship game tomorrow at 4:15 at Dayton, where we saw the first four last night, where Miami was able to move on. Also, good luck to all of our other teams that are getting the chance to participate over the next 2 days. There's a ton of games in Dayton for the boys as we get settled into, what do we have, 7 state championships over the weekend that'll wrap up on Sunday. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Talking a lot about baseball as well. Maybe we'll do a little spring training stuff here.
I think that's a fine idea.
Yes, just making sure. All right. So I wanted to tell you this, Jeff, as you know, you're going to listen to this, and then you're going to be like, I can't believe he's talking about this. Mid-season tournament for baseball, again, now comes back up again because of the World Baseball Classic.
Wait a minute. When did Adam Silver start working for Major League Baseball?
It's today's headline. It's World Baseball Classic success may lead to mid-season tournament. Why? Because the ratings were through the roof for the World Baseball Classic.
Were they?
Yeah, the current TV deal with Fox goes through 28. So you're looking at 2 more years. And I say goes through 28 for the All-Star game. Now, who knows where we're going with this thing, especially because we could have labor strife at the end of the year with, with everything else that's going on. But how would you feel about a break in the middle of the baseball season so they could do a type of World Baseball Classic?
What kind of tournament?
Great question, Jeff.
Thanks,
I have no
Andy.
idea.
Thanks.
They're kicking it around because they set attendance and broadcast viewership records for the World Baseball Classic. And at some point, that could be moved to the midseason. So you're talking about doing this tournament mid-season.
That's a different deal. Doing this during the middle of the season would be cool.
You'd be in favor of it.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, cool. What does cool mean?
Cool means, wow, that would be an interesting place to put it. Where I would have an issue with it, it's a pretty big chunk of baseball. What was it? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? They shut them down for 2 or 3 weeks. You'd have to shut down the regular season. You'd have to cut back the number of games. You'd have to go to 150. Or you'd have to start doubling up and playing double headers and everything else.
Would you go to 154 like they used to?
Who cares?
I'm just saying, you're talking about 4 games. You're saying 150.
150, 154. What difference is there?
Or start the season a couple days earlier? More double headers on the weekends?
Nothing better than mid-March baseball in Detroit.
As long as you're not playing here, I don't think it's a big deal. Like, I think if you're going to add a couple more days, go play where it's warm for the first week of the season. There is no reason.
Neutral site games.
Well, or neutral. All right, that's fine. I'll take neutral site games early on. Why not? They go to Japan. Why not? There's no reason the Guardians should open up here until mid-April. They could play the first 2 weeks of the season on the road.
The one issue here, and we've had people call and argue with us about it, is major league teams don't want their investments playing for somebody else. They don't. I mean, we heard it all through the World Baseball Classic. The Padres have called into Venezuela and said this. They've called Mark DeRosa and said, don't pitch Miller.
Did Venezuela listen?
I think they did, Andy.
I think DeRosa did. That's
no, there were
sure.
a couple of guys that didn't play. And I understand that. It's great to play for your country and all that. Your country's not paying you $35 million a year and guaranteeing, an 8-year contract. So I think the World Baseball Classic in the middle of the season is cool, I don't think it works.
The semifinal between the Dominican Republic and the United States, 7.37 million on FS1 and Fox Deportes.
Great.
That tops the previous high of 5.2 million for the 23 final.
It was great fun. I just think it's a concept that is tough to fit around a Major League Baseball season.
Dan, could they pull it off? If they could stop for the Olympics for 2 weeks, I don't know why they couldn't stop.
I don't think baseball will do it.
I don't either.
Do you really want to play the World Series in mid-November?
Would you have to drop the All-Star game, too? It's the only All-Star game that actually is, decent, too.
Yeah. I mean,
that's the harder part.
The dream would be to find a way to play this in the middle of the season where you don't have all of these restrictions. The problem is it just doesn't exist. You can't play it in December. Guys aren't geared up and ready to go or anything else like that like you could with the World Cup. This is the best time to do it, and I wish there was a better time. And I can't state it enough.
Dan, you just said that really well. When they played it is the best time to play it, and you wish there was a better time.
Right. It's just the season's too damn long, and you're not going to talk these owners into losing home games. You just won't do it.
You're also not going to talk them into losing talent.
It's the same way I am with the NBA, and everybody's saying, the NBA needs less than 82 games. Okay, good luck sitting down with the 30 guys, or 32 guys, I should say, making money off of this.
Mm-hmm.
And tell them that they're going to get less money in their pockets. And then good luck talking to the players and going, hey, you're going to get less money in your pockets, too.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to keep the players' salaries where they are and play less games.
Could you, and I'm just going to throw this at you, could you play it after the World Series?
No.
Because a lot of guys would be out.
Yeah,
because
you have too many guys out with injuries.
Well, no, I'm just saying you're already out because your regular season ended weeks before.
And let me go back to my point that people don't like. If you managed your starting pitching during the season because you wanted to keep your guy under 200 innings, and then all of a sudden he goes and pitches for whatever country he's pitching for and throws 2 complete games, goes 7 innings 3 times or something like that, because he'd be all built up. He might be tired, but he's all built up. That's the issue now. They're trying to build guys up for the start of the season.
Right.
And they're yanking guys early.
The nice thing with the World Cup being its own separate entity from all of the soccer leagues is that the World Cup can tell these teams to kick rocks. This is what we're doing.
Yeah, this can't tell anybody to kick rocks.
WBC can't do that. It would have to separate itself, and then you can move it to wherever you want it to be, because then you could do with these guys what you want to do.
Yeah.
That was our spring training report brought to us by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck and Quinn Legal Associates.
Meredith, moment of the show.
Our moment of the show came from Andrew Siciliano, and he was talking about the Browns' moves at wide receiver during free agency.
Is there going to be a veteran wide receiver beyond Tylan Wallace added? Maybe. I don't know, but I know we're all circling 6 or 24 in the first round. I would love to see that, but more importantly, you would love to see that guy be an immediate contributor. I love what they did with the offensive line, truly. People look at the age. Yes, Elton Jenkins and Titus Howard are older players. Zion Johnson is not. Zion had some up and down moments, but he was reliable. He's an exceedingly bright guy. I think he'd be a culture builder as well in that room. And the Chargers had a lot of mouths to feed. They didn't pick up his 5th-year option. In essence, the Browns said, we'll pay your 5th-year option. We'll tack on another year guaranteed at pretty much the same or at least a close price. Chargers kind of sort of wanted him back. Browns made a better offer. I think that's a foundational piece there. Hopefully he can continue, getting better.
Thank you, Andrew Siciliano. Time now to play Why Am I Smarter, brought to you by QC Kinetics. The leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter today, courtesy of the Masters, and the fact that every shot of the final round is now on the website.
Way to go, Dano.
I know, I just watched Jack.
That's awesome.
I just watched the Vert Yes Sir shot.
You did?
Oh, yeah.
1986 Masters.
That's so awesome.
Meredith, bail us out, please.
A yellow shirt and plaid pants.
No, I was just going to let them keep going.
No, I can't.
Because this is way too funny.
Yes, sir.
Are you
Jack,
good? Are you guys done watching Master Shots from 30 years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Why am I smarter? Andrew Siciliano. I'm always smarter when I listen to him. Also, at some point, we're going to have an in on the Olympics because he is our guy on the Gold Zone.
There you go. Jeff Phelps.
Why am I smarter, Andy?
Yes.
I liked our conversation about the Cavs in the 1 o'clock hour.
I did too.
It's there are a lot of things going on, especially with Cunningham getting hurt and positioning for the playoffs and pressure to win. You have the biggest payroll in the league. It's pressure to win.
I'm smarter today because now I know Dan probably just is still having trauma from his days in elementary school about trying to even think about writing with his left hand, or was that his dad, or was that something? I'll have to go back and listen to it. I'll use the rewind function. That's why I'll be smarter today. Jeff and I will be back on Monday, so enjoy your weekend. We look forward to talking to you next week. We are back at 10 o'clock on Monday. Enjoy tomorrow's show. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We'll talk to you Monday. Afternoon Drive is next.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Olympic drama in March. Jack Hughes.
find postseason players in NBA history.
Did I? And I did never do that. Some people did, though. And you have to call those people out if you'd like. I never did that. But also
put them anywhere from the first round of the playoffs to the NBA Finals. You stood on your beliefs there.
Eastern Conference Finals. What's wrong with that? Why is that such a bad thing?
Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Cynthia Freeland.
Go suck it.
It's the afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, or Drive, I think is the name of the show. March Madness has begun, hence my inability to say the name of the damn show that I am one half of the hosts on. Or if we're going off weight, 65 to 70% of the hosts on. This being said, big show, March Madness. Many things. The NFL offseason going on. We got that open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. And we salute you, Supreme Leader, for fear of ritual sacrifice if we don't. And we also have Jake Murrin producing today and manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Of course, you guys can follow along the show. 5 hours, all 5 hours up there. Subscribe, by the way, if you're out there. Go ahead and say, it is free after all. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel and like our videos. We like to be liked. And then we got Matt Corelli there on the 2020s. Baby doll. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today? I'm just as excited to hear what you're going to say. I don't even know what you're going to say.
Well, is there something to talk about?
I have no idea. And so it's one of these moments where I am obviously a part of this show, but I'm just as interested as everybody else to hear how it's going to go.
Well, it was a fun day on social media.
Know. Yeah,
I hope everybody got your tweets in, you got your brackets set. So if you missed it, we can catch you up.
Okay.
Ken reacted to a hypothetical yesterday from our show where in seeing how dismissive you were of Tanner McKee and trading for like a 5th-round pick, I then threw out a hypothetical of, all right, would you rather do that or would you rather do the 6th pick in the 1st round for Jaylen Hurts?
Yeah.
Knowing one of those moves doesn't seem to be on the table. But it was more gauging your disdain for Tanner McKee.
Yeah.
And how completely not interested you were in that. And then Ken set forth this itty-bitty gem.
Why the hell would you put Tanner McKee on the trade block, apparently, quote-unquote, if you were going to start him over Jaylen Hurts, who somehow we would give up a 6th overall pick for? This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in the history of this station. I ain't yelling at you. This is dumb. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and he knows it. That's why he's hiding, because he's laughing at me, because he knows I've lost my mind over this. Of all the stupid things that have been said on these airwaves in 14 years, this is easily the most recent. I still love you, Les. Second of all, it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. We have lost our minds. We have literally taken the bottom lip and wrapped it over our heads now, and we are suffocating for air. This is dumb. Guys, this is stupid. Do you hear what's coming out of our mouths?
I've never seen you this mad.
Because I can't stand the stupidity. Yep. I can't do it. The 6th overall for Jaylen Hurts from a team that was going to, quote-unquote, start Tanner McKee over him. And the reason to do it is because he's better than Johnny Manziel? Because he's better than Charlie Fry?
It should be noted, the Eagles were not going to bench Jaylen Hurts last year.
No, that was all just
WIP.
That was all radio fire.
And that was fans.
Yeah, it was all just people talking.
So, not great.
Well, and so then the other part of this then is the main point he wouldn't trade for Jaylen Hurts for the number 6 overall pick. Mm-hmm. Like if that's the discussion, then let's have that discussion. No. But the going market for Jaylen Hurts is going to be more than a 1st-round pick. That would be pennies on the dollar, all things considered. We've never seen a quarterback of that stature get traded for anything less than 2 firsts.
Yeah, I mean if Malik Willis, who's got 155 career pass attempts, goes for what was it, $20 million a year, sight unseen, just driving that off the lot at that price. I'm going to assume that there's a pretty nice price out there for a guy that a year ago won the Super Bowl.
Well, Deshaun went for 3 firsts. Russell Wilson, basically when he was already spent and the Seahawks already knew it, went for 2 firsts. If Matthew Stafford had never won a playoff game and went for multiple first-round picks as well. Like Jalen Hurts, who's been to 2 Super Bowls, has won a Super Bowl. And in the past 4 years, we're not using quarterback wins as a stat here, but in the past 4 years has never won fewer than 11 games in a season. Like he's going to go for at least the 6th overall pick. That's not even really debatable. debatable.
So gauging your disdain. So let's set aside the not being able to differentiate Philly fans and WIP and the Eagles.
Yeah, because Matt, let us know. Are we actually even hitting the point that he was trying to make? Because I got very confused as to whether or not his argument
was stupid.
Towards. But what was stupid? Was it the Jaylen Hurts part of it, or was it the Tanner McKee part of it, or just all of it?
I think
talking football.
Whatever it
the football
is
guy thought that talking football was stupid. Is that the idea?
I think the football guy.
Now we can't even talk football appropriately. Should we be talking hockey instead?
I think Mr. Four Levels. I think, quite frankly, thinks that trading a six overall pick for an established starting quarterback, when 4 years ago he had said, sure, trade 3 firsts for Deshaun Watson, who hadn't played in 700 days by the time he actually got on the field for the Browns, and was in the act of being accused of, 20-plus sexual assault allegations and then sued that many times too. He's saying this 6 overall pick, in a bad draft, by the way, is too rare. That's just nonsensical.
Like, the Eagles are obviously never going to do this, but it was within a minute and a half of a hypothetical because we were trying to talk about Tanner McKee.
Yes.
And that becomes the dumbest thing he's heard on the radio station?
Yes. And in fairness, by the way, you only offered a take when I backed you in a corner and said, I need your take.
You made me choose. It's an A or a B option. There's no C option of saying I want to sit this one out on the bench. It's an A or B option. I had to choose.
Now, can I tell you?
Yeah.
Because then I quote tweeted the video that was out there, and I did violate my own rule, which is I reacted to a video.
You've got rules.
Instead of doing what I normally do, which is I watch a video and then I go, I want to see what the rest of that was like.
Okay.
All right. And so usually I'll go click into the full segment, which I think is always a reasonable thing to do.
Yeah.
So I kind of, half tongue-in-cheek, responded, nice fake outrage there from Ken. And what proceeded was what I think most people would call a real public you-know-what match.
Okay, then.
And Ken then accused me of being fake. I may have accused him of being fake. And then he said, no, you're fake, at which I said, no, boo-boo, you are fake. And we each gave our instances in whatnot. Can I tell you the one thing that I took the most umbrage to out of all of this?
What's that?
The Barrett Sports Media pick.
Okay.
You got to understand. They used a picture.
I got to see this.
That
I
was pressured into taking. I look like a giant salmon with a forehead that would make Peyton Manning blush.
It's not a great pick of you.
No. And I was bullied into it by somebody here who maybe used to be the producer on this show, whom I love very much. But I was bullied into doing it without a hat. And I didn't want to take pictures that day.
You do nothing without a hat. Why would you do this without a hat?
Because I was trying to be a team player. And so I hate that picture. I also hate when somebody writes something and then they put it into ChatGPT to make it better. I'm not saying that Barrett Sports Media doing that, but I'm saying that that is one of the things that I don't like.
Yeah. Is that how that article read to you?
So what initially irked me on some small level.
Yeah.
Because most of what I said was an attempt to have fun. It's social media, so when you do that, it comes out like 1,000 miles an hour faster than you mean it.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Because again, people can't tell your tone. They can't tell.
It's a real problem.
In fairness, I think maybe Ken couldn't tell my tone on the initial tweet.
Yeah.
The subsequent tweets were written in FU font.
Well, yeah. Once you guys got into it, then there was no looking back.
But
you guys were going full steam ahead.
But I didn't click in. I should have clicked into the full segment. But in the initial thing, I thought it was calling somebody specifically stupid. Which I think, and I think after listening to the full thing, I can understand that's not where he was going, but that's how I took it. And my general, I was a little irritated by that. And so I thought his reaction was not commensurate with the conversation that actually happened. And so, yes, I definitely took a shot. There's just no way around it.
Yeah.
Everything after that, I feel was a little bit this for that. But I just think calling your coworker stupid, which again, I don't know that was his intent after hearing the whole segment. I think calling your coworker stupid is pretty rotten. Especially, I don't think you're stupid. I don't really think we have dumb people that work here.
Yeah.
I also think calling your coworkers fake, and there's going to be some heaping irony here.
Yeah.
I also think is probably not the best thing for the business between any of our shows. We play each other's audio. It's clear that we listen to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was apparent that in the spirit of Ken being worked into a shoot and then me thinking somebody was being called stupid, that maybe, I'm just saying maybe here, thinking out loud, it got away from us a little bit.
Yeah,
I think I'm willing to say that and go out on a limb on that one.
Thank you for that read on that then, I guess.
Yeah.
Got away from you just a little bit. It is what it is. My stupid self, I'm like, should I call in? I want to call in. And
I just said I don't like calling your coworker stupid.
No, I said I can. It's fine if I do it myself.
Okay, now
it's fine if I'm like my stupid.
Don't make me call you fake. I'll do it. I've done it today.
My stupid self. If I say my fake self, everything's on the table. No, I thought about calling in, and then I'm like an hour and a half went by, and I'm like, oh, I don't think they even want to argue about if the number 6 overall pick is a bad trade for Jaylen Hurts.
Yeah.
Like that thing might not even be something they're interested in. I guess I'll read the room correctly and see my way out.
Can we also say,
good job by John, by the way. John, good job. You showed more in that convo than anybody else in that room when it came. That spineless jellyfish, Daryl Ryder. What was that by him? What was that, Daryl?
He was laying in.
What was that?
He was laying in the flat. He was not getting in on that.
You know better. Somebody that is going to be the 8th to 10th best quarterback in the NFL. No. You know that goes for 6 overall and then some. It's not, you don't start the conversation at 6 overall. That is multiple first-round picks if you were to realistically trade for Jaylen Hurts. Hell, look at all the defensive players you see going for multiple first-round. Laramie Tunzel once got multiple first-round picks.
Jaylen Ramsey was higher than a kite.
Jaylen Ramsey 2 different times in his life has been traded for multiple first-round picks. But Jaylen Hurts, who's been to 2 Super Bowls and has won a Super Bowl, isn't worth 1 6th overall pick? You're kidding me. That was spineless of you, Daryl. I was so disappointed in Daryl. Daryl's like, oh, yeah, I think you're right, Ken. Oh, you think he's right? I don't believe you. Everyone just sat back and made it a you're right, Ken fest, which is a ridiculous thing, except for John. John won me over in this argument because John, maybe this is why you need more Philly guys in your life. John was the only one to stick up and be like, guys, this makes no sense. Jaylen Hurts is, of course, worth number 6 overall. Of course he's going to be worth that because obviously he'd be worth that.
Let the record reflect that I am giving Daryl the Peterlin pass.
No pass from me.
It's not his everyday show.
The Peterlin pass.
And 2 of his friends
jellyfish
were fighting on social media and calling each other fake like teenagers. I was gonna put it on, and we're not. No, teenagers. So we were having a public hissy fit. Daryl wanted no part of it.
Here's what I'll say.
That is the right play by him.
Lima never would have done this.
Yeah, Lima's on the show.
I've never missed Lima more in my life.
His name's on the show.
I never missed him more in my life than in that moment. He's no chance. Ken wouldn't even gotten riled up. He wouldn't have had a chance to because Lima would have been like, oh, yeah, I would trade Jaylen. 6 overall for Jaylen Hurts. You kidding me? Yeah, let's do that.
So,
and then Ken would have been like, oh, maybe, just maybe they're onto something there when it comes to that not being the worst idea the station's ever heard.
So, while we're on the topic of Jaylen Hurts for the 6th pick is the dumbest thing Ken has ever heard, I have to say. Now, Ken has said, in fairness, Ken has said that he thinks this is what's going to happen. It's not necessarily endorsement. I think the dumbest thing I've ever heard is running a Shedeur versus Deshaun quarterback room back and acting like that's a good choice. I understand why it's been normalized. I understand the financials of it and the fact that I think a lot of people are just broken down and just, hey, it's the Browns. Who gives a rip? Because we don't have expectations for that joke of a franchise anymore, right? Again, that's how some people would phrase it, but not me. But in this moment, I am. I think that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I think co-signing it in any way, like I am down for Shedeur versus just about anyone. Shedeur versus the guy that symbolizes every failure that this organization has had and where they took a team that looked like it had a Super Bowl window and crammed it into the ground. That, to me, is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I'm not saying trading the 6th pick for Jaylen Hurts is much above that.
Closest thing we got to reality, by the way.
No, it is. And that is a total fair stance to have. But if we're talking
you wouldn't trade the 6th overall pick for Jaylen Hurts?
Wait, are we talking literally? Or are we talking?
Yeah, we're talking literally. If the actual trade was presented, you would say no?
No, I have to walk that back. No, I would.
Yeah, there's no way you would say no.
Now, a 5th rounder for Tanner McKee. That is just above Deshaun versus Shedeur for right now. It's better, because at least it's another quarterback that's just another quarterback away from damn Deshaun.
At this point, I just thought you wanted different. At this point, I just thought you wanted some separator between the two. If that's worth a 5th-round pick, listen, I'm not giving a 5th-round pick for Tanner McKee, as evidenced by yesterday and my disdain for Tanner McKee. But if your goal, this is not my goal. I don't care. If it's Shedeur versus Deshaun, I'm great with that because Shedeur is going to win that battle, and I'll watch Shedeur play. And if he's great, then awesome. And if he stinks, then we're in position for 2027. Cool, let's do that. But if it ends up being someone like Tanner McKee and they throw themselves in there, if they feel like that's enough of a competition for them and it's a 5th-round pick, I'm not going to hold a 5th-round pick hostage. We have 10 of them. I'm all right with a 5th-round pick.
Now, to the shot fest that was on social media, just to put a nice little button on this one for our friends at BSM, and we thank you for listening.
Yeah, call people names on the air like a real man.
Yeah, that's
That's
fine.
Yeah.
And to anyone asking, was it a work or a shoot? The answer is yes. That's it.
I don't know.
Was it a work or a shoot? Yes, of course it was.
I thought only like 3 people could work.
Was there truth in something that both Ken and I said to each other? Of course. Of course. Yes, I'm going to shock everyone here right now. People in this business have egos. And people in this business are not always the best of friends. I think I'm friendly with Ken. I think Ken is friendly with me. We talk about each other, ask about each other's families when we see each other. We also are going to trigger each other's egos. And I enjoyed a fair amount of it.
Did you say
today.
trigger?
Did I say it? I meant trigger.
I don't know. I don't know what you said.
Are you going to call me stupid? Because you know how this is like the third time this segment.
I'm definitely not going to do that.
I will quote tweet you.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
I think you've done enough internet for today. I think we're good.
Just a little bit more.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more internet.
I don't think we need that. Yeah, no. I mean, all that makes sense. I just thought that only like 3 people could work Ken into a shoot. Isn't that what he said?
I thought so.
I thought what was it? Lima, Owen, and then, I don't know, maybe Keith.
I think it was Keith.
That was it.
So I guess we got to add me to that Mount Rushmore.
You get added to the list. Congratulations.
Yeah. 216-474-0092. Which one is dumber? Trading the 6th overall pick for Jaylen Hurts, or, and I'm just spitballing here, running it back with a Shedeur versus Deshaun quarterback competition. We do have quick hits coming up at Carry the 240 today. We got Joe Deleon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst. At 3:20, we've got Lindsay Rhodes of Sumer Sports. We'll ask her how many quarterbacks in the NFL would you consider trading the number 6 pick in the NFL draft for? And we also have the no-fly list coming back at 6:20 today, but 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. What would you consider the dumbest idea you've heard this offseason? We are taking submissions, and the Browns' motivations, I don't really care what they are. This seems like another one of those dumbest conversations off. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
Could the Browns have a new quarterback before the draft? Don't miss a minute of Browns offseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, upholding the fine standards of Cleveland broadcasting. And if you don't like it, we'll call you stupid. Quick hits coming up in just about 15 minutes here. It should be noted, we did talk when the news broke yesterday. The Browns officially put forth their rule change to move the years you're allowed to trade draft picks for from 3 years to 5 years. And mostly it has been panned in the media, a good deal of which comes from people just bashing the Browns on this. I think what's interesting about it is one of the 5 points why the Browns put this forth, and one of the 5 justifications was that trading more draft picks would increase parity or help with parity, which honestly I think was the only point that they looked at and said that has absolutely no merit and basis in fact.
Yeah, I don't see that one. I thought a lot about this actually as I was walking home and then getting in my car and all this other stuff, and like the point Lyman made yesterday about Myles Garrett, I just disagreed with completely. Like, I don't think they're trying to set up anything for another team to give up that many more picks. But what it does do, though, and this is where I wanted to kind of lead some credence to this, is if you have more ammo and more picks to then trade, you're more likely then to be, I don't know, more willing to say, all right, 2 picks, 3 picks, we'll go ahead and give that off. And so, like, it's not about getting 5 picks. It's about potentially getting 2 picks or 3 picks, but then also watching as the NFL just made more and more moves. And then you saw more and more trades, which we're already seeing more and more of anyway.
Yeah, I hated one of the justifications out there, which is from Kevin Demoff. You're going to remember that name. It's a big name in NFL circles, a longtime guy in the Rams organization.
Always with the Rams, yeah.
And he had put out, as a kind of a reaction to this, he had said, we're 1 week into the NFL league year, and teams already have $1.1 billion of dead money on the books. I'm not sure allowing teams an extra 2 years of picks to trade is any more irresponsible in mortgaging the future, except you can manipulate the cap over 3 to 5 years, where a year of dead cap, depending on how you've drafted and how you've built your team, doesn't kill you. Whereas if you trade, and the Browns, like, for instance, the Browns no one has manipulated the cap better than the Cleveland Browns. Then you look to what losing 3 first-round picks and another 3 picks in the top 100 did to them. Between that and Deshaun, it completely took the wind out of the sails of the organization, which is why you've won 8 games in 2 years.
Well, you're just not able to reload it all, and you're not able to then address any needs, but then also hit on any young player. It's a big deal. It's a massive deal if they were to make this change. I told you yesterday I stand by it. I don't love what this does for fans, mainly because it then allows one GM to go rogue and sell off all in the name of trying to keep their job. And I think that could set you up for 5 years of then trying to recoup what that is, and that to me is a disaster. I do think we'd see more trades, though, and I think fans want that. I think we'd see more moves. I also think we'd see more situations like how, a couple years ago we had that $16 million trade for the second-round pick. I think we'd see more of that type of stuff happening. But, I think it's in a bad move for the NFL.
216-474-0092. I do want to give you a or statement here.
Yeah, we got in trouble with or statements.
No. And now again,
you got really into your hypotheticals in the past 3 days.
That's true.
And then I think at one point on Tuesday, I was like, "Hey, listen, man, well, I didn't care anyway. Whatever, keep going."
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
However, I do want to throw this out before we get to the Mary Kay sound. What's a worse reason for the Browns being behind the draft pick trading rule being changed to 5 years? To trade Myles Garrett for more picks or to trade up for Arch Manning? Here's Mary Kay from the Morning Boys on the motivation for the Browns behind the rule proposal.
I would just think maximizing any opportunity to go out there and wheel and deal. You have seen over the past few years, teams are trading a lot more than they used to. And now at the trade deadline, you're seeing a lot of activity. And I think they just want to have more options. And like you said, maybe more NBA vibe to it where you can spread it out. Like you said, where you can ease the pain a little bit over the future years. You know, they were the ones that also tried to increase the trade deadline by 2 weeks. It ended up being only 1 week, but they had proposed 2 more weeks. Andrew loves to wheel and deal. He loves to make trades. And I'm sure while they're in the process of doing this, they see that they can really expand their horizons a lot with something like this.
Yeah, I see the potential for disaster. And I can understand if the Browns say, if we had been able to trade 3 picks over 5 years for Deshaun, maybe it wouldn't have cratered our team when he failed. Here, if we had a pick every other year. That's where, like, the NBA kind of vibe, I think, might be what they're going for. But yet, I think the worst thing of the NBA is that you can trade 4 or 5 first-rounders at a time. That is absolutely nonsensical. In the NBA, by the way, I hate it in that league, and it makes more sense with how that draft works and how player development works and the kind of caliber of players coming in and how long it takes to turn around a franchise.
Yeah.
I hate the NBA as a model for this. And I think the Browns being behind it just sucks all the validity. And there's not a lot of validity to me, but it sucks all the remaining validity out of this idea.
All right, so I thought of a positive. And let me know if you agree on this or not. First off, I do think Andrew Berry thinks that he's good at trades. I just think that he thinks that he's better than most when it comes to that. But the big thought here is, you know, like 20 years ago, there was a big, these guys are good at trades, these guys stink at trades. What the hidden meaning behind that was, these guys are extremely analytical and understand what goes into a trade, and these guys are old baseball guys that don't really know what the hell they're doing, right? Mm-hmm. And then the world kind of picked it up, and in baseball, we don't see a bunch of the old baseball heads existing anymore. Every front office is filled with analytical guys, and it's hard to really get somebody, right? In the NBA, that world still exists. There are dumb franchises that make dumb trades all the time, because there's enough of a mix of analytical smart teams and dumb guys that don't understand what they're doing. I wonder if Andrew Berry just looks at himself and says, in the NFL right now, we're about a 50-50 split of the really analytical and smart and Ivy League and understand what's going on, but there's still a bunch of old heads around here that stick to their gut and stick to what they think old football sayings will tell them. And I wonder if Andrew Berry sees a market inefficiency that he's trying to attack.
I would say let's not do that.
Okay.
I would say your market inefficiency to this point has been inefficient.
Even with guys like Gladstone, for instance, that he's been able to trade with Jacksonville a couple times, and that guy's supposed to be on the cutting edge of everything, but he looked at him and said, that's an inexperienced GM. He doesn't know what he's doing. I can get this guy to give me what I want, and in 2 different instances, he was able to. I wonder if Andrew Berry looks at this as almost like a superpower of his, and that's why he's trying to get more trades involved, because he thinks he's, again, this goes back to the intelligence side of it, but he thinks he's smarter than everyone else.
Now, this being said, of the 2 reasons people think the Browns are behind this, which reason do you hate more? To trade Myles Garrett for more picks or to trade up for Arch Manning?
I don't think it's either of them. I think it's what I just laid out. I think I hit the crux of it.
This is how or statements work,
Or statements get me in a lot of trouble here, Nick. Apparently.
But listen, I want Ken to call you an idiot. Call us stupid again tomorrow so we can have another Donnybrook.
Well,
I want a second BSM piece.
I believe I was 100% right in the or that I chose. And I think most people would too. All right, so do I want it for a Myles Garrett trade or for an Arch Manning trade? I guess I'd take it for an Arch Manning trade if that's what they're thinking. But I don't think I don't think they operate that way. But I don't know. They traded 6 total picks for Deshaun Watson, so maybe they do.
I don't think you're getting 3 first for Myles, let alone
it's not
the idea
upping
for
the price for Myles. No.
2, I need to be convinced that anyone's going to be trading up for Arch next year. I understand why it's being projected. I understand. I do think that he can get better going into a 3rd year starting. I get every reason why I'm not anointing that kid until he does something on the field that makes me think he actually is going to fulfill the Manning prophecy.
I think it's him getting their ducks in a row potentially for if call it Arch Manning, call it somebody else, but whoever ends up being the one that they love for next season. So they know that they unequivocally got the one that they like. But again, I think this is more about Andrew Berry thinking that there's half the league is a bunch of dodos and he can take advantage of them.
Arch scares me more than any quarterback prospect next year because Jimmy's close with the family. And when Jimmy latches on to an idea, There's no level he won't go to make it happen. And when he's gone to those levels, it hasn't happened. Sorry, no, it's happened, but it hasn't worked.
The man gets what he wants, and like he really doesn't settle until he gets it.
Yeah.
It's been something he's shown in the business side. It's been something he's shown with the Browns. Like that's when he zeroes in, he's got a way of making things happen, even if it seems like a dumb or disastrous idea.
If only those things worked out. Quick hits coming up, and Jarvis Landry had strong things to say about Kevin Stefanski. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The NFL Draft is just 5 weeks away. Hear all the latest rumors on the Browns' first-round picks right here.
The Cleveland Browns select.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got Joe Deleon coming up in about 40 minutes time there. It's a dramatic pause. I knew exactly where we were going in 40 minutes. But missed a moment in our show. That's a question. Use the Rewind feature on the free Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's Quick Hits.
Former Browns receiver Jarvis Landry, who already made headlines this week on a podcast for saying that he was all ready to go to Atlanta with Deshaun Watson in 2022, really could have used that. Really could have used that the last 4 years. He also is now making headlines on more podcasts. Is on the Fourth and South podcast. Objectively a stupid name for a podcast. Landry made these comments about former Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski.
He was cool to be around. It's like you say, it just almost felt like as much as he knew what he was doing right, he really maybe didn't, right? And I think that like sometimes some of these coaches or most of these coaches get put in a position too soon, right? True. You know, they have success as a position coach, and then they get thrown into this head coaching role where you expect most of these coaches that's younger to be more personable, right? More relatable with their players. Yeah. In most cases, it just doesn't work out that way, right? And I know, like, my time in Cleveland, especially in the beginning, man, it was great. Like, he ended up winning Coach of the Year. You know, we ended up going to the playoffs. And then for some reason, then after, bro, it just kind of felt like, you know, the spark between the connection between the players and the coaches just kind of started to dim out, right? Yeah. I don't know if he'd be a great coach in the league, right? But I do think he knows a lot about offense. I don't know how much he is involved into the analytical side of things, but I know in Cleveland that was a huge part. So, you know, I think that played a part in some of the decisions that he may have been forced to make, even with the Shedeur Sanders thing, right?
Yeah. All right, thoughts?
I mean, it kind of reads how we all kind of read the situation with Kevin to begin with anyway. Like, it that one comment of, like, he seems like he knows what he's doing, but also at the same time seems like he doesn't know what he's doing. Kind of read exactly the same way I felt on it. What's interesting is that in that interview, he also talked about, like, the success that Stefanski had early on, and then how he didn't really grow off of that or didn't do anything with that. He just kind of accepted that success, and then it just kind of coasted. And that's also the same read that I had on Stefanski as well. He took what happened originally and then just thought, well, all right, life's set, when it obviously wasn't.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what Kevin 2.0 looks like. There's just something about him as a head coach I didn't buy. And some of that is the leadership stuff we talked about. Some of that is the communication stuff. Some of that's just connectivity. Like Mike Vrabel, it's very apparent to see how he connects with his players. So, yeah, everything Jarvis Landry said made sense.
All right, Miami of Ohio got a win last night. They beat SMU, and it just left me feeling a little bit. I was rubbed the wrong way. Yeah, I know.
You don't like that.
No, I don't like to be rubbed the wrong way.
You like to be rubbed the right way.
Exactly. You got the right idea there. Something about this team, they're just, even some of the quotes afterwards, Steele talking about how our group is fully confident. We're more than belong. We can advance deep into this tournament, all this other nonsense. The guys at the end of the game doing that. They did this thing against Ohio at that regular season finale as well, doing the waving to the crowd as if they've accomplished everything in life. Like, you beat an SMU team that finished below 500 in their own conference. Well, I didn't love the showboatiness attached to this all. And I feel like if you're gonna mix up the idea of what makes a Cinderella, like that's not it. The Cinderella isn't that. What that display was something entirely different. They're turning into not likable, and that's not good because the way they play basketball should be likable.
I don't know how to say this in a way that's not going to come out as harsh like all the other things I say. I think it's all Travis Steele. I think he's a really good coach, but I think he kind of has that. Izzo-ness, that Greg Marshall-ness.
Yeah.
And I think it's transferred down to the players, and they do seem like a bunch of pampered prima donnas, which is wild because they play basketball in Miami.
I know, and I wanted to like them really badly, and it's just they've just come off insufferable at the end of these games with all these quotes talking about all the things they accomplished. Yeah, again, you beat SMU. You didn't do anything great. You got one lone top 100 victory this year, and it's Akron. Like I just. So miss me on that. The Miami of Ohio thing's a nice story. It'd be much better if they played the Cinderella role, the proper way. They're just far from it right now.
It'd be much better if they were also named Bowling Green. ESPN reporting that the NFL is preparing to hire replacement officials this season if the league is unable to reach an agreement with the officials union. The league did the same in 2012 with a ref lockout that lasted into week 3 of the season. If we remember, there was a very distinct play that really stunk and really kind of brought back the officials quicker than the NFL intended. How do we feel about the NFL making plans for replacement officials again?
So I find it really fascinating, and I know they're already starting to get lists together and everything like this. In 2012, any D1 ref ended up getting banned from reffing college football for the rest of their life. Mm-hmm. Like, that was the result of that. The causal result of that, of being a scab ref, was then you were no longer able to ref and make a paycheck at the college ranks. You got booted. You were blacklisted from the reffing community. And so I'm dying to find out just how many refs they can actually get on this list, because they were so severe about it and so strict about what happened in 2012. I don't know if they can even get 100 guys that are anywhere close to qualified to even cross that line. So if it goes down the way that I think it will, Nick, I think they'd end up getting a lot of guys from really, really low-tier conferences that are like, I guess this is my only chance to ever make it to the NFL. So goodbye reffing career. That was fun, but I'll be able to do this for a couple weeks. And that is a disastrous outcome for the NFL.
Yeah, there's a big part of me that thinks the NFL is too smart and will have learned, especially as the no's start to come in here from different officials of any level. But then again, it's the NFL. And it's so funny. Like, there's just this massive divide. And listen, I get very annoyed by referees and how involved they are in games. The NFL referees don't seem to have the ego that, like, umpires do or even NBA officials do.
Yeah.
But there's still something there that it's not always 100% pure.
There's a hockey league in all of them, and in some degree.
But, like, overall, there's just such a simple fix to the refereeing problems, and it sure as hell isn't replacement officials for any modicum of time in the preseason or otherwise. It's making these guys full-time and working on quality control. And it just feels like we're never going to get there.
And they have such a disastrous process. The NBA's process is way worse, but the NFL's had a real shortage of high-caliber quality refs and replacing all these guys. Now, the fortunate thing for them is for so many years they had these guys that want to do it for 20, 30 years, but like I got a buddy of mine that is like really into that world, and like the ranks that he's been able to climb as quickly as he's been able to climb is astounding, all things considered. All right, Caleb Williams has submitted 4 trademark. Not Khalib. Why Khalib?
That's what Mike McCarthy called him.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and then he got hired as the Steelers head coach.
That's awful.
He didn't know how to pronounce the name
of
a quarterback that's been in like 4 primetime games this year. What a dolt. Great hire, Pittsburgh.
Football guys, They don't do names.
Yep.
They do numbers.
Yeah, or like hypothetical trades.
Good point by you. All right, Caleb submitted 4 trademark applications on Monday related to his moniker. What he's going for now, he's going for Iceman. So that's what he wants. He wants Iceman, and he's again, the trademarks have already been, they were sent in on Monday, and he wants it around that pose, that Michael Jordan-esque pose, as he completed the pass to Odunze in the Bears' playoff win against the Packers. I got like 2 exceptions. There are 2 problems with this.
Other than it sounds stupid and try hard?
If you ask Jeff Phelps who Iceman is, what is he going to tell you?
I don't know. Jeff was hip enough to watch Top Gun back in the day.
That was the other thing. If you ask Jeff Phelps, George Gervin. Right. George Gervin is the answer there. And then if I ask someone like yourself who Iceman is, you're going to say Top Gun.
Or George Gervin.
We have. By you leading this with Top Gun, I'm going to make the assumption you would have led with Top Gun, no?
No, I initially thought Top Gun, but if you had said try again, it would have been George Gervin.
Point is, we got too many Icemen. Yeah. There's not enough room for more Icemen, and I think it's a dumb nickname, and I don't know why Caleb Williams is trying to make this a thing.
You're already an NFL starting quarterback and on your way to a $400 million career if you just don't screw it up. That should be cool enough.
I mean, but you get the connection there, right? You're the Chicago Bears quarterback, and in the city of Chicago, one guy being Jumpman and you being anything blank man is probably not a bad place to live, but you're not Michael Jordan, and Iceman is already taken, and nobody wants you to do this.
The coolest thing you can be in the NFL. Tom Brady is a nothing burger of a personality, and people think he's cool. He's helped popularize avocado toast, which is ass, but because he was a 7-time Super Bowl winner,
avocado ice cream is what he popularized.
Also ass. But people think he's cool. He's not. He's a dud of a human being, personality-wise, right? That's all you need. You don't need another thing. It's a hat on a hat. Like, NFL quarterbacks are so rich, so successful. If you're a franchise quarterback, you are post-nickname. A nickname becomes tchotch if you try to self-apply it if you're going to be the face of a franchise for a decade.
I'm trying to think of what starting quarterbacks even have nicknames. I'm sure there's ones out there.
Brett Favre's Predator.
When I think of, like, Danny Dimes is what I thought of. Like, that's not fair by you.
Matty Ice.
Matty Ice?
What?
Matty Ice was a good nickname.
Brett Favre loves the movie Predator.
Yeah, okay. All right.
And welfare fraud.
Let me look
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Oh, Joe Cool for Joe Burrow. He did some stuff with that. He had like the peanut shirts and everything with Joe Cool. I forgot about
shirts?
that. Like the Peanuts shirts with like
Peanut.
the Peanuts.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, what kind of shirt is Joe Burrow wearing?
This one says Drake the Snake is what Drake May's trying to go by. Who's ever called him Drake the Snake?
Only
no, you leave her out of this. You leave her out of. You leave Anna out of this.
Yeah. I'm just going to tell you, builds a lot of confidence.
Enjoy the bulge.
About 13 years old, you get called that. Really feeling yourself.
You leave Ann Michael May out of this.
Mm-hmm. No. That is Quick Hits. When we come back, it's terrible news for the NBA. But it might be good news for the Cavs. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
of the league in many, many key categories. And, of course, it takes Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that. But he brought over a veteran staff, so I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Joe Deleon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst, coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll talk the Carnell Tate versus Jordan Tyson debate that is running, just all over this town. Fist fights about it.
That Mekhi Lemon has just kind of seen his way out of this conversation.
It was the eyes at the combine.
I think the eyes at the combine did a lot.
The Gase eyes, as they're known.
I was listening to Todd McShay. He came out with his whole wide receiver, big board type everything that he does, right? And he was like, he has Mekhi Lemon higher than he has Tyson.
Look at that.
He's like, I don't get it. People are just hating on this guy. Yeah, he's weird in press conferences, but you got to let that go. And I'm like, all right, maybe I got to let that go.
Yeah, I just think
But I don't really want to let that go.
The injury stuff really does bug me. The fact that I understand if it's just an absolute yes or no. If you got a red dot on Jordan Tyson, the injuries are too many. I really do understand it. I disagree because I think he has the best upside of the first-round wide receivers.
Yeah.
So with no obvious Jamar Chase here, I'll take the guy that might be the closest thing I can get to Justin Jefferson. I think that's Jordan Tyson.
You're also with Lemon just going to throw him in the slot probably.
Yeah, that's another part. And, even with Carnell, I don't want to get too crazy with the comps here, but T. Higgins is a really nice wide receiver. I think if T was on his own, there'd be a real debate about whether he's a true one or not.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So, and again, I don't want to run down Carnell because I think I'd be happy if they took either him or Jordan Tyson. It just feels like when Browns fans have the conversation, it's an automatic absolute no. And I'm like, actually, that's not true. It's, I'd take him at 24, but not at 6. It's like, that's not how I look at injuries.
Yeah,
it's either absolute yes or absolute no.
Yeah, no, Tyson definitely has the higher upside. What's interesting about the Tate stuff, though, is that there's so many things that people want to just kind of use as a reason to basically throw him down, and one of those would be like the week schedule, for instance, right? But what's interesting is that week schedule, not particularly fast 40 time, some of those type of things that you'd latch onto because of the other players that have come before him, we're like, all right, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. It's interesting. If he played at any other school but Ohio State, I think a lot of people would be very critical of Carnell Tate, but he's getting the old Peterlin pass from a lot of people because of those two things.
The Peterlin pass.
We'll carry on the Carnell Tate conversation at the end of this hour, but it's terrible news in the NBA, but it might just be good news for the Cavaliers. This was from Shams on Get Up earlier this morning.
Sources tell me that Detroit Pistons superstar Cade Cunningham has been diagnosed with a mild collapsed lung, and he's expected to miss an extended period of time. The Pistons are not quite sure exactly how long. Could it be a period of weeks? Obviously, the playoffs are about a month away. There is some optimism that he's going to be back for the playoffs, but this is a situation now, an injury that he's going to be fighting, rehabbing. What the Pistons are hoping in a best-case scenario here is that Cade Cunningham is going to be able to come back for the playoffs, right? And whether that's a little bit into the playoffs, the start of the playoffs. The thing is with this is there's just some uncertainty, right? As far as next steps, treatment, how does that look like? And I think the good news here is that it is a mild, version of this, but it is something that will be keeping him out a period of weeks.
So I thought it was really interesting that there was a fair amount of Cavs fans that immediately just jumped to this being one of the 3 best things could happen to the Cavaliers. I don't think it's a bad thing for the Cavaliers. It's one less potential elite player ready for the playoffs. I never really thought the Pistons were really that big of obstacles in your way anyways.
But they should be considered that big of obstacles. And listen, I've obviously downplayed their readiness and the idea that they're going to take some sort of leap this season or anything like that, in the postseason that is. But, they're still a number 1 seed. And so, I can't look at that and say, If this makes your life easier in round 2, then I'm all for that. If that's what that ends up being, I can't look at that as anything but a positive. And so, from a Cavs, an actual basketball perspective, and so we got to give Detroit a little bit more credit than that. I feel like
I completely disagree.
We've gone back and forth on that, the credit and the amount we have to give to Detroit, but I give them more than what you give them.
Here's what I would see is the let's not celebrate too early part of this. The Celtics are 3.5 games off the Pistons.
And so that's the other part of this.
And I think this has far more chance of being a disastrous thing Because, again, 2.5 games for you versus the Knicks, I think is tougher ground to make up than 3.5 games from the Celtics to the Pistons if Cade Cunningham doesn't play for the next 3 weeks. So I think this is more likely that the Celtics slide into the 1 seed, and then you have to face them in the second round, which is exactly why people have been so comfortable with just being like, you take your sweet-ass time and get that 4 seed.
I will have to see it play out. Because it's not as if I think the Celtics are going to win the next – what? What's wrong with that?
You've been very heavy on the we have to see this play out.
It's
been a week if we have to see this play out.
What's been an accepted term, I feel like it's an all right thing then, yeah.
I feel like
we got to let this one play out, do we not?
That's not how this format works.
I told you first. It's the thing I hate the most, but now I've gotten comfortable using it, and I like using it now. Yes, I do.
You've become the guy.
Well, it's an easy way to bridge the idea of me sitting there and saying,
what do you think the Guardians are going to do? We got to let it see. We got to see it play out.
I'm not going to freak out about the idea of them losing the 1 seed the way you just prescribed and threw out there, because I don't think it's going to happen.
Do you think
I don't think
James
Detroit's
Harden trade's going to be a
seed.
success? We got to see it play out.
Stop it. I make fun of the let's play it out more than
What should the Browns do at 6?
No.
Hey,
Unfair by you.
I
got on you first for using let it play out too much. This turnabout is not fair play.
I think the turnabout is fair play.
Also, doesn't
because
count.
You've been on a generational let's see it play out run.
It's been name the other times. It's been twice this week.
It was every day at least one time.
Give me the instances. Give me the instances.
I can't remember.
Because they didn't happen every day. That's why.
Mac,
give me the instances.
We throw to the Brecksville judge.
Give me the instances.
Mac, do you recall?
Sure.
Let's see it play out.
Mac might as well be a Russian judge
week.
in this instance. He's totally going to be on your side in this. Not fair.
I will hand up. Like you, I can barely remember what happened 2 minutes ago. I am not the best judge of character here when it comes to throwing that out.
You are an absolute
Burden of proof is on you two. Burden of proof is on you two. Is all I'm saying.
Why me? I'm the third party in this. I'm
Burden of proof is on you two.
Out of this.
Yeah,
I can make an argument.
Sore from sitting on that fence there.
I can make an argument. You used it more than I have this week, but I remember where and what instance? No, I cannot right now.
Oh, look at that.
No, I cannot.
So you don't have proof.
I feel like we're both at a draw here. Is the idea?
I feel like that's one hell of a spin. Good job.
Also,
there.
It doesn't really matter if I just ease the conversation with we got to see it. We're going to let it play out, and then also hit the hammer in the back end of it.
Yeah, but if you hate
the way that I was ready to do,
if you hate the line, you can't be the guy that uses it more than the other guy.
The line is more for you than it is for anybody, if we're being honest about it. Because the line was to go ahead and make it soft. It's a soft launch into the idea that you're not going to like what I'm going to have to say. So we have to we have to cover.
So I have to
cover
now
it. Yeah.
see how it's going to play
we
out.
We have to cover it with the idea of we do have to see it play out. Anything can't happen. But you acting like it's a foregone conclusion that Boston's now going to take the 1 seed is insanity. Like that's not how this is going to go.
If Cade doesn't
more likely
play
than not
for 2 to 3 weeks,
you're also making the assumption that Boston's going to go like 12-1 over the next 13 games.
They've won 3 straight games.
Yeah, they're also like 6-4 in their last 10.
I thought you said 10-game sample size doesn't count.
If we're talking losses, wins and losses, they definitely matter for trying to catch the 1 seed.
We had a conversation about 10-game sample sizes with wins and losses.
They've lost 4 games in their previous 10. There's no assumption then that they're going to go 12-1 over their next 13. The assumption has to be that they're not going to go on a ridiculous stretch of 900 basketball to close out the year.
In their last 10.
Well, yeah, that's good. When we first checked this, they were 5-5. They've won a couple games since then. But the point is, so they're 7-3.
So we should have let it play out.
So if they go 7-3 for the next 14, that means no.
Yeah, 7-3.
Yeah, 700 basketball. But for over the next 14, that means they will have lost 5 games. Do I think the Pistons then in turn are going to lose 9 games over the next 14 in order to seed the 1?
Without Cade Cunningham?
I don't think they're going to lose. No, I don't think they're going to. Have you seen how bad the NBA is right now?
Have you seen how bad the Pistons are without Cade Cunningham?
Have you seen the amount of teams that are actively trying to lose games?
Have you seen the fact that Cade Cunningham...
Half the league doesn't want to win games right now.
The Pistons are basically...
Half the league is begging you to go ahead and take those wins and just run with it.
Who's the worst team in the NBA right now?
I can name like 7.
With tanking, who's the worst team?
Utah.
You mouth farted. That said, you take Cade Cunningham off the Pistons, they're basically Utah. Oh, that felt good. I think you agree.
But the difference is that Utah is actively trying to lose these games.
Without Cade Cunningham, I don't think they have a choice.
The Pistons aren't trying to lose these games. The Pistons are going to try to hang on to the 1 seed.
Cade Cunningham. How bad is that team without? Who's the best player on that team without Cade Cunningham?
Duran, easily, not even close.
Who's manufacturing the offense?
No, I get it. That's a problem for them. It's going to be Tobias Harris going to step up.
That's a problem for them with Cade Cunningham.
Kevin Huerter, it's going to be a problem. Offense is already a problem for them. We've already conceded that point. They can't hit a three. They don't know what they're doing offensively. They're a bunch of gym class heroes, but gym class heroes can go ahead and try hard enough to beat teams that are actively trying to lose games at enough of a clip to maintain the 1 seed. Now, again, it's not like this thing is Sharpied and it's done and we don't have to worry about it anymore. We still got to see if Boston goes on a absolute heater to close out. But if you made me guess right now, realistically, Pistons will still be the 1 seed. We're still going to have the matchup. And then if Cade Cunningham can't come back at all, you're in the driver's seat. You're in the driver's seat.
How are you in the driver's seat if they don't even make it to the second round of the playoffs?
The same. What do you mean? It's better to take on the team that would have beaten the Pistons in if they. What you're talking about? Orlando? Who are you talking about beating?
I don't know. I'll go back to this.
Give me the team that's beating them, and then how's that worse for us?
I would not want to play Orlando over Detroit in the second round.
We're probably playing Orlando right now in general, but let's say it's Orlando in round 1, and then the Hawks in round 2. How is that bad for us?
It's assuming if you actually make it past Orlando.
This is the hater stuff. This is where this comes in right here. That was a hater comment if I've ever heard it.
Doubting that the Cavs could make it out of the first round is hater? So you think it's fait accompli they're in the second round? You think there's no doubt? No doubt.
I would say no doubt. Yes, no doubt.
Lock it in?
Yeah, we can lock it in. Why am I always the only one locking things in and making big, bold statements, by the way? Why am I the only one to ever do that?
I believe.
Are you locking in that they won't make it out of the first round?
I don't have to.
Okay, that's going to be my response to everything now. I don't have to.
No, your response is going to be let it play out. We're having fun. Why do I flinch when he throws papers at me?
Didn't even throw him. Just made the gesture. Fake out.
Who's big man now?
Fake out.
Who's no, I'm not gonna do it. 216-474-0092. Cade Cunningham's injury. Does this open the door for the Cavs? If your answer is yes, be honest. You didn't respect the Pistons before this injury.
There's no part of being honest. I didn't respect the Pistons before the injury anyway. We've already established that.
But yet you've said it's a good thing for the Cavs.
Yes, but it still makes it easier. Life is easier not having to take on a team with Cade Cunningham. That's just simple. That's not like there's nothing more attached to that. Would I have the guy that's almost going to win, if he was qualified, would be an all-NBA player this year? Or would I rather just not have to face him? Obviously, I'd rather just not have to face him. That's simple and obvious. There's nothing spectacular happening here.
I just forgot how I've been at the start of the season 3 weeks ago. I was like, Pistons. That's who I'm judging the Cavs against.
The problem that's going to happen now, and this is the part that annoys me, if we're being 100% truthful about what annoys me in this conversation, is
you find it stupid?
Now you're going to have because you're already set yourself up to be like, the Magic and then into the Pistons, what a weak thing into the Eastern Conference Finals. This only makes that argument stronger, and that's the part that bothers me. Because if you beat Cade Cunningham and legitimately full-strength Cade Cunningham and the Pistons, I think there's enough people across the NBA that would give you flowers in that regard. And if there's no Cade Cunningham, you just don't really have to respect the grind that it would take to get to the Eastern Conference Finals, because it then wouldn't be much of a grind.
I've actually said that I do respect the Orlando Magic, and I think everyone's sleeping on them just a little bit there. Does this open the door for the Cavaliers? When we come back, Joe Deleon going to put Carnell Tate against the other Ohio State great wide receivers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
over Sandusky Perkins. Akron Archbishop Hoban will have their state semi-game tonight against Steubenville in D3 at 8 o'clock. To talk all things NFL draft with the guys, Joe Deleon joins the show next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Lindsey Rhodes, Sumer Sports coming up at 4:20 today. Talk hypothetical quarterback trade values. That would be something we could do with Lindsey coming up in 1 hour's time, but it's Thursday, right? Thursday. At 3:20 means Joe DeLeon on this very show, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. How we feeling, champ? Come on, Slugger. How we doing?
I'm doing good, guys. I'm doing especially great now that I get to catch up with you.
We've been told that being a guest on our show is like a whole week's worth of amoxicillin.
I can attest to that. That sounds about right. How you guys doing?
We're doing all right here. I do want to know if we put Carnell Tate up against the, let's say, 5 wide receivers drafted by Ohio State or from Ohio State in the first round since 2022. So Emeka Egbuka, Marvin Harrison Jr., Jackson Smith and Jigba, Garrett Wilson, and Chris Olave. Where would he rank?
So the funny thing about this is that when I was in Indy, me and my colleagues at A to Z Sports, we were having this like same exact debate because we were trying to gauge where Carnell Tate fit. And where I saw it is I would place him above Chris Olave, but I see him behind Jackson Smith and Jigba and Garrett Wilson. And I don't think that, like, the thing that gets complicated with talking about this is it sounds like that's almost a knock and it's like a negative evaluation of Carnell Tate, but it's really not. I think it just goes to show how ridiculously talented the Ohio State wide receivers have been that have come out in the past 5-ish years. It just, for me, I don't see that same level of game-altering talent that Garrett Wilson had coming out, and he has displayed that he can be highly productive and be a team's number one receiver. I thought that Jackson Smith and Jigba maybe didn't have this expectation that he would have propelled himself into an offensive player of the year, but I thought that he could be a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL. I just don't really see that with Carnell Tate. I see a really, really good wide receiver too that can be reliable and impactful, but he needs a running mate. He is more Robin to someone else's Batman.
So why is it he keeps being propped up with everyone else at the top of the wide receiver list? Like, why is he in the same conversation with Tyson if he's only, at best, somebody's Robin?
Well, I think that part of the discussion, the kind of the funny thing with the top 3 receivers, Lemon, Tyson, and Tate, is that they've all 3 of them kind of have something wrong with them. Lemon's just apparently he's weird. That's the whole narrative that it's been the case. And I think he's tremendously talented. I'm not really worried about anyone who's got concerns about his athletic capability. Tyson, though, there are some serious concerns because of his health. He's had a long list of injuries that have kept him off the field, and he's just struggled to straight up finish like seasons. He just can't stay on the field. And it's not like we're talking about a minor lingering hamstring or like an ankle or something along those lines. He's had serious, serious injuries. The thing is, though, if we're removing all that, we're evaluating in a vacuum and we're just looking at who are the most talented guys, Tyson's the most talented. I think Tyson has the higher ceiling. He reminds me of Justin Jefferson, the smoothness, the overall well-roundedness. He could do everything that you call upon him to do as a receiver. He's got a diverse route tree, but the problem is that are you going to buy into a guy that's just not been on the field very much? If you only do every year or so, every couple of years, he gets banged up and he's not available, it really kind of takes away the benefit of drafting a player like that early.
So I agree, but what does kill me is when people have the Browns, who share your opinion that Jordan is the highest ceiling guy of the wide receivers, and they're like, nah, Browns can't take him at 6 because of that. And they'll be like, this is why the Rams will draft him at 13, or the Chiefs will draft him at 9. That inconsistency of logic does drive me all the way up the wall.
Well, and I agree with you on that. I kind of I think if a team's going to take him, it would need to be one. I really just don't think he's going to go in the top 12. Just reading the general trend of receivers or just players in general that have fit this description of long injury history, didn't test at the combine. His medicals came back good, though, which was a positive sign. There were no red flags or anything. But naturally, NFL teams freak themselves out in this process. I think he's probably going to go 15 or later, if I'm just assuming, based on all of that. But he probably needs to go somewhere where there wouldn't be an immediate expectation that he would step on the field and be ready to go, and that he would need to be the number one guy and have this immediate large impact. So I agree with you. Him going to the Chiefs or to the Rams doesn't really make as much sense to me. If anything, for projecting who the Rams would take, I feel like Mekhi Lemon would make more sense because he's been their style receiver of high IQ player. They need somebody in the slot that I think of his style that he could be really, really impactful. But I'm on the same page. Tyson going to either of those franchises hasn't really made a lot of sense.
All right, so if we're still doing wide receivers, I want to tell you who my favorite is outside of the top three. I like Denzel Boston a lot, and I get it. He's not the fastest player in the world. I think sometimes I can get a little overrated, but he's not the fastest player in the world. What am I missing? Why isn't he perceived to be better than he is?
Well, I get a lot of pause when we talk about these receivers, these big-bodied catch-point guys that aren't overly consistently dominant. I think that there's just been this track record of players who, unless you're Tetero McMillan, who's in a different bucket, and he was a separate category for the production that he produced, despite not being a true burner, he was just still winning with his size. The N'Keal Harrys and Keon Coleman's of the world remind me too much of Denzel Boston. So I've always had a lot of pause with these big frame dudes who win through contact and physicality, because as fun as that is to watch on film, a lot of times those types of receivers end up getting caught up to in the NFL, especially nowadays when you look across the board. Most of these corners that are getting picked early, they're bigger, they're stronger, they're faster. It's just a lot harder to win that way. When in college, every other week, even if you're in a really good conference, you're going up against some corners that are probably going to be getting jobs at Enterprise in a couple of years, even if they do get an NFL stint or something. It just requires a lot to be able to win that way.
Joe, I was big on the idea of Monroe Freeling at 24. The more the hype train has left the station here, Monroe Freeling at 6 is really starting to scare me, especially the implication that he might not be a week one player in the NFL. So is it fair to question if Monroe Freeling at 6 is a reach?
I don't think that it is, just because this class overall, after we get past the 5th pick, there's a lot of prospects that kind of fall into the same bucket. Now, I do agree with you, 6 overall just generally has felt a little rich for me, and the rise has been kind of random. I don't have a super high grade on him. I have a day 2 grade on him, but if he goes somewhere around pick 10 to 20, somewhere in that range, it's fine for me, because this class doesn't have a real pure great left tackle prospect. I was also pretty disappointed with Caleb Lomu's film, who I thought was going to be the pure left tackle in this class that was going to be the big riser. This tackle class overall is it's quite bad. It is really, really bad. I was doing a little bit of digging yesterday as I was kind of finalizing the players I wanted to make sure I have watched. And after 15 guys, the list really tapers off. So when there's very few just pure left tackles and even good draftable tackles in general, a guy like him who's mobile and is a good athlete and is really long is at least going to be worth the swing in a class where the talent level is just down. So that's kind of where the rise in his projection has increased.
What's the difference in talent in someone like Freeling at 6 versus whoever else the Browns could potentially get at 24? How big is that gap to you?
But anyway, so you're asking what the difference is if he goes at 6, or just in general, the gap between him and whoever else might be on the board at 24.
I'm saying the difference between if the Browns take someone, or they take him at 6 versus taking a wide receiver at 6 and then going with someone at 24. How much worse of an offensive lineman did we get at 24 if we don't in fact take Freeling at 6?
In my opinion, I don't think that there would really be much of a difference. Because, again, I have a day 2 grade on him. I have a grade that more lines with him going at pick 24 you're really going to end up getting guys with that same.
Oh, you have a day 2 pick on Freeling in general.
Yes, I have a day 2 grade on him. Me specifically, I'm much lower on him. So the offensive linemen that are going to be on the board that could be taken that are comparable to Freeling, there's really not much of a difference. But the problem is there's just not very many pure left tackles. Now I'll say this. I would almost lean towards, instead of taking him at 6, I would lean towards taking like a Blake Miller from Clemson at 24, just because there's really very little separation between the grades that I have on those two guys, because both those guys I have mid-day 2 grades on.
All right, Joe, we've had both of these conversations on air. Before free agency, we talked about a 2 offensive lineman first round for the Browns. Now we've talked about the 2 wide receiver idea. What do you think would be a better utilization of their first round picks this year if they went all wide out in the first round or all offensive line?
I think it would be all offensive line. If we're just talking about how difficult it is to find talent at offensive line in the NFL in general, regardless of year, regardless of draft class, it is a very complex task, just for the simple nature of the fact that there's just only so many human beings on this earth that can be that big and move that well. I also think that instead of us doing the whole, Monroe Freeling discussion, I think it'd be a lot more intriguing to maybe take a Vega Ione at 6 and to come back around at 24 and to take, I mentioned Blake Miller or Max Ionichor from Arizona State. I think that there's just a lot more compelling alternatives and mismatches that we can kind of put in there. The thing that to me with receiver, you could end up landing and grabbing a receiver somewhere on day 2. And I also think that as you don't really have a solidified vision for what you're doing at quarterback, trying to build up this receiver arsenal before you start to establish that foundation at QB and figure out if you're going to have a veteran in the future or a youngster or whatever it is, the far better thing to set up whoever that guy ends up becoming in 2027, they're going to be a lot more better prepared to succeed if they've got a good offensive line compared to if there were 2 wide receivers that were drafted.
How do you think the board falls for Jeremiah Love at this point?
Man, it's been weird trying to project what's going to happen with Jeremiah Love, because he before free agency, he could have been projected to go to multiple teams in the top 10, but now we kind of have to cross off the Chiefs and the Saints. Maybe they would think about it, but it just wouldn't really make a lot of sense for the money that they committed to 2 free agent running backs. And I think that now the Titans would maybe have a stronger consideration. It would be really fun to see him in Tennessee, knowing the history of running backs that have played there. But I feel as though that the Giants, considering that they brought him in for a visit, are now more of a realistic option. The one team that I would be blown away by if they took him, purely from the explosiveness standpoint of what you would have in that backfield, since the Commanders took him at 7 or maybe even traded up to go and get him, because of pairing Jeremiah Love and Jaden Daniels, you would have 2 of the fastest players in the NFL playing alongside one another. So that to me would be frightening. And I could imagine that if he ends up being there and he's still available, that they would probably run to go make that pick. Outside of that, though, the Cowboys still seem to be in play, which was once a team that was considered to take him for a very long time. They were one of the preseason easy projections to have taken Jeremiah Love. I feel like if the Cowboys ended up passing on him, that would be really shocking. It would be very strange to me, considering he is the best offensive prospect in this class, that he would make it somewhere outside of the top 10 without somebody trying to trade up and go and get him.
All right, Joe, we had a hypothetical conversation yesterday, and it was born out of my co-host's hatred of the idea of trading for Tanner McKee. So I said, what would you rather do? Trade Tanner McKee for a 5th-round pick or trade pick number 6 for Jaylen Hurts? I know there is no chance of that second trade happening, but I will ask you, would you rather have the 6th pick in this draft if you're the Browns or Jaylen Hurts?
The 6th pick in this draft. I don't.
Yeah, it's not even a question, right?
No, I'm not touching Jaylen Hurts. Absolutely not.
Oh, you said the wrong thing. Wait, hold on. I misheard that. You're taking the 6th.
That's why I gave you that look, as you were.
In my head, I already assumed he was just going Jaylen Hurts. I didn't even consider the opportunity.
You wouldn't want a starting quarterback in the NFL?
So, the 8th best quarterback isn't as good as the 6th overall pick?
Okay, here's my problem. Jaylen Hurts is the perfect example of a quarterback that needs the perfect situation. He has needed everything around him to go as far as he's needed a good offensive line, a good run game, good receivers who like him and actually are willing to work with him, and an offensive coordinator that can effectively call.
First off, the receiver part is debatable. We don't know that he's ever really gotten along with A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith.
Fair point. But my point here is that he's needed so many variables to be in his. He's in the perfect situation. He could be in a more perfect situation. I just don't think throwing him onto a team that's in the process of rebuilding, especially rebuilding.
No, you took this too literally. This is the problem with this.
Okay.
Jaylen Hurts on the open market, does he command more than the 6th overall pick?
Probably commands more than the 6th overall.
I mean, think about it for a second. Deshaun got 3 firsts, but it was 6 picks total. It was 3 firsts. Russell Wilson got 2 firsts when it was all said and done. Matt Stafford, who had never won a playoff game, I know how great he is. He got 2 firsts in total. Hell, we trade defenders. We trade defenders for 2 firsts. Jalen Ramsey twice. Laramie Tunzel has been traded for 2 firsts. You think somebody that's been to the Super Bowl twice in the last 5 years doesn't at least get the 6th overall pick?
I think in a vacuum, yes, I think that's true. But me personally, I'm not doing that. I wouldn't trade anything for Jaylen Hurts because I wouldn't have much faith that it would work out. But to your point, yeah, I think that somebody would. I think that there'd be some franchise that would willingly mortgage a ton of. We literally saw the Browns do this with Deshaun Watson. To your point, teams will blindly throw picks at quarterbacks that have had small sample sizes of success in hopes that it'll rescue them. So no, it probably would be. I just personally would not do it.
1, you're a Giants fan. 2, that was impressive browbeating by Jonathan Peterlin right there. I'm very proud of you right there.
I'm amazed.
You hopped on him.
Joe, I'm amazed. Have you seen how many bad quarterbacks we've had, and you're just not interested in Jalen Hurts?
I think Jalen Hurts is one of those bad quarterbacks. I'm just going to add that.
Oh, you think he's bad? You just think he's straight up bad?
Like 12 games from Jackson Dart, and you folks in New York are talking
I think he had 33 total touchdowns last year to 6 interceptions, and you guys won't take him. Can't work with that. Okay.
A lot of their offensive, I watched it up Jalen Hurts. A lot of their offensive problems were derived from him. Not A.J. Brown. The play calling was bad, but a lot of their problems were derived from him.
Oh, yeah, big problem winning the Super Bowl. I got a real problem. Got a real problem. He makes Nick Sirianni look good day in, day out. What are we talking about?
You've never had to carry Nick Sirianni, Joe.
He got Nick Sirianni to a 700 winning percentage.
That's
like 4th all time.
Kellen Moore sharing the both of them. I think that's the better way to frame that.
Joe, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Joe DeLeon on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. That turned into a pistol whip fest very quickly, and I enjoyed it. It's the only one I haven't been involved with today, so it's nice to see 2 people mix it up that wasn't me.
And when I called Daryl a spineless jellyfish, but that's neither here nor there. We won't do that with Lindsay, by the way.
No. Wait, the Daryl thing or the Jaylen Hurts thing?
The Jaylen Hurts back and forth thing. Oh, we might.
Yeah.
We might.
All right, the only way you got to tie it all together if you
we're definitely asking her the question. It's just, will we go as hard in the paint there? I don't really know. I guess we'll have to find out at 4:20.
All right. We do have Lindsay Rhodes of Sumer Sports coming up at 4:20. When we come back, we'll react to what our buddy Joe there had to say about Carnell Tate in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
I would place him above Chris Olave, but I see him behind Jackson Smith and Jigba and Garrett Wilson. And I don't think that the thing that gets complicated with talking about this is it sounds like that's almost a knock and it's like a negative evaluation of Carnell Tate, but it's really not. I think it just goes to show how ridiculously talented the Ohio State wide receivers have been that have come out in the past 5-ish years. It just, for me, I don't see that same level of game-altering talent that Garrett Wilson had coming out, and he has displayed that he can be highly productive and be a team's number one receiver. I just don't really see that with Carnell Tate. I see a really, really good wide receiver, too, that can be reliable and impactful, but he needs a running mate. He is more Robin to someone else's Batman.
That was Joe Deleon of A to Z Sports NFL Draft Analyst. And the question we asked was comparing Carnell Tate against the other 5 wide receivers drafted in the first round from Ohio State since 2022. So it's Marvin Harrison Jr., it's Garrett Wilson, it's Carnell Tate, it's Chris Olave, it's Emeka Egbuka, and it is Jackson Smith and Jigba. And this is tough to do after the fact because I think people forget who those prospects were in real time.
So it makes it incredibly hard because my brain is like, well, no one's better than JSN. But it's like at the time, I think Marvin Harrison was probably the highest.
Yeah, I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. is one of the highest rated wide receivers I've ever seen in NFL. Like, it was like the fact that he has been a relative disappointment, even with putting in the context about the quarterback position. I to say shocking, I think is underselling it a little bit here. So I think there are two clear, not even a question. These guys, in terms about who they were coming out, rated above what I think Carnell Tate is, and there's one clear below. So it then just becomes how you feel about the last prospect. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. and Garrett Wilson are far ahead of where I think people say Carnell Tate is going to be coming out of Ohio State. Fair?
Yeah, 100% fair. Yeah.
The one that is clearly behind is Emeka Egbuka. Actually, and I'll put Chris Olave there, even though he was 11th pick. I never watched Olave at Ohio State and thought number one wide receiver.
No, I thought the same thing I think about Carnell Tate.
Yes. But by the way, so I would actually put Carnell Tate ahead of him. The one that I think is the toughest one to have the conversation on is JSN. He was the 19th pick, I think, in his draft. No, it's the 20th pick in the 2023 draft.
Yeah, 20. That's right.
So
20.
Carnell's going to be drafted above him, and JSN was not. He just wasn't supposed to be what he is.
I know, and he's the best wide receiver in football.
So
it took him 3 years, though. I mean, year 2, he still had 1,000 yards. He was still really good, but year 1, it wasn't like he was off to the greatest start.
So JSN's the only qualm I have. I got 2 guys definitively that I think coming out were ranked higher. 2 that I think were below. And then it becomes like the JSN versus Carnell Tate thing. And
because they've had so much success, though, they almost get like this Ohio State pass within it all. And
I think that's fair.
And that's what's funny about it. And so, like, just like thinking about Carnell Tate a lot in the past 24 hours, like what just kept coming up is the idea that if he played at Washington, we'd be looking at him differently for a couple different factors. The weak amount of opponents that Ohio State played last year would play into why maybe some of his games really jumped off and looks a little bit different. Some of these little things we nitpick with other players, you just don't do with him because of where he played.
Yeah, it's weird. A year ago, Emeka Egbuka was pretty much ignored as a top prospect. One, because he was going to be in the slot in the NFL, which I think is what's happened with Mekhi Lemon this year.
Yeah, definitely.
And then and the weird Adam Gase eyes. And then 2, because of Jeremiah Smith. There's something that flipped this year where Carnell Tate is not being dismissed because of Jeremiah Smith. And I think that's really interesting. I don't know why.
I think Ohio State, mock drafters just doubted so many people coming out of Ohio State in recent years.
They finally given up?
I think they did. I think they just had uncle. Like, all right, fine. We're done doubting all these different things that would be red flags for so many different other players. We're just going to let this go now. And honestly, that's just the read on it because there's so many things with Carnell Tate that if he played for a different school, they wouldn't they would hold against him that they just don't now.
I will say, even though we disagreed with him yesterday, I wonder if that is why yesterday Jeff Phelps made his plea that I don't want you to overdraft a wide receiver at 6, because if Carnell Tate is a number 2, if he's a Robin and he needs a Batman, you can understand how people would say that, in revisionist history 3 years from now, oh, he's had maybe 1,000-yard season, or he's had, whatever you think T. Higgins is, and it's not a number 1 wide receiver.
Well, and as we've gotten further and further into this, Joe was dead on. Like, there's each one of these receivers, they come with some flaw, some problems, something that you have to be comfortable overcoming. It's just what level of comfort do you have for each one.
216-474-0092. Where would you rank Carnell Tate amongst Ohio State wide receiver prospects that went in the first round since 2022? And new stuff has come to light about an option for the Browns. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right.
You can just see the progress from when I first got into the league and I didn't play linebacker at all till I got to the NFL. And I'm an all-pro linebacker, and I've been playing in the league at the top level, coming from Murray State, a small division school, not knowing a lot of linebackers. He basically taught me everything.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My pride's never recovered.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows right on The Fan, live and on demand now.
Lindsay Rhodes, Sumer Sports, coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back with you on Afternoon Drive. I will tell you, a lot of people saying they had High Point over Wisconsin, and I'm going to take your word for it.
I mean, yeah, I'm not going to, bracket check you.
Well, all I know is, as of right now, I am tied for first in the overall standings in the Odyssey. Oh, this just beautiful bracket challenge we have going on here.
You know, what a great,
nice.
A whole bunch of bragging rights that you're about to take down.
Yep.
So did you have High Point? You had High Point then or no?
I do not recall.
You're in first. I assume that means you had High Point.
That's a great question. That's a great point to make.
If you had it, you'd tell us.
I have not clicked into it right now. Would you like me to click in?
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
All right. Let's go here. We're going to go all the way down. Carry the 2. Oh, wait, where's High Point?
Keep
Which
carrying,
side of the bracket?
Keep carrying.
No, I did not have it. That is the one I got wrong so far.
Only
all
one,
the
though.
other ones looking right.
Oh, so you bet against Ohio State?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
You watched him this year, Jonathan.
Those suckers.
Actually, no, you didn't. Nobody did.
Nobody did.
Yeah. What an illustrious program that isn't.
One NCAA tournament win since 2019. What are we even doing there?
Yeah.
Guys, get the NIL money up. I know you want to support football, but what are we doing? You're Ohio State.
They've chosen.
Not High Point.
They've chosen properly. Yeah. Hey, guys.
Well, it's not like it's like
you can be a 10-win team. You can be Penn State in the Big Ten in football, but have a real banging program in basketball, or you can just keep trying to win national championships in football. Gosh, I wonder what we're going to choose. I don't know.
It's not like they ran out of donors with money, though.
You don't know that.
I mean,
one of their donors might not be donating for much longer.
Is Ohio State poor all of a sudden, and I didn't know that?
I think we're on simmer down watch on at least one of their donors.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of names on buildings.
Yep.
It's wild is still on there. I don't know why they won't take him off. It's a thing, I guess.
So Lindsay Rhodes coming up in about 15 minutes here. We do desperately want to know how your bracket's doing. Now, we're not going to take the calls on air. 216-474-0092. Matt Corrali, that's his name.
Yeah.
He wants to hear specifically. Call in, tell Corrali how you're doing, how many picks you got, if you got High Point, 216-474-0092. He'll keep a running tally. He loves these kind of things. But,
I will?
Hey,
Matt,
simmer down back there.
Matt, come on now. We didn't invite you on here.
I mean,
my fault.
We
did it again.
We got a real speak when spoken to mentality around here, Matt. I mean, come on.
Something. I'm sorry.
This is not a friendly environment to just open up the mics and get going.
Also,
stop. It's not friendly at all.
Also, you have to come into the studio to do it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Stop talking.
Got it.
Matt, we're gonna have you killed. I'm kidding. Professionally.
Professionally.
But personally.
It's on the table.
We're known as the toxic show at the station.
Settle down.
Yeah. Now, all this being said,
well, at least on the air, we're toxic.
Yes.
There's other
we're
show.
really nice and civilized. On air, we are ruthless.
Which is funny because the other show, other shows work the opposite of that.
Jake?
Not Jake.
Oh.
Not Jake.
Okay.
Not Jake. Do I keep taking stabs?
Jeff and Andy.
No, those guys are sweethearts everywhere.
Who does that leave?
We're out of shows, I guess.
Now, some new information has come to light as since the Vikings have signed Carson Wentz. And we were actually going to do this because it happened at the 6 o'clock hour, and then the Browns put that stupid rule forth, that stupid rule proposal that is just going to wreck this franchise if they let it happen, at which point the NFL just might let it happen because they're still pissed about the Deshaun debacle. Now, this being said, Alec Lewis of The Athletic well before Carson Wentz re-signed in Minnesota, hypothesized that since the Kyler Murray move, because Kevin O'Connell has said this was the only move they could see being a multi-year move, that the Vikings could still look to trade J.J. McCarthy. And the conversation has to be had because I think J.J. McCarthy, as a prospect, is somehow more interesting to me than like Carson Beck in the 4th round.
Yeah, I don't understand what the Vikings process was. I'll just say it's a really bad one. If like J.J. McCarthy at 10 starts, you're taking him 10th overall, and then 10 starts we're just abandoning on quarterbacks. I'm very quick to move off of things. Sometimes I feel like in life we act like everything's your 401k, and it just takes a lot of time. This doesn't. Like this is the type of thing you give more space than 10 games for.
So I think it's in the same conversation as Anthony Richardson. JJ has better stats. I will say that. They're not remarkably better stat, but I think he had like a 60% completion or somewhere in there last year.
When you looked at all the different Shedeur stuff, the one reputable name that was next to Shedeur in basically everything was J.J. McCarthy.
Yes. Yeah. And I think they are similar players and that I think they are gritty-ass gamers who I do think make plays. They're not always good plays. I do want to know the price. I think that's kind of a big thing right now is what's the price for J.J. McCarthy?
It's a big factor in it because I'm not wildly invested in the idea that he's actually going to win the battle.
I would also say I agree, by the way, but I think he's at least a worthy adversary. Like J.J. McCarthy versus Shedeur gives me more juice than Shedeur versus Tanner McKee or Shedeur versus Deshaun Watson. So we'll take that. But the price does matter here. Like Brandon Little of A to Z Sports here in Cleveland had McCarthy in a 7th to Cleveland for 5th and 6th rounds. 5th and 6th round picks. I don't necessarily love it at that price, but if you said that, or like a similar trade for Anthony Richardson, I'd actually choose McCarthy. One of its style of play. I do think J.J. McCarthy is more of a pocket quarterback, even though I think people look at Anthony Richardson as more of a true boom kind of prospect. But I like the fact that McCarthy's a little bit more pocket ready now. I like the fact you'd get him for 2 years instead of 1 year.
Yeah.
Before you have to make the 5th year option decision, I like the extra time in this case because I think it would give you more time if he's okay or he and Shedeur are okay next year and you're outside of the spot to take a quarterback. You could at least talk about rolling that forward and have some continuity in that quarterback room.
You got to go with the idea that you're not going to get anything out of him, and if you do, then it's because the Vikings gave up on him too quick, and that's an okay thing to live with. I hated even coming out of college. It's like the nicest things anybody could say about J.J. McCarthy was that he's a winner. It's like I don't really care about that because that doesn't translate to the NFL at all. Like congratulations, you won a lot of games in Michigan. That's not something I can really latch on to. Like anytime you had like anything like what's his best trait? It was really hard for people to come up with things for J.J. McCarthy outside of things like a gamer, different things like that. And it's like, well, I can't quantify that. Like give me the traits. Give me something that really, really works. That being said, I just don't think throwing guys away after 10 games is a smart process. Yeah. I think Minnesota fumbled this in a big-time way if that's what they, in fact, do.
So in more than one way. One, I think it's very interesting who their old GM used to be, Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, who we know has a relationship with our guy, Andrew Berry. So that's nice.
Yeah.
So there's like a plausible link there of I'm gonna assume that Kwesi has said nice things about JJ to Andrew and that they might see it simpatico. Here's the other thing. Kevin O'Connell gets a pass for whatever happens in that room because he's done enough with other quarterbacks to look really, really smart. And that is fair. Like, I think he deserves a benefit of the doubt that Kevin Stefanski got and didn't. That being said, if you look at the situation that J.J. McCarthy was put in last year, I don't know that's the offense that you run for that specific player. And I do think there was a little bit of trying to put a square peg in a round hole with JJ into his offense. And I might trust Monken the Maximizer to actually build what I think is the right offense, which is a power run offense where JJ early on doesn't throw more than 25 to 30 times a game.
I mean, and that's why I don't know that Monken's going to be the guy for that, only because Monken's going to try to go vertical, and Monken's going to, like, what you need with JJ McCarthy and what he's basically been and what he thought he would be in the NFL is a game manager. I mean, that's what he was in college in many respects. And so, honestly, we talked about Jaylen Hurts a lot today, but he needed a place like Philadelphia. That's like the ideal setup for someone like J.J. McCarthy to actually have success in the NFL.
216-474-0092. A very respected reporter out of Minnesota, Alec Lewis of The Athletic, has said that, and I think it now has more air to it, that Carson Wentz has re-signed. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the Vikings aren't going to carry 3 quarterbacks this year. It's the same reason why yesterday the Tanner McKee conversation happened.
I mean, they might. I think they just don't want to. I think they want to be done and out of the Max Brosmer business. Is I think kind of what this signaled to me.
Well, but how many teams actually carry 3 quarterbacks, and certainly carry 2 veteran quarterbacks in front of a young quarterback that they drafted?
You get 2 on game day, and then you have one that is on the roster, but obviously used more for practice squad stuff and everything else in between.
Usually, the third guy is like a Max Brosmer. We're really the only place that brings 3 miserable veteran quarterbacks.
And in some years we bring 4. But I think that to me it signaled more about Max Brosmer than it did anything else, because Max Brosmer actually had to play in games last year, and I think Kevin O'Connell wants to do everything in his power to make sure that doesn't happen again. Those games were awful to watch.
I think if everything that we've heard about Kwesi Adofo-Mensah pushing J.J. McCarthy on Kevin O'Connell, if that's true, and Kevin O'Connell really does look at Kyler and say that's a multi-year kind of guy there, I think J.J. McCarthy is probably more available than what people think. And then I think it becomes, if you're the Browns, what are you willing to give up for him? And that I honestly don't know. Like, 4th round pick for J.J. McCarthy, is that too rich for anyone's blood?
It sounds too rich.
I mean, I would prefer what Brandon Little threw out there of A to Z Sports. But I don't think a 4th rounder is too rich. Considering that previous, like Sam Darnold, who played a lot more football before the Jets moved on for him, went for a 2, a 4, and a 6, I think a 4th rounder is well within the range of possibilities that I don't think for 2 years. Like if Anthony Richardson for some people is worth a 5th rounder, I think J.J. McCarthy with an extra year of control is worth but I think that's where 1 round more.
I think that's where you lose the Browns in this conversation, because I don't think the Browns are interested in investing anything more into this season than they need to.
216-474-0092 is J.J. McCarthy. In play now, Lindsey Rhodes of Sumer Sports in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Marcus Johnson of Garfield Heights has been named as Ohio's Mr. Basketball for the second straight year. He's the 7th player to earn the award twice in his career. Lindsey Rhodes joins Nick and JP next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We've had many different conversations about the Browns with quarterbacks, hypothetical quarterback value, what is and isn't stupid, many things today. But our next guest, very, very smart, from Sumer Sports, Lindsey Rhodes, joins us now on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Lindsey, welcome to the show.
Hi, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing all right here. We've had some Donniebrooks today, actually with each other too, but with other people as well. So I'm going to ask you a hypothetical question that is in no way a literal question about a trade that won't happen. But if Jaylen Hurts was available, would you trade the 6th pick in the draft for Jaylen Hurts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's the right answer. Yeah.
Am I okay? Like, where is this falling based on the conversations that you've had already? Because I did see that you guys tweeted that out to promote the show, and I was thinking about it and kind of going through a list of quarterbacks, and the answer was honestly a lot. It's an interesting question because the answer is the quarterbacks that you would trade the number 6 overall pick for, you'd trade more than the number 6 overall pick for, and then the ones that you wouldn't, you know what I mean? It's a very stark line. Like it would be more, most of the quarterbacks, the answer would be yes, would have to actually include more.
Okay, because I want to hear that list, but like my thought process on it was like open market. Deshaun got 3. Matthew Stafford hadn't won a playoff game, and he got 2. Russell Wilson, when he was already dead and buried, got 2 from Denver. And then, like, you can get like.
Well, he wasn't dead then yet. Basically. By the way, in all fairness, I think we saw the death coming, but not. But I think that was a small group of people that saw that death coming.
And Seattle saw it coming, and he still got 2 first.
Denver did not.
No, Denver didn't. But like even like there's been defensive players that get multiple first. Laramie Tunsil, Jalen Ramsey twice. I think Jalen Hurts in the open market. I think if you get a 6 overall pick, Lindsey, I look at that as a bargain.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I started to go down the list, like pulling up our quarterback data pages at sumersports.com and just filtering by it filters automatically by total EPA. So going down the list, like obviously Drake, Jordan Love, you're doing it. You're not doing it for Stafford, but only because he's old. Mm-hmm. Josh Allen, you're doing it. Patrick Mahomes, you're doing it. Like how many picks would? I know that was the conversation that I heard people having. Oh no, maybe that was just us. We were having a conversation at Sumer about on the heels of the Browns' proposed rule change to how many years out you could trade draft picks. Mm-hmm. We were like, how many firsts would you have to offer for someone to actually think about it for Patrick Mahomes? Like if you could actually go 5 years out now, or are you like where's that number, for Patrick, which is a separate.
Yeah, I would do it instantly.
Yeah, I don't want to know because Jimmy Haslam's thought of it.
Maybe that's why they're changing the rule. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, by the way, that's exactly what I'm afraid of. So I think, and the Browns mentioned parity in their 5 reasons why they thought this made sense. That they think that this is a good thing, that it'll add to parity. I think it goes the opposite way. The salary cap. You can finagle that across a 3 to 5 year period where dead cap won't kill you if your owner is willing to spend. Yeah. You can't finagle 3 straight years without a first round pick. You just can't.
I mean, you have to be so good at drafting in the later rounds. Like the team, the Rams are a perfect example because, I feel like they actually kind of could and sort of proved that they could with the wake of the Matthew Stafford deal, even though that's not 3. But if you have a system in place where you go, okay, we're going to give up our resources at a specific number of positions. We've identified the positional value positions maybe that make us tick, and this is where we're going to invest. And then everywhere else, we're going to nail the draft. And then they've just demonstrated an ability to do that. Like they pull a lot of value out of the later rounds, and feel like they've kind of found some cheat codes in that sense. But it does put you in a position to be really good at that if you're going to get rid of those first-round picks, because now you don't – and the first-round pick has to hit, cannot get hurt. Like what happened with Deshaun Watson can't happen, because then now you're so far behind the eight ball, you don't even have the value that you thought you were giving all of this up for, and you don't have the resources to kind of fix the problem. So, yeah, I think it's interesting. I wonder if Myles Garrett is factored into, not to bring up trading Myles Garrett again, because I learned my lesson last time, but that is something that popped into my head and came up yesterday in conversation. We were talking about the Browns trying to change this rule, because like, why would the Browns, that's the thought process there. Like, why are the Browns the ones that are making this rule proposal? It has to benefit them in some way. It has to have come up in conversation for them, and now it's something that they can't do that they would want to do. And, Myles is somebody I think you'd have to consider in that sense.
So I just want,
how much could you get for him? How many years out?
Lindsay, I didn't think it was about Myles or even like Arch Manning, for instance. I just thought like the trades outside of Deshaun excluded, obviously, but like in recent years with Andrew Berry, and you can look to the trades he's done with Jacksonville, for instance, where he fleeced Gladstone twice. I feel like he thinks he's really good at it. And I think he thinks it's a strength of his. And so, like, the more picks you can offer up, the more wheeling and dealing we have in the NFL. Yeah. And then the more teams, as analytical and smart as he is, the more teams he feels like he can just take advantage of.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely yes, there's how much do I value these compared to how much do I think you value these? And so there's a conversation to be had about that. I do think, going back to picks in the draft, I'm really interested. I was looking at the Browns stuff today in preparation to talk to you, and that 6 pick is really interesting to me, because in a lot of ways, what I think I'm tagging in the first round for the Browns with 6 and 24 is I think tackle and wide receiver are my top priorities. Mm-hmm. And but the tackle at 6 is really interesting based on what the Browns already have on the offensive line, what they don't have on the offensive line, what they seem like they need. So before we go any further here, what do you think is it left specifically? Does it have to be a left tackle? Where do you see the tackle situation?
Oh, you're about to start a Donnybrook here, I fear.
That's what I do.
I get a little afraid that the Browns are shoehorning themselves into we need a left tackle in the draft, which pretty much feels like a one-way ride to Freeling, which feels like a reach at 6. I would rather go wide receiver at 6 and then tackle later or offensive lineman later. JP,
no, I agree with that idea. Like, I'd rather go wide receiver and then tackle. And the assessment of really the bet there with left tackle with Freeling is, would we take him over starting DeJuan Jones? And I understand if the Browns just don't trust DeJuan Jones at this point.
So interesting. Because if you go wide receiver at 6, then which wide receiver are you going?
Oh, we both like Tyson.
Now wait, you like Jordan Tyson at 6?
We're worried about his medicals, yes, but as a collective, we've come together with liking him more than like Carnell Tate. We like, but Carnell Tate seems more like Robin than Batman, and that'll be interesting. And then we're both out on Lemon.
You're out on London. Why?
Adam Gay size.
Just too weird for us. too weird for us.
Okay, that's not a serious answer.
Yeah, Mekhi Lemon. Yeah. And you're just throwing him right in the slot. I just don't think his ceiling is nearly as high. Like, it just doesn't seem like a number 6. That's the answer.
Does that feel like a good ADOT for Shedeur, who I get is not you're not building an offense around Shedeur, right? Like, I mean, you definitely want to maximize what he can do in the short term for sure. But, like, that might not be your long-term answer at quarterback, and so you're not committing to pieces around that. But in the short term, I wonder if building out that area of the field, that those depths is a smart thing to do. I'm also a little bit okay. Let me float a different idea here. If we do go tackle at 6, and I do agree with you, like feels like Freeling is a little bit of a reach there, and so or Caden Proctor, which leads to does he try to work the board and move down just to the right range where he can get that guy, or do they not overthink which tackle it has to be and potentially go like a Maui Noah or somebody like that and just take whoever they deem to be the best offensive lineman on the board at 6? and then go wide receiver later. But if that is the separate option here from a pass catching standpoint at 24, would they consider, do you think, maybe Sadiq if he's available at 24? Because you no longer have, obviously, Njoku. You have Fannin. Fannin's great. But the Browns ran the highest rate of 12 personnel in the NFL last season at a 41% clip. And noting that the coaching staff is different, so did the Ravens. Ravens were third at 35%. So this is a big part of Monken's offense also. So it feels a little bit like if you add Sadiq potentially, you can still utilize those 12 personnel concepts that benefit the run game and maybe open things up in the pass game. And you're adding another pass catching weapon who can hit those intermediate middle areas of the field along with Fannin. And maybe you're adding like a high-end pass-catching weapon that can kind of check the box that we're looking for in the wide receiver room without actually being a wide receiver.
Lindsay, maybe this is my Browns trauma talking here, so we're going to leave that open. I don't draft receivers or tight ends who are allergic to catching the football.
Come on, that's not fair.
It's a little fair.
What do we love about Fannin? Fannin just caught everything.
The man catches everything. Sadiq, can we say occasional oopsies, a little bit more oopsies than you want from your second or first tight end?
Maybe, but there's so many things about him to like. Like I don't know. I like Sadiq. I think that Sadiq seems to be clearly the top tight end in this class. Talked to a lot of evaluators and scouts on our staff that really, really like him. I think, I don't know, maybe because you have a Fannin who is a great pass-catching tight end that you can, of all teams, metabolize like a Sadiq and play to his strengths and not to his weaknesses.
I see what's happened here. You haven't watched enough Anthony Schwartz in your life. And you haven't lived through the, hey, I'm really athletic, but I couldn't catch a cold in the middle of a COVID epidemic. I think that's where we're going here.
All right, I'm going to have to go revisit these Kenyon Sadiq numbers here because I feel like you're painting a picture that is a little bit unfair, but we'll circle back.
All right. In the meanwhile,
right.
She probably is right.
Yes,
but in the meanwhile, J.J. McCarthy, is that a realistic option for the Browns, or you feel like the Vikings are hanging on to him and the move with Carson Wentz is just kind of like Max Brosmer insurance?
I mean, are you moving off of anyone to move to Carson Wentz on purpose?
I wouldn't.
No, you can't. No. Yes, no. That has to just be insurance for them. There's no way. You can't move off of, unless they think that they could get something for J.J. McCarthy. What are you getting for J.J. McCarthy? Like, J.J. McCarthy's value is as low as J.J. McCarthy's value is ever going to be. They used a 1 on him. Like, I personally just think it doesn't make any sense to, and I think that the Vikings are a team that is never thinking, like, you know what, let's just float this year. Like, let's just win in the future. But, like, let's just build up assets. I think that they feel like they need to be in it. And honestly, with some of them, with Justin Jefferson on that team, like, come on. So I think you play out J.J. McCarthy, you give him another year, you allow him to develop, you can't pivot off of that to Carson Wentz. I just don't know that you're going to be able to. Carson Wentz is the guy that you bring in to if you have to, if he gets hurt or it's an absolute S show. I don't think you can actually like purposefully go, you know what we're going to do this year? It's Carson.
I don't think you can go, I think what we're going to do this year is J.J. McCarthy. If you're the Vikings. So I think the only thing interesting about that is one of the reports out there was that Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, the previous GM, forced J.J. McCarthy on Kevin O'Connell. And I think it almost becomes like a regime change.
We've also had Kevin O'Connell kind of through different channels talking about how bad J.J. McCarthy was in practice and like consistently bad. Like if they get a chance to move off of him, maybe.
That's why he should be a Brown next year.
I just think, Lindsay, the process is awful. If you take somebody and then 10 games in, you're like, we're just done with them. I think that process is just awful.
That's my point. And even if it wasn't his process, like you can't do it. Like the investment's been made. You can't say, okay, we're done. You need to give him at least one more season to prove that there's no way for him to grow. But then why would the Browns want him? Like, if that's what's coming out of Minnesota and we're so desperate to get rid of him that we're going to pivot to Carson Wentz, somebody who didn't work out in Indianapolis when they were looking for this very thing. Like, I just don't know. I don't know what the strategic thought process would have been. Like, I think that if you know going into this offseason, if you're the Vikings and you're like, you know what, we got to move off because this is not our guy. This was Kwesi's guy. I don't want him. Can't win with him. You got to be more aggressive to make other moves. And it's not go out and sign Carson Wentz. That's not the aggressive move.
I think it was the Kyler Murray thing.
It's not like there were a bunch of quarterbacks, but there were other ones that you could get in the conversation for to at least look like you're trying.
Counterpoint from the Browns side of things, a year ago they did trade a 5th rounder for Kenny Pickett, who was booty cheeks in Pittsburgh.
But
I know this is really loaded. I'm throwing a lot of loaded stuff at you, Lindsay.
No, but I'm just saying, but the goal, but that's a depth move, which is the point. Like, if you're going to trade a 5th rounder, that's somebody that you just want to put on your roster as like a backup, as a veteran that you could put in if you have to put in. Not as somebody that is your guy that you're going to, have take the field in week 1 as the whole, like, let's build the boat around him for this season.
Well, and so I really think that the Browns are just doing this transition year thing, and I think it's going to be Shedeur versus Deshaun, and then ultimately we're going to play for either Shedeur being awesome or Shedeur sucking, and then you either get to draft in 2027 or you then are obviously set up in a position of where Shedeur's awesome and he's cheap and affordable and everything else. So you see it that way. You see their plan and what they're potentially trying to do here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a purposeful plan. I think it's a plan that they got backed into, and they just don't have any other options. Mm-hmm. Because if you're Cleveland, and by the way, like, just to be clear with the J.J. McCarthy stuff, I'm saying with Minnesota, if you know you're moving off of him and you don't want him to be your starter this year, that is an unacceptable outcome to you to the degree where you would trade him and go Carson Wentz, then you have to be aggressive in an offseason that has very few options for you to go get. But you got to be one of those buyers. You can't be the musical chairs person who's left without a chair. You have to be aggressive to make sure that doesn't happen. The Cleveland Browns, I think, are in a position where I agree with your assessment that this is not the year. You're not going to go make a Super Bowl run right now. Ideally, you'd like much better quarterback play, and so you can maximize what Myles Garrett's bringing to the table on defense. But I think we got to ride this out. We used 2 picks last year, even though they weren't high picks on quarterbacks. So now we just got to kind of play with what we have here. Unless somebody falls to us in a later round, take another dart throw in the 3rd or later. If that presents itself, fine. But I don't know that it makes much sense to put 3 quarterbacks in their first 2 years in the same quarterback room. But darts at a dartboard, I suppose. But I kind of think you give Shedeur, and I am actually leaving Deshaun out of the conversation. I'm going Shedeur and Dillon in some combination of that next year. You start with Shedeur. If that doesn't work out, maybe you go back to Dillon, whatever. You get through the season, and now you either get an answer that's good about one of them. One of them, starts to show signs that, like Tyler Shuck did in New Orleans, not part of the plan necessarily, but they were like, oh, hey, maybe we change our plan because maybe we don't have to make quarterback a priority at the moment because he's good enough. Put people around him. I think that you could end up in that situation if you're Cleveland, ideally, if Shedeur or Dillon or somebody emerges this season. And then if not, then you draft a quarterback next year in a year where there are better options and more options.
Lindsay, we appreciate you. This was fun. Thank you for not trading Myles this time. But till the next time, when again, it's been 2 straight calls that you haven't traded Myles Garrett from the Browns. The next time you're going to have to.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Like the Browns, they've run out of options. We're transitioning to another quarterback a year from now. You're going to do the same thing with Myles with trades for you.
Okay. All right. I'll come up with some ideas.
Thank you, Lindsay.
But only 5 picks. All right. See you.
Bye.
Lindsay Rhodes there, Sumer Sports on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We got plenty to react to in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Cavaliers are back in action tonight against the Bulls in Chicago. On the injury report, Donovan Mitchell listed as questionable for tonight because of an eye contusion. And former Cav Isaac Okoro listed as out due to right knee soreness. Cleveland hoping to make it 2 in a row on this road trip. They took down the Bucks 123-116. Back on.
It's here. All the biggest stories, all the biggest news and sound from around the world of sports and Cleveland sports world as well. I will tell you, I think the way that Lindsay was clearly torn on the Browns' many options at 6 and 24.
Yeah.
I think it paints something that we do have to remind everybody. Like, this is a year where, unlike last year where it felt like Andrew Berry was just going BPA at whatever position, whatever pick they were drafting, it doesn't feel like they have the same luxury this year with how people are talking about the Browns. And even within that, it feels like this is a very tricky draft for Andrew Berry, which gives me a lot of anxiety.
Seems like an incredibly tricky draft. Think about all these convos we've had, and then like when the moment you talk about 6, it comes with, well, all right, if you're going to go Freeling, or if you don't go Freeling, what are you going to do then with DeJuan Jones? What are you going to do with left tackle if not? Are we going to use some of the versatility that you got on the line and then mix those guys around? Like it's not cut and dry. I like when it's cut and dry. It's not cut and dry.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so funny. I've never seen more fans like the trade down that happened last year. People got on board with it. But the initial reaction was a little bit of anger about missing on the generational player in Travis Hunter.
Yeah, people wanted Travis Hunter.
So this feels like a year where all Browns fans are team trade down. The problem is, so are Jets fans. Mm-hmm. So are Cardinals fans.
Everybody wants to. Once you're past 5, you want to get rid of this pick.
But it's not really even just about the 2027 draft, which I think is a convenient out to take. No, it's that it's a really complicated draft. And I think it's interesting. I did just to start because, when we talked about Jordan Tyson at 6, Lindsay seemed affronted. And I think it's really interesting. Like, if you're a slower wide receiver and you get dinged for that, it makes sense that you fall out of the top 20. If you are a T-Rex arm-having left tackle candidate, totally understand if you fall. I don't really think if Jordan Tyson is worth the 13th pick because of injuries or the 14th pick, I think he should be worth the 6th pick in this draft. Like, I don't think I continue to want to make this point. Mm-hmm. There are things that say, all right, that's a good 25th pick. It's not a good 6th pick, right? Or, hey, I'd take him at 30. I wouldn't take him at 20, right? Injuries are a yes or no. It is either you are on the board or you're off the board. I understand the risk, but if this is a draft devoid of blue chip talent, guys, I think if you take the injury off, I think Jordan Tyson is a blue chip prospect.
But the other part of this too is the idea that we had 13 wide receivers go a year ago in the first 2 rounds. And they're expecting it to be that same number and higher. Like, we could have the most amount of wide receivers taken in the first 2 rounds that we've ever seen in the NFL draft in general. And so, like we gotta kind of factor some of this stuff in. Like, if we talk about the first 3, what's the big difference between them and then a guy I like, like Denzel Boston, for instance, if he ends up going at 24? We can make the same argument when we're talking about the offensive line and what you do with a guy like Monroe Freeling, who Joe DeLeon doesn't even have as a first day 1 grade.
And it really kills me, the trade down stuff, because I agree that I would, especially if there's a 2027 first or second round pick being dangled to move down, I'd rather that than like another 3rd round pick this year. Because I just think you need more assets next year to try and push into if you need a quarterback.
It just seems incredibly unlikely that any team's going to do that.
Exactly. And I think this is the rare situation where on draft night, if the Browns just stick at 6, and they just take whoever, whether it's the best left tackle or the best wide receiver or the best player available, there's going to be a whole mess of Clevelanders just screaming, why didn't you trade down? And
as if the option was just sitting there for him, and it's something that you can just obviously achieve. I think as we get closer and closer to this thing, I think more and more people are just going to be accepting of whatever they do. Like, I don't think I think they look at the draft and I think they look and see how this is. It may be within context, obviously. Like, as long as it's a tackle or a wide receiver, I think people are just going to be happy about it and just kind of go along with it.
I think because of where people's opinion is of the Browns, 8 wins in 2 years, I think it's going to be the opposite.
No, but I think
it's going to be really hard to get everyone on the same page about a pick.
In a weird way, though, and I haven't given this to them exclusively, but other people have, because of what happened in last year's draft. Some people think that this is the only competent thing they can do. Like, when they talk about Andrew Berry, they just ignore every other draft he's ever done, and they think about last year's draft as if that's like the strength. And so I wonder if they're going to give him more leeway based off of last year.
Don't do that.
I think they're going to do it.
We should really, but I'm saying
we
no.
won't do it.
I actually think the only thing
I think people are going to do
staying at 6 because he's an Ohio State kid. I think Carnell would have the highest Q rating of guys you'd take at 6. I'm not saying it'd be a bad pick. I'm just saying it is one of the picks that kind of makes me go, man, I hope he's more than what people think he is. The Lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
And as always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. A lot of madness right now. A lot of madness. I continue to do well in the Odyssey bracket here.
Yeah, I'm very happy for you.
But I'm the only person on the show that is just knocking it out of the park on there. Big ups to Brian in sales, Andrew in sales.
Shout out to those guys.
I think Dustin, the old cuckaroony, as we call him.
Yep.
Actually, that might not entirely be true. I'm just stalling for time.
Siena took their guys off 40 minutes. They didn't have a bench.
Yeah.
They did not play anyone on the bench. You're like shocked they lost to Duke as Duke overcame a double-digit deficit. It's like, why are you shocked by this?
Oh, I forgot a name.
Why are people shocked by this?
Owen.
They played everybody.
Owen's doing real well in the Odyssey tournament right now.
How many years you have to go back to find an NCAA basketball tournament game where all 5 guys played the entirety of the game? It's got to be 50 years.
Do you think
it's got to be forever?
Do you think that the Siena
what
coach?
What a bold play!
Do you think maybe he just had vacation plans in the next week and thought I'd rather not risk it?
And he's just like, yeah, of course they can all play 40 minutes. They're not going to get tired at all and get outscored by 16 in the second half. Of course they're going to be able to do this.
Lindsay Rhodes of Sumer Sports joined us last hour. We asked her if she would hypothetically trade the Browns 6 overall pick for Jaylen Hurts.
I was thinking about it and kind of going through a list of quarterbacks, and the answer was honestly a lot. It's an interesting question because the answer is the quarterbacks that you would trade the number 6 overall pick for, you'd trade more than the number 6 overall pick for, and then the ones that you wouldn't. You know what I mean? It's like it's a very stark line. Most of the quarterbacks, the answer would be yes.
I'm with her on this, obviously, but I love the idea of extending it out even further. Like, people are mad about Jaylen Hurts. It's like, I kind of wanted to hear how many quarterbacks Lindsay would put into that list, because the reality is that these quarterbacks get traded for an insane amount. The 6 overall pick would be pennies on the dollar, all things considered, when we've never seen a franchise quarterback get traded for anything less than at least 2 firsts to start the conversation.
There's nothing funnier than the reaction to this conversation when we have been pretty, like, the conversation that has blown up because Ken overreacted to a piece of sound from yesterday's show. It was like a 3-minute conversation.
Yeah.
And it was basically because you hate the idea of trading anything for Tanner McKee. And so I was trying to find something that might push you to, try and see, okay, is this too much value for a quarterback coming off arguably his worst season?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's blown up to be, we got people from every show on every platform talking about this. It was a 3-minute conversation. And mostly because I was so amused at how much you hate the idea of Tanner McKee.
Let's put it this way. It didn't even make a video yesterday. It made one this morning.
Yeah.
We got one this morning once Ken and Daryl started talking about it. Then we got a video up there because then we could, quote, tweet and respond to it and everything. We churn out like 8 videos a show. Didn't even make a video.
Pretty much anything makes a video
Didn't
now.
make a video. Here we are.
Yeah.
All right. Number 2, sorry. Mary Kay Cap at Cleveland.com joined the morning show today. She explained why the Browns might be proposing a rule to expand the window for teams to be able to trade future draft picks.
I would just think maximizing any opportunity to go out there and wheel and deal. You have seen over the past few years, teams are trading a lot more than they used to. And now at the trade deadline, you're seeing a lot of activity. And I think they just want to have more options and, like you said, maybe more NBA vibe to it where you can spread it out. Like you said, where you can ease the pain a little bit over the future years. They were the ones that also tried to increase the trade deadline by 2 weeks. It ended up being only 1 week, but they had proposed 2 more weeks. Andrew loves to wheel and deal. He loves to make trades. And I'm sure while they're in the process of doing this, they see that they can really expand their horizons a lot with something like this.
NFL owners and GMs in the hot seat need protected from themselves. Like, for instance, I wish there was a rule for the Colts that would have forbade Chris Ballard from trading 2 firsts for Sauce Gardner after like 8 good games of Daniel Jones last year.
Yeah.
I actually do understand. Mary Kay put it in a very interesting way there, the NBA vibe. So hypothetically, if the Deshaun trade had been a pick every other year for 5 years, but you still give up 3 picks, it might have not hurt you the same way as if you had just ripped them right off there. I still think it's hard to project because of the way the NFL is, it's hard to project where your team's going to be in 2 years, let alone 5 years. And so trading picks, especially from impetuous owners and with love and respect, that can be used to describe Jimmy Haslam, or lame duck general managers, which described a fair amount of GMs under Jimmy Haslam in the last decade. It's really a no for me. This penalizes teams like the Browns and the Jets who turn over as much as they do, and I just don't love it.
Fans should understand they won't enjoy this. They think they will because you'll see a lot more trades and a lot more movement, and that's always fun. But ultimately, for a lot of teams, you're going to have an owner, or at least a GM, that has to clean up the mess of another GM that is trying to save their job, and that's a disastrous thing. I really do think, though, and it's going to take a lot for me to move off of this opinion, the idea that Andrew Berry just thinks he's good at trades, and I think Andrew Berry looks at this as something he can do to take advantage of what he thinks is other dumb GMs across the NFL. I think he looks at himself and thinks smarter, more analytical, our processes are better, and we're just going to be able to take advantage of these old football guys that don't know as much, and so this is kind of what he's working with.
One final thought on this. One of the 5 bullet points from the Browns on this, on why this idea makes sense, is that you can better approximate player value by trading picks across 5 years, which I massively disagree with. I think when it comes down to wins and losses, you might better be able to kind of gauge the value of like a Joe Burrow or a Patrick Mahomes or even like just a good starting quarterback, right? I think for the rest of the NFL, I think it's insane that Sauce Gardner, no matter how good he is as a corner, has gone for 2 1s. I don't think his true value is that. When we get to it, and I start to worry that maybe this is going to lead to more picks being traded for individual players, and I think that's another thing that can really impact parity over a long time. All right, so earlier today, have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this? Ken and I got into a Twitter Donnybrook. I accused him of fake outrage in this clip.
Why the hell would you put Tanner McKee on the trade block, apparently, quote unquote, if you were going to start him over Jaylen Hurts, who somehow we would give up a 6 overall pick for? This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in the history of this station. I ain't yelling at you. This is dumb. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and he knows it. That's why he's hiding, because he's laughing at me, because he knows I've lost my mind over this. Of all the stupid things that have been said on these airwaves in 14 years, this is easily the most recent. I still love you, Les. Second of all, it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. We have lost our minds. We have literally taken the bottom lip and wrapped it over our heads now, and we are suffocating for air. This is dumb. Guys, this is stupid. Do you hear what's coming out of our mouths?
I don't think I've ever seen you this mad.
Because I can't stand the stupidity. I can't do it. The 6 overall for Jaylen Hurts from a team that was going to, quote-unquote, start Tanner McKee over him. And the reason to do it is because he's better than Johnny Manziel? Because he's better than Charlie Fry?
Not only was that not an actual representation of the conversation that was had, that Lindsey Rhodes agreed that in a vacuum, the 6th-round pick for Jaylen Hurts in our hypothetical conversation makes sense. And I'm going to stick to my original analysis that then started the Donnybrook with Ken on social media. I think it's fake outrage. I got like a minute of him calling something stupid with like another 15 seconds, 20 seconds there of a lot of hot air about points I don't remember you making about Johnny Manziel or Charlie Fry.
Yeah, no, I didn't. That was John. That was John, the producer, that kind of made those points. Yeah, it got so confusing. It was fun because he yelled a lot, but I lost the point. I lost the point a lot of the way into that. And so was he yelling about Tanner McKee? Was he yelling about Jaylen Hurts at 6? Was he yelling just to yell? I'm not really sure at this point, and I don't know that I'll ever really have an answer.
Yeah, and I would like to go back to something I said earlier today. One, if you're asking if it's a work or a shoot between Ken and I, the answer is yes. Two, The greatest umbrage I've taken with any of this was the picture that Barrett Sports Media used of me, which made me both look like a gigantic tuna and just have a melon like you wouldn't believe.
Does make you wonder if Barrett Sports Media secretly hates you.
I generally think
they've seen
might.
enough. They've seen enough photos of you. They know that was not a good representation of yourself.
My Avi,
that was,
my Avi on Twitter. That's a good picture of me. I'm a little thinner, look a little sexy. I'm doing a little mug for the camera. Could have used that one.
There's a lot that they could have used.
Yeah.
You got a lot of images out there on the internet. The one they did use is the one that you know you wouldn't like if you knew you. You know?
Ken wins the image off. I don't know about who won the beef between us on social media, but he won the image off.
A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst Joe Deleon joined us today at 3:20. He gave up his evaluation of Carnell Tate as a prospect.
I would place him above Chris Olave, but I see him behind Jackson Smith and Jigba and Garrett Wilson. And I don't think that the thing that gets complicated with talking about this is it sounds like that's almost a knock and it's like a negative evaluation of Carnell Tate, but it's really not. I think it just goes to show how ridiculously talented the Ohio State wide receivers have been that have come out in the past 5-ish years. It just, for me, I don't see that same level of game-altering talent that Garrett Wilson had coming out, and he has displayed that he can be highly productive and be a team's number one receiver. I just don't really see that with Carnell Tate. I see a really, really good wide receiver, too, that can be reliable and impactful, but he needs a running mate. He is more Robin to someone else's Batman.
I think expectations really do truly matter here. If you take a wide receiver at 6 and he's merely really good, I think that's going to leave some people upset about it. I like Carnell Tate. I don't want to make it seem like I don't.
Yeah.
But it's interesting how he's not knocked for what his ceiling might be, and which again is what. Okay, who are you going to be in the NFL? That's part of the conversation, and that should drive whether you're the 6th pick or the 24th pick. When it comes to a guy like Jordan Tyson, the best anyone's got on him is, well, he gets injured a lot. Yeah, I'll live with that risk.
Why is it they're not looking at the ceiling and the potential there as something that they're considering? Like Coach Riz was on Twitter and he was talking all about like Jaylen Hurts and all this, and he's like, well, you need someone to be the engine and all this other stuff at number 6 overall. And I think what he's getting at is the point that at number 6, if you're taking a quarterback, are you going to take a number 6 at quarterback that prospects out to be the 23rd best quarterback in the NFL? Probably not. Mm-hmm. That's probably not good enough. Like we look at the ceilings and we attach to how high they can go. Tyson can go higher than anybody else in the NFL draft this year. Carnell Tate, it's not the same level, and like it's not being equated the same way.
I just think it's interesting that like if you're a big, slow wide receiver, and I'm not saying Carnell is. I think that's the knock on like Denzel Boston.
Yeah.
But like if you're a big, slow wide receiver, we can work with that. If you're a left tackle that the tape just stinks of, but you are a workout wonder, we can work with that. You can work with almost anything in the NFL, but the draft community in general, the second somebody puts injured on you, there's just no coming back. It is part of what sunk Jackson Smith and Jigba to the 20th pick back in 2023.
Yeah.
It felt good.
Yeah, I hope it felt good. I could tell you've been going back in the NFL.com archives for the JSN stuff.
I had to talk about Lance Zierlein. He called him a 6.43 player. Come on now. What are we doing?
Zierlein, I'll give him this credit. Every year he puts these comps out there, and every year he puts everything that he possibly can out there, and they exist forever, and he's the only person that does that.
Yeah, and he doesn't go back and revise them.
No.
Which some people do.
No, he just lets it sit there, and it takes a lot to do that, and I appreciate that out of him.
All right, what is Todd Monken's job? We'll get to that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. There is a part of me that wants to start roasting people for their brackets and the Odyssey bracket pool that we have.
But it's like 5:30 on day one?
Yes.
Yeah.
And as I just told Mac off air, we're like 4 games away from this being tragic. Because there was a stretch where our buddy Tim Richards from down the hall, he had, was it 0 or 1?
0.
He was in dead last, like 3 games in. He's picked up 2 good wins now, though.
See?
But I remain in first. Oh, man.
And Tim cares about the bracket. You know he does.
Ooh, that's interesting.
That's a bracket guy right there.
Tim's so laid back, though.
Yeah, but that's a bracket guy, though.
Like, I think amongst the irreverent folk here at Odyssey Cleveland, I think Tim and I are amongst the people who care the least about the most. Right? We just don't sweat a lot.
He's a festive human. And
I literally sweat a lot, but you know what I mean.
I feel like people that love to be festive the way that he does, I feel like they get really into March Madness and they get really into this. But he's a big sports guy in general, too, though. There's a part of him of being like the sports guy that's not on the sports station that I think he likes.
Well,
I don't know. Just a thought.
Gotta have a better bracket, Tim. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, we're rooting for you, Tim. I'm rooting for you.
I remain in first. Buddy Brian, great job out of him. Andrew's doing a great job here. Owen, what a great job.
Awesome.
Right?
Awesome.
A bunch of first place guys right there.
I like all these bragging rights you guys are playing for.
I don't really think there's anybody else that can really brag right now.
I think there's one more name that you're forgetting in there.
I clicked over to the second page. I'm not seeing anything there. I even improved the font.
I like how much Matt cares about getting his score out there right now.
Yeah, he actually.
I also like that. We had the games going on, obviously, as we're doing the show. Mac is like hyperventilating with some of these games, and I think it's the funniest.
I'm having fun.
I know you are, and I love it. But like that High Point game that was going on, you legitimately looked concerned about them losing that game.
So
like this is make or break for you, and I love that.
I promise you,
you look like Adam Sandler in Uncut Gems during this.
This is going to sound like I'm criticizing you specifically. It's more me. I cannot watch sports with high-strung people. Like people who get like so into it, they're like living and dying. I can't. It takes my anxiety to a level that is not healthy. We had in Charlotte, again, huge in Charlotte. Like everybody really cared about the brackets there. Like it was kind of a point of pride, right? You boy did pretty well down there too.
Nice.
However, we had this awesome board op. His name's Smoke. He wasn't usually on my show. He was on the afternoon show. And so the 1 week he was pulled up to work on my show was the first 2 days of the tournament. And watching, so you got to understand, in that studio, there's one way to face. And you're basically, there's Sultan Vinny's going across from the board op to the host all show long.
Yeah.
And he this most stoic Southern gentleman, never really reacted, not emotional anyway. And he turned into Jim freaking Carrey during every game of the tournament. I finally kicked him out of the studio. I was like, I can't do this. You will. By the end of this, my heart will explode from anxiety because he was living and dying with like a 16 and a 1 seed.
So I love that,
like
though.
A 30-point game.
I love that. Unless I feel like it's performative. Unless I feel like you're doing it to kind of be like, oh, I'm so into this, I have to act it out. But if you're like genuinely into it, like Mac, watching you actually sweat out these games, I like it.
I can't even make eye contact. Again,
I like it.
It's about me. It's not about you. But simmer down.
See, like for me, the first 2 days of the tournament, especially in that first round, when you have all of these games back to back to back, like these are some of my favorite days when it comes to sports.
Just for you, though.
Nobody else. You're the only one. You're the only one with that take.
You're planting that flag like Baker Mayfield.
Really putting it out
I'm
there.
going to say something that nobody's going to say.
Say it with
the
my
first
chest.
2 rounds of the tournament, specifically the first 2 days, that's my favorite time of the year.
Funny. I had a guy over doing some work on my house today, and I was talking to him, and he's like, oh, yeah, tomorrow he's going with all his buddies and everything like that, and they're going to go down to, B-dubs, and they're just going to watch a bunch of games and do all that stuff. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, what a throwback that is. Like, I loved it. I was like, this is like, that feels so old school in a way that people just don't do anymore, and it kind of sucks that people don't do that anymore.
This and opening day. If I ever stopped doing what we're doing, or it was in a different way of what we're doing, and I actually had that thing called free time. These 2 days and opening day might be the difference between me and Vanessa being married or not. If we're being very clear about this, because I think she would see that Frank the Tank version of Nick Wilson too many times in a short window of time.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be worth it, but I'd have some fun on the way to losing half my crap.
Well, there we go.
Now, speaking of losing respect. No, that was really not great.
Jeez.
I do have to.
Let's go to this spineless jellyfish, Daryl Ryder.
Okay, that's still meaner than the thing that I said.
That's what we're going for. I was trying to one up you here.
I Peterlin passed him earlier. All right,
which is a wild
Peterlin
move.
pass.
Denied.
One, he called me on the way home, or on the way into work, on his way home.
It makes it even more unexcusable for me what you're about to say.
Nope. But he apologized because he felt like he could have stuck up, or he tried to stay out of the fray.
Maybe do that, during the segment, Daryl.
It's not his show. It is not his show.
Doesn't matter.
Now,
spineless.
I gave him the Peterlin pass for basically just going along with whatever Ken said this morning when Ken was throwing his big temper tantrum.
Turned into Ken's lapdog.
However, I will not forgive him for this take. And this is a conversation that obviously stemmed from the conversations everybody's had over the week here where, oh gosh, who the hell was it? Now I'm forgetting. That said Todd Monken's more likely to be one and done. Robert Mays. That's who it was.
Robert Mays.
And then Daryl bequeathed us all this take.
Todd Monken's not going to be the head coach when they open the stadium in Brook Park. I'm convinced of that. His job right now is to put this thing back together. And if he does win, then yes. But I'm not convinced that they're going to win at the level that will prompt them to stay the course. They feel, hey, should have won 7-8 games last season. So I kind of feel like that is the bar for Todd Monken this year. Go win those games this year that Kevin couldn't last year. That's the step forward.
All right. He gave us a lot there. Mm-hmm. There are about 3 separate takes that you can digest from there. I hate the take. Hate it. That we haven't even seen Todd Monken coach one damn game here. We haven't even seen, like, training camp.
Yeah.
Right? OTAs, which we wouldn't really see. But training camp, we really haven't seen anything. We don't even know what this roster officially is going to look like by the end of the offseason. And to say what I think is wildly unfair, oh, he's not going to be here when this thing goes to Brook Park. And the reason why it's unfair is, one, half the coaches hired this last cycle aren't going to be there. If they're lucky, half the coaches won't be there by the time we get to Brook Park.
We just had 10 new coaches hired this offseason.
And I do think Daryl's erring on the side of the Browns aren't the best-run organization. I don't think he was fair to Todd Monken, though. I think you have to understand every coach is different, and I think it's easy and maybe a little low-hanging fruit to kind of throw that out there for Todd Monken when we haven't seen anything yet.
There's just way too many variables at play to even start to have the convo. I saw the path with Robert Mays. I really did. Like, there is a path out there that exists that after one season, Todd Monken is just gone and that's it. And that path, it would be built around the idea that in 2027, they're lined up to take this new quarterback. Maybe Andrew Berry's also out of the mix as well. New GM in there, and they want a brand new head coach because all of a sudden they're in line to take Arch Manning, and the positioning is right for basically a big whale of a head coach to go ahead and step in there and do it. But there's a lot that has to happen for that to play out that way.
Yeah, like when we get back to that idea of probability, everybody talks about could it happen. When a vacuum, almost anything can happen. I think the things that would have to happen for Todd Monken to be a one-and-done candidate are very far-fetched at this point. I just don't think we're there, or we've seen any evidence of it. And I do think, like, there's an element of, like, I was really peeved about, not that Robert had the take, because that's fine. You can have whatever take you want. Mm-hmm. But I was peeved at the idea that the Browns would do this. And the anger came from the fact that they've done this previously. So I know they're capable of it. And it came from the fact of, I demand more from the Browns and how they treat people than treating Todd Monken, who does not give off Freddie Kitchens vibes in any way.
No.
Like that after 1 year. And I know that there are complicating factors. And I think the Andrew Berry thing is the most likely part of this, if Andrew secretly is GMing for his job. But even then, like getting into the, okay, I'm going to hire a new GM. Well, then you should hire a GM that rolls up or at least is hired or handpicked by Todd Monken. Because 1 year is not an adequate evaluation of a coach unless, and I'll say it again, they're Freddie Kitchens, which Todd Monken deserves more respect from that based off everything we've ever heard about the guy.
Yeah, and so, all right, let's get to Daryl's side of things, because Daryl didn't say 1 year. Daryl said 3 years, right? And so the idea that you would be, within 3 years, you're going to find out more likely than not what type of coach Todd Monken has. I think Daryl's using his past relationships with Todd Monken to maybe kind of get into this, which is, I think, something different than a lot of people can offer up. He's seen Todd Monken in a day-in, day-out basis. He's seen what he can do as an OC, different as a head coach. But he knows his personality. He knows whether or not he thinks he's going to fit. And that's why I think this carries a little bit more weight than if just like, I don't know, you or I were saying it's someone that didn't spend a lot of time around Todd Monken.
Fair.
Just because he can see his personality. He can see what type of coach he thinks he'll be. He can kind of offset that and put that out a little bit more. Like I think he gives a unique look into Todd Monken. Anyone that was around the team, covering them on a daily basis in 2019 can do that.
Fair, but I don't think Todd Monken is a transitional coach. And I don't think any organization that goes in thinking like that ever succeeds or lands the plane. Any time that somebody's been seen as even a short-term coach, like, he'll be here for 5 years and then walk off in the sunset, which is like what Pete Carroll was supposed to be in Vegas.
Yeah.
It goes poorly because, one, players sniff it out, and two, so does the rest of the organization. And I don't think, and listen, I know the idea of Todd Monken wasn't getting a head coaching job anywhere else, and we can take that to the finest and most extreme limit. I think if Todd Monken thought he was a transitional coach, which is what you're saying, if you think before the guy coaches a game, he's going to be gone after 3 years, I think he would have sussed that out, and I think he rather would not have been a head coach.
Well, it just kind of falls into the bucket of, I don't know, he still might have wanted to be a head coach, even if you told him that you get 2 or 3 years and that's it. Like being an NFL head coach that's in your obituary. That's a lifetime achievement thing.
Yeah, but I don't think
60
I don't think
years
he wants
old,
to just be a head coach. I think he wants to be a good head coach.
Well, I imagine, yes, he'd prefer to be a good head coach than just an in-head coach, but he wasn't getting the offers.
Freddie wanted to just be a head coach. That was a guy. You're 100% right to say that guy wanted his lifetime achievement award.
Yeah, because Freddie Kitchens is going to die, and it'll say Cleveland Browns head coach.
I don't think that's Todd Monken. Todd Monken seems wired differently than that's even feels like an understatement.
But I also think he's of the belief, and this is what I like about Todd. I think he's of the belief that if he got that job, even if it's an honorary type role, that he was going to be able to turn it around and show why he can have that job forever. Or have that job for 5 years or 10 years or whatever that is. Like, that's the type of belief he has in himself, which is just, he's wired a little bit different. I like that about him.
I don't think Todd Monken's job is just to put this back together. I don't think it is to be the J.B. Bickerstaff, right? The guy that gets you on your feet and then somebody else takes over.
Mark Jackson to Steve Kerr.
I think he's from that Harbaugh lineage. And I don't think it's a coincidence that John Harbaugh was willing to go down with the ship in Baltimore over Todd Monken. I think those guys seek out people who are wired like them. It's the thing that excites me most about Monken. I don't have to worry about if that dude's fake or not. I have to worry if that guy's geared and put in the right way, or what his motivations are, or if he's going to say, yes, sir, Mr. Barry, to literally everything, or the same thing to Jimmy Haslam. I think his job is to bring a legitimacy to the Browns from the football perspective. And not just that. I think his job is to bring the legitimacy back to the relationship between the Browns and the fans. I don't think it's a coincidence that Todd is I don't say blue-collar guy, because that's a little too close to on the nose.
He's got a lot of horses to be a blue-collar guy.
But I think he's a guy that speaks like Clevelanders do. I think he can speak to Clevelanders. If they're 5-12 this year, people aren't going to be happy. But when you have a head coach that says things that rhyme with the truth, as opposed to rhyme with nothing.
I know, but after 3 years, that's nice. But after 3 years, you can usually tell whether or not this guy's going to make it beyond that. And like at 3 years, I think 3 is an interesting number for Daryl to bring in the equation, because you would have had this year, which call it whatever you want, but then you got 2 years after that to either continue on with Shedeur Sanders as your guy and show what you can do that way, or with the 2027 quarterback, and you would have had 2 years then to go ahead and showcase why that was a solid choice. Like it's a good number, because a lot of coaches, after 3 years what you got and don't got.
216-474-0092. Is it Todd Monken's job to put this team back together? And little else, I got one more thing on this that we'll talk about when we come back on 92.3 The Fan. Make the right choice.
interactive. Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern. Presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We played the Daryl Ryder audio where he said his, I don't know if it's even a prediction, it felt like a prediction, is that Todd Monken won't be the head coach of the Browns by the time they go into Brook Park. It's interesting. I understand that I look at the Browns different than a fair amount of people nationally do. I don't think the Browns are that far off. Like, I think this offseason is if you can get a quarterback that interests you to come in here and compete with Shedeur, you'll do it at this point. But beyond that, it's, hey, let's fix the offensive line and start rebuilding that, and let's get a wide receiver or two to boost the situation around the quarterback. And, like, beyond that, like, I know long term, you got to start thinking about life after Miles and Denzel and some of your older guys.
Yeah.
But, like, I just don't think the Browns are going to be that bad for the next 3 years. I don't think they're going to be that bad for 2026 unless – I mean, like, I'm trying to think of, like, what would have to happen at quarterback. I think it would have to be the same thing that happened last year.
Yeah.
But with an improved context. So I don't understand how that's possible because I would naturally just expect Shedeur to be better than he was last year, and I thought he was the best of the three quarterbacks.
Yeah, and you're going to have an easier schedule as well. But there still are some holes to fill. You got to get a backup tight end. You got to get a backup running back. We got to have we talked about the wide receivers. Like, there's still work to do, and it just doesn't feel like there's much urgency to have them do it. And so maybe they think a lot of this can be done in the draft, but if you're doing that through the draft, then again, you're going to have rookie expectations on these guys as well.
I mean, I think if you were, hey, let's just get through this year, and and I know Jason Lloyd's been on top of this on this station and on The Athletic before, like, hey, they hope they're competitive. Their goal is to be competitive by the time they move into Brook Park.
Yeah.
It is a massive failure if by the time you get to Brook Park. No, it's a massive failure if in 2 years you're not a much better and more competitive team.
Oh, for sure. That's a lifetime from now. And in football terms, that's a lifetime from now. And
like,
so and you're also not, it doesn't seem like they're setting up for that either. That would be way too long to just continue on the suck road.
And it doesn't seem like Todd Monken is signing up for that. So I really, and I told Daryl today when we talked, I was like, I'm going to kind of go at you about the Todd Monken thing. I understand if you want to use the Browns as history as part of this. I understand everything
that's kind
that
of what that reached to me, if we're being honest about it. It kind of fell in that same bucket of, anytime we acquire a quarterback or try to do something at quarterback, it's instantly a no. And for 25 years, the people that have just instantly said no have been right. So they just keep going back to the no thing. And like, all right, maybe one day it'll bite me in the butt. But like until then, you can do the same thing with coaches. And so, like, I feel like that's kind of what it felt like to me. They just did the quarterback thing, the coaching thing, where it's just an instant no. And I want to give Monken more of a chance than that.
216-474-0092. Are you expecting Todd Monken to succeed? And that feels like a loaded question because I don't know who else would say no other than just people who are down about the Browns. And this is not really how I look at things. Like, I think Andrew Berry is capable of making good decisions. He hasn't made enough of them, but the longer you stay on the job, there should be some knowledge gained and some improvements made. I also look at this roster, and I think this roster, I think it's much better. Like, it was Fox Sports and Pete Prisco.
Yeah, Pete Prisco, CBS Sports.
Who ranked the Browns 31 out of 32. Even if right now you told me, Nick, Shedeur's going to start, and he's going to start all of next year. And you're going to do a wide receiver at 6, left tackle at 24, and then build out the rest of the roster with your remaining picks. I'm not picking them to hit the under at 6.5 wins. I'm not. They might only hit the slight over at 7 wins or 8 wins. But I just like the idea that people think this is the second worst roster in the NFL. I don't think Todd Monken's coming here to lose this year. And I think there are you have a lot of veterans on this roster mixed with a lot of young guys on the up and up, like Schlesinger, like Fannin. I think the national media is out their ass on this Browns team. even if I still think they might only be a 7 or 8 win team.
I was going to say it comes with that. Like I want to fight back on that and be like really like really kind of go toe to toe. But we're arguing over whether or not they're a 7-win team or basically a 5.5 or 6-win team. The divide here isn't like it's that large between the two outcomes.
Like what has to, for you, because I've kind of said what I think has to happen for them to get a top 3, top 5 pick next year. And it is, this quarterback room is as disastrous as it was last year.
Yeah, and that's the main focus on this, though.
But the picture around them has to look the same. Meaning you don't have a consistent, healthy offensive line, and none of your wide receivers do anything this year, even after spending the number 6 pick on one hypothetically.
I think you'd have to have like a Shador injury, something like that, and then their backup quarterback being something like Deshaun, and then maybe even he gets injured, and you just it's like this cycle of suck that just continues, and you just end up in the spot like they did last year, where you're going from quarterback to quarterback to quarterback, and you're just not finding any answers.
I think
it's all about the quarterback at the end of the day.
So it is, but there are teams that have gone out there with questionable quarterback rooms, like Sam Darnold versus J.J. McCarthy, and they won 13 games.
Yeah, they had a really good team all the way around.
Exactly, but and again,
we don't have one all the way around.
I'm not saying they're going to be a 13-win team, but it's not hard to be a 7, 8, 9-win team in the NFL.
No, and especially not with what this defense is supposed to be. Now, maybe the defense takes a step back, and this is part of the equation as well. I think a lot of people are playing with the assumption that the defense is just what it was last year. Defense variance is massive in the NFL. Like, it's really easy to find offenses that go from one year to the next and it continues on. It's not as easy with defenses that way. Defenses change. They change all the time. And with a new defensive coordinator, I got to live with the assumption they're not going to be as good as what they were last year.
So I think when it comes to people saying this is one of the 2 worst teams, I think they're asleep at the wheel. I don't think they're paying attention to the Browns at all. And again, I'm not saying this is a Super Bowl winning team. Never said that. Not a 500-ish team, I think, is your ceiling as of right now. And that's if they do the things like draft the right wide receiver at 6 and if they go ahead and figure out the offensive line. Those are fairly enough big ifs. I get if this is all too rich for your blood. I think there's people in the national media, the second the Browns fired Kevin Stefanski, just decided the Browns weren't interesting anymore, or they think the Browns are stupid for firing Stefanski, or that he was the fall guy. And I think everybody nationally checked out the second Stefanski got fired, because I don't hear a lot of actual I love Jordan Rodriguez. I have to say that, because she is not only a genuinely awesome human being, she knows football. But her analysis of, I don't give the Browns any credit for the offensive lineman they brought in because they created that mess. You just described 20 out of 32 NFL GMs. Every GM is constantly trying to fix something they didn't get. Green Bay is replacing 12 guys?
So, yeah, here's the problem, is that every national convo is just going to distill itself down to the only thing they're going to know about the Browns. This is why I like bringing on people like Lindsay, who does her research and you could hear cares about the Browns and the convo she's going to have before she comes on it. But most of them are just going to dwindle it down to what do they think about the quarterback room, and that's as far as they're going to go, Nick, and you know that. They're going to get 30 seconds of hot takes off or whatever take they have, and that's all they're going to do.
Chris, you stick there. We're going to get to you, but we're right up against it here. 216-474-0092. What do you see as a successful first season for Todd Monken? We'll get Chris's answer, and not great news on LeBron in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
One hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. In case you missed it, coming up in about 45 minutes. Do I have to actually, Barrett Media?
If you want to. So it's a judgment call. It's your call.
Ken and my Donnybrook on social media got picked up by Barrett Media, which is fine. That's their job to kind of comment on two overgrown man-children fighting on social media when they probably should be doing anything else. But that's fine. But, and the write-up, one of their best, I would say.
Yeah,
because it had a lot of Nick and a lot of Ken in it, and that's exactly what I wanted. But they do like a video thing, and by Garrett C. Wright, gentleman, scholar, whatnot.
Sure.
And he describes it as Nick Wilson saying the Browns could trade for Jaylen Hurts.
Yeah, that's tough.
Which is not.
That's tough.
It's not what happens.
I know. And it's been really annoying all day long as people have tried to just be like, yeah, so they're talking about trading for Jaylen Hurts. And clearly these two, they just want to trade for Jaylen Hurts. It's like, guys, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
That wasn't the conversation.
Yeah.
This is part of the reason why when you just lose your mind over what was basically just a fun exercise on the radio, it ends up being kind of ridiculous.
And now it's more ridiculous because there are going to be people in the business that see this then go, that Nick Wilson is an idiot, which is correct, but not for that reason.
Well,
if you think I'm an idiot, fine, but not for that take, which is not a take.
It's not even your take, though. Like if they listen to the audio, but if they listen to the audio, it'll be me talking and saying it. It won't be anything else. It'll just be me talking.
Maybe they could just put that in there, and they could clarify that it was Jonathan Peterlin saying literally. The Browns should trade the
after being forced into it in a hypothetical. All week long.
No, none of that
all
context.
All week long, I kept telling you just keep doing these hypotheticals. And I said, I said, the internet doesn't care about your hypotheticals. They're just going to see whatever I end up saying.
Yep.
And what happened? The internet didn't care. They just took whatever I said, and that is what it is.
Yeah, but in this case, the internet's Ken Carmen.
Now, the difference in this and what I find fascinating.
Who could click into a chapter.
The part I find the most fascinating about this is as forced into this hypothetical as I was, the amount of people that were just an instant no and do not understand trade values in the NFL is wild to me. I didn't realize how stupid some people are when it comes to trade values in the NFL.
So it's wild. I don't expect NFL fans to necessarily know trade value. I would expect self-professed football guys to know trade values.
I would just think you would know that if Jaylen Hurts was on the open market, he's going to get more than the 6th overall pick. Like it's a near certainty that would be the result for Jaylen Hurts, as evidenced by every major quarterback we've seen get traded. The conversation ended at 2 first plus. We've never seen someone not get traded for 2 first plus that is a legitimate franchise-altering quarterback. We have 3 prime examples. Russell Wilson for 2 first. Obviously, Deshaun Watson, which was 3 first and then 3 more in back of it. And and go to the defensive players. My goodness, all we have is defensive players that have been traded for multiple firsts with Laramie Tunsil, Jalen Ramsey, and the like. It's a dumb thing. Dumb thing to think that he wouldn't.
Many people have said that maybe John Calavita is the real football guy on the Ken Carmen show.
I like that John, Rocky Jr., as I like to call him. I like that he's quietly throwing grenades across this station. Mm-hmm. Like, this man is working in the shadows. And maybe, just maybe, I'm giving him way too much credit here, and that might be the truth of the matter. But first off, only one that pushed back on Ken this morning. Congratulations to you, John.
It's win one.
Not spineless. Way to be. But also the idea that he started off that convo about the first round or the NBA Finals discussion that blew up. That was earlier in the week.
That's an awesome topic.
Great topic. Yeah. Absolutely great topic. And then today, he did this little number, and I would say John is having himself a hell of a week. I mean, did Mitch cause 2 Donnybrooks like this in the entire time he was the producer there?
I do not recall.
I can't recall. I mean, like, John, you're batting 1,000,000 in my eyes right now.
All right, here's the thing. When I first met John, after his first week, I said, take the under. I did. I did.
Because we bet on people's job securities.
Yeah.
Is what we do around here.
Just producers for that show.
We like to do that.
Yeah. After today, I'm still saying take the under, but it's quickly becoming. I don't think that's good value anymore. I'm starting to think maybe I got to take the over on young John Calavita.
From day one, I was buying stock. Now I'd never met the guy in person.
Yep.
So I got a whole reserve. I got a reserve judgment, but on the air, I'm liking what I'm hearing right now.
Philly self-assurance that I don't entirely understand.
I like it. I like it a lot.
There's something about if you grew up in Philly or New York or Boston, you really think, no matter where you come from, no matter who you are, that you're just something. That's not always the case.
Yeah.
But I'm on to you, Calavita. You might be right about yourself, youth. Now, I do want to get to the LeBron thing in just a second here, but we were talking about Todd Monken and what is a success in year one. I think a success is looking at this roster and maximizing what it can be, and I think that is closer to 7, 8, or 9 wins. Chris has been patient. Chris, you've been very patient. We appreciate you. What you got?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Appreciate the time.
Yes, sir. What you got?
I agree with you, Nick, a little bit, but I got a caveat. I do agree 7 games will be okay, but I think for the Peterlin pass from Monken, he's going to need to have 8 wins. And the reason I say that is because last year we had 5 wins, but we also had 2 games that we lost only because of special teams. So we really could have had 7 wins, plus the fact that this year, according to the reports, we're going to have an easier schedule than last year. So I think as far as a successful season for him, I think it would need to be 8. That's my only reason.
Chris, are you in a car wash right now?
Yeah, I was thinking car wash.
Yeah, I'm in the car with the window down.
Oh, okay. Okay. You know, car washes, it's where a lot of married people go to have apparently affairs. So I'm glad you're not there. I don't know if you're married.
Or just freely talk to Sports Talk Radio.
That's true. That's true. All right, Chris, be good, buddy.
It's like that scene. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. It's that scene in The Office where Jim Halpert's just in his car, and people think something nefarious is going on, and he's just calling WIP.
Yeah.
So that's what guys really do. They don't cheat on their wives. They just call sports radio stations.
Yeah. Here's the thing about it. If you're saying you're picking up, let's say your side person or whatever, and they take you to a car wash. Guys, car washes take like 60 seconds. This is not that. I don't know you're going to get where you want to go here.
Yeah.
If you're going to sin, that's fine. I'm not judging sin.
New spin.
Yeah.
You ready for this? If you're about to commit a crime, or let's just go lower. Let's just go lower and just say cheat on your spouse, whatever it is, okay? Whatever. I don't know, whatever. But if you need an alibi for where you were that obviously wasn't there, calling into a sports talk radio show and being like, "Oh, Odyssey app, I was there. I just talked to these guys. It was 6:09 on Thursday, and back and forth. I mean, I had my window open. I was driving. Like, it's evidence. I was there at that time, and I was doing that. Meanwhile, you could be doing whatever you want."
So,
delivery at the end there was just perfect.
So the idea here,
it's an alibi.
Is we're somehow accomplices in this?
We're not accomplices.
It sounded like we're accomplices.
We're ignorant to whatever crimes they're committing or whatever thing. This is like, back in the day, what was I think it was a Chappelle bit about like basically getting a receipt every time they bought anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just buy a stick of gum because like the idea is that you had to account for where you were at whatever time. Well, if you're about to do something nefarious, you get on the air. That's documented. Absolutely documented where you were, what you were doing in that moment, and so we can account for you at 6:09 on Thursday on March 19th in case something, I don't know, something maybe a little unbecoming does happen.
Wouldn't you hear the sirens in the background, or in the case of the affair?
Sirens? You haven't committed or done anything yet. We're just giving yourself a window. We're giving yourself a little window to commit whatever crime you need to commit or whatever cheating you need to do.
As soon as you hang up, you pull the mask over your face and say, stick them up.
You better be ready to go. Yeah. You gotta,
so they're not going to see you on camera
here.
Hanging up the phone and saying, first time, long time, none of that?
I mean, they're going to see you on camera regardless. The type of crimes we're committing, we're not worried about the cameras, Nick.
Yeah, but I think you should be. I think
alibi.
I think this works for the affair thing. I don't think it works for breaking the law.
It could definitely work.
Honey, Honey, I wasn't with her. No, I was talking to Nick and Jonathan.
I was calling my favorite show. I was calling Afternoon Drive on the Fan. I just wanted to have a convo. And that's what listen, they held me on the line for a million years. I couldn't get through. Finally got through. Well, it must have been 30 minutes I was on hold. Hell, look at that. We even got Nick Wilson teasing me into the break about how we're coming to Chris in Cleveland on the other side. That's a 10-minute window you just gave him about him being on the phone.
I heard the car wash in the background.
Not committing adultery.
No wonder Jim in Strongsville calls so much.
Good dropping. That's a good dropping.
Good. Most of your work. Okay.
You're
not
brilliant.
See? There we go. It's a great drop. Let's go with Rottweiler in Parma.
Gentlemen, I want to talk about something that's I'm so passionate about. It's about James Harden / Kevin Durant. I'm going to ask you, can I or can I not talk about it? Because I know we're on the topic of football. I'm going to ask you, respectfully.
Can you give me a sports take? A Browns take first, and then into your Harden, Katie take?
Okay, perfect. Nick Wilson, you're tripping, man. 6.5. Slam the under. They're not going to get 6.5 wins. They're not going to get 6. They suck. They're a bad team.
They were a 5-win team last year, Rottweiler.
I know, but it doesn't just because. Listen, you got to remember, it's the Browns doing this rebuild. Just because we won doesn't mean we're going to improve each year.
But you could do that literally any year, and you might be wrong.
Also, two of those wins, Rottweiler, were because the quarterbacks just didn't want to have the sack record given to Myles Garrett. So
I'm going to give you some. I'm going to give you some macroeconomics to scale, but from a football standpoint, we just made the worst trade in NFL history. We're starting to recover slowly and surely. We're not going to get over 6.5 wins, right? That's my first point. My second point, and I hear people say Harden this, Harden that, Harden's so overrated, Harden is so bad, this and yada yada. Kevin Durant joins and leaves teams in shambles, and I don't hear no one giving him any lit for it. He left the Warriors. They won without him. They won one with before and after he joined. You take Kevin Durant off that team, they still win the championship. What did KD do? He went and had prime Kyrie, prime James Harden, and a great roster. He lost. He left them, and then where did he go? He went to the Suns, where they went to the finals a year prior. What happened? He lost with them and bounced. Then he joined a second-seed Rockets team. What's going to happen? He's going to leave them. He's going to bounce. He's going to lose. It's not like he's leaving and joining bottom-barrel teams. He's joining teams that are great and already contenders, and he doesn't do absolutely nothing. So my point is, why the hell is Kevin Durant getting nothing? Everyone's ignoring it.
I feel like Rottweiler, I feel like he has been – just destroyed nationally for the last 6 years for doing everything you're saying. And also, by the way, the reason you're not hearing it here is nobody gives a rat's ass about Kevin Durant in Cleveland right now.
And he's only 68 points shy of passing Michael Jordan on the all-time scoring list.
And I agree with that. But Nick Wilson, my last point. I saw you and Ken Carman getting into a little bit of a feud. And you know what? I am rooting for you. And you know what? If this is serious, I recommend you guys get the boxing gloves and go out and do a little something for charity. Why not? You guys are evenly sized, even though Ken Carman is HUGE, but still I got you by first round or second round knockout. And I tell you what, boxing and MMA is my avenue. You keep your chin tucked and you swing first and you swing hard. Okay, that's my advice. You guys know I love this show. Peter Lane, God bless Wilson, and
God bless
shout
you.
out to Rottweilers. Rottweilers are the best breed on earth. Okay, God bless.
All right, buddy, be good. God bless. And Rottweilers are awesome dogs, and a little bit they don't get the love they should get. Same with Pitties. Pitties are really good dogs. Now, going back to it, there's not a shot in hell Ken and I are going to box. There might be a schmoz, like there was in this studio by two other hosts.
It just moves fast.
About 6 years ago, where we just kind of rub up on each other for a minute or two, and then Keith gets in between us.
That's never happening.
But
that's never happening.
By the way, I can't tuck my chin. I have 3 of them. I can only tuck maximum 1 chin. Trying to hide all of it. I got jowls. Nah, I don't think that's happening right there.
Also, well, what's the number
for what?
How much money do we have to raise for charity to see this happen?
No, it can't. One of us would die of a heart attack.
No.
Ken's actually in better shape right now. He's looking good, which I can say. Because I've said a bunch of mean things about him over the last couple of weeks.
Oh, yeah?
But specific, he's
looking good now,
he's slimmed down. Yeah, he has.
He's giving me that look. I'm like, yeah, he has. I haven't seen Ken in person in forever. I have no idea.
Have you not seen the Barrett media picture?
It looked like an old photo to me because yours definitely was.
Looks like a brisk 225 there.
I'll see him April 22nd when we go ahead and clean up Earth Day.
I can't. Is that coming around again?
Is April 22nd coming around again?
No.
Yes, it's coming in a month.
It's our one thing coming around
it's
again.
coming
I
in a
haven't seen
month.
the email about
Yes,
it.
it's our one thing. We do it every year.
I didn't know last year.
It's like the pancake breakfast.
Does the NBA need LeBron as an owner? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
living life with that just clean freshness. Febreze car, if you know, you know. Up to 40, there's a scent on low. My car smells fresh, so fresh. Always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh. Like I cleaned it yesterday. That's right. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Spend your spring break with Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out the Fan Offseason Special. Every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, it's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Rodgers. They recap all the latest Browns news and the moves this offseason and free agency and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Offseason Special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes. By the way, Cleveland Schwitz is getting not just a Cleveland write-up by Cleveland Magazine, but that has been picked up by Barstool.
I saw that. I did see that.
That is awesome. Schwitzes are awesome. I've not been to one. Everyone tells me that I should go to one.
Yeah.
And the more I would like to, I just have priority issues and time issues.
I saw the headline and it said Cleveland Schwitz, and I thought that was like a way of describing the Schwitz. I didn't understand that was actually something in Cleveland.
Also, yes, correct. And honestly, everything about this is what I like. One, you get a good steam in, you get a cold plunge, and you can also eat and drink because it's a kind of an all-inclusive price.
Yeah.
There will be a day in my life. No. There will be a time in my life where this is just my daily thing.
You're just going to be a big Schwitz guy.
That's just going to be, and it's just going to be. I'd like to retire relatively early. That's probably not going to happen. But whether it's the lotto plan or something big happens. Good Lord. But I just want to shout out that I think it's awesome that Cleveland Schwitz is getting this send up because I think that's really, really cool when just cool places.
Yeah.
And for those of you who haven't heard what Schwitzes are, the coolest idea in the world anyways.
$165 per person. That gives you access from noon to 6. You get drinks, the steam room, the cold plunge, a meal, all the drinks you can drink.
Now, here's the thing. I can drink. If I pay $165, I am going to be thinking to myself, I'm going to get $165.
Well, you get one of these like big T-bone steaks and everything that comes. That's like part of the big meal and everything like that.
I know, but I'm getting added value out of the booze.
Well, yeah. I mean, I would imagine. Well, I would think you're basically just paying $165 to get tanked while doing a sauna. Is that right? I mean, maybe a little bit of a cold plunge.
I think there's massages. In fairness, so it's like a whole spa day.
Someone beats you with oak branches.
That's fine.
I think that's part of the deal
I've been beaten with worse.
Yeah, is that right?
I'm a product of rustic settings.
Okay. So we got sweat, branches, cold plunge, garlic steak. Okay, here we go.
I don't think that was the comment. I don't think that wasn't a bedroom comment, Mac.
I don't know when you talked about
Mac.
beaten.
I thought it was low-key horny.
No.
I felt low-key horny.
I meant getting beaten with a switch the love of God.
Yeah, we don't know what you're into in your free time, but it felt like that was definitely within the table.
Corporal punishment, not kinky night at the Wilson household, you devils. Good Lord.
What happened?
I think we just found out what Mac's into.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he laughed really hard at that.
He did.
I don't know if that picked up on the microphone.
Oak branches your thing, Mac?
No.
Sure.
And I'm not going to say it on
I didn't say it was like a normal kink, but I don't judge here. It's just
like a
everyone's got
Friday
their
night
stuff.
thing when you're a little bored.
Everyone's got their stuff. Hey, baby, bring the oak branch over. Let's have a good time.
Mac the masochist. He works on the show, which means you are a little bit of a masochist.
She texts you up, and he texts back, you got the oak branches?
That's good for you. We don't kink shame on the show.
No, we don't. Whatever you're into.
Definitely not.
Whatever you're in. 165 though. This is a sometimes thing, not an all the time thing. I know, like your version of like later on in life you want to do this, and so I would imagine
3 weeks from now
when he hits a lottery,
or the money train comes in. I don't care how the money train comes in. I just care that it arrives on time. It's about 3 weeks from now.
Who are you schwitzing with? Isn't the idea it's just a bunch of buddies? Is that the idea?
Screw every one of you. No, not even my cabin.
You're going
boy.
to yourself to schwitz?
Yes. Oh, I would self-schwitz like you wouldn't believe.
Just sit there and have your T-bone steak by yourself?
And I'd make friends.
Like cold plunge by yourself?
I'd make friends.
Well, yeah, I think that's part of the idea.
Yeah.
The hook is that you make other schwitzing friends.
And then I would never see them outside of the schwitz.
It'd be, it's a secret club, essentially, is what it is.
When I like that. I'm not. The funny thing is, I couldn't be less elitist. But I've never belonged to a secret club.
I mean, this is about as country club as it gets without actually playing golf.
Yes, correct.
Instead of replacing the golf, you replace it with like a sauna.
And a T-bone. Can we circle back to the T-bone steak?
Yeah, they have those at golf clubs.
Ooh, you know, it'd be fun.
Yeah.
If we could just do one show
from the Cleveland Schwitz.
Okay, so how it work is that have films.
I'm not doing a sauna show.
No. So we would have.
That's out of the question for me.
That's your line in the sand.
Maybe the cold plunge part of it too. Yeah, I think that might be it.
So what happens is we get fill-ins, and then you and I.
Sounds like us not doing a show.
Yeah, no. We would pop in. at different. Oh, we just had the sauna. JP, you could. Oh, I just had the cold plunge. You'd just be real, all of, and then I would just be very boozy. I'd kind of be like Richard Dawson when he was hosting Family Feud. I'd just give everybody hugs because it'd be weird if I started kissing everyone.
Or if you turn into the Steve Harvey version.
Gonna let that one sit for a minute, but it'd be great advertising for them. More so. It'd be great advertising for them, and then we would get paid for a day where we just kind of make periodic kind of appearances on our own show while getting. No, I didn't want to say that one out loud. While enjoying a schwitz.
There we go. I'm not as much of a sauna guy. Not that you'd think I'm a sauna guy. I'm not that much of a sauna guy.
I think you would be a sauna guy.
I had a gym membership downtown when I was living downtown, and they had a sauna in there. And every now and then I'd go in. Not really my scene.
Yeah?
Yeah, not really for me.
But you're kind of.
Yeah, what's up?
Kind of like the.
Yeah, what do you got here?
It's a great question.
What are you going for?
You like
really curious to find out what comes out of your mouth next.
You like a lot of highfalutin things. You like the good life.
I mean,
you golf.
Who prefers bad things to nice things?
You like a lot of things.
I like golf. Yeah, I do like golf. I play like
I don't know how to say this.
I play like $15 public courses.
I don't know how to say this in a way that's not going to insult half the audience, so I'm not going to damn say it.
Yeah.
You like a lot of things, Peter. We love you for
Are
it.
saunas highfalutin things?
No, but with golf and all the other things.
It's just golf.
Living in North Solon.
Yeah, really get up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
My $15 public golf courses that I play, and then living in North Solon.
Oh, somebody's trying to compete for Ken Carmen.
I'm just saying, we're really painting the town.
Look how relatable you are.
Really painting the town red here with the highfalutin thing.
Throw them off the scent. We know where you really golf. We know who you golf with. Yeah.
Who do I golf with?
I can't say it on air.
It's that secretive.
I can't betray the code.
Listen, I wish you were telling the truth right now. I wish I was golfing in highfalutin places. I'd love to be a part.
There does look to be a glint of regret in your eyes.
Golfing with highfalutin people in highfalutin places, but
it's you and Dr. Vinny Boombox.
I'm just married to the game, Nick. I'm married to the game.
So kudos to Cleveland Schwitz. That is awesome that they're getting a big send up there. Now we want to. Everybody got to know. We always like to tell people who's going to be on the show, who's not going to be on the show. You and I are here tomorrow. Jake is here tomorrow.
That's true, too.
It turns out Mac has a doctor's appointment he can't get out of tomorrow.
There's a doctor's appointment you can't get. What can't you get out of? You start work at 11.
That was strong. That was strong.
One, high and inside. But two.
Isn't that true? What time do you start work? Don't you start at 11?
Yeah, I do, but...
So where's your morning for the doctor's appointment?
So here's the thing. So
you're not taking off for a doctor's appointment.
I am.
You're not.
I
am. Why wasn't it at 9 o'clock?
I'm not going to be here tomorrow, so I am. But no.
But you can take a day off for other reasons, I think is the implication.
I think March Madness is clearly the reason why you're taking off work tomorrow. Why is it described as a doctor's appointment that you clearly could... You have such a unique position in life. You start work at 11. You can make all the doctor's appointments in the world. You're not even like married with kids or anything. Like it's just you. There's no time that's limiting you here.
I was told that I had to come in at a certain time. I asked if I could come in earlier. They said I could not.
Couldn't you have chosen another day?
I wanted to get this in as soon as I possibly could.
I bet you did.
Okay, wait.
This was a month ago that I had to schedule this.
So you had time. What's a month
This was
out?
the soonest that they could get me in.
But a month out, we're just putting on everything on the table, right?
Okay.
Because I believe you.
And I don't want to. I don't want to do
He
any
doesn't.
I don't want to do any HIPAA things here where I'm like, what doctor appointment are you going for?
Yeah. No,
but,
I'd like
there,
to know.
There definitely is things here attached to this. Like dermatologist is impossible to get in the city. So you told me that, maybe I'd buy it a little bit more.
But a month out, there's really no difference between Friday and like next Wednesday at 9 a.m., right?
So the whole reasoning for this is the fact that it's a new doctor and trying to schedule with a new doctor.
Uh-huh.
I tried to do this last year, and they told me that they couldn't get me in for 3 months.
Uh-huh.
And this was also a friend of mine helped me book this.
Yeah.
So this is
So
they
couldn't.
let me in.
They didn't have anything next week when there wasn't college basketball going on.
No, they didn't give me
I
that
just think
option.
it's very coincidental that you have like this big March Madness tournament, and then all of a sudden you got a doctor's appointment in the afternoon. Like, come on, we're not buying.
They came out and said the first day that we have is March 20th.
And you
like,
did,
sure, get me in.
But you knew the time.
And this very pressing thing that obviously
Yes.
you could go a month without it, like needing or any sort of like it's different if it's like, oh, I need this prescription because I have ear pain and so I need some amoxicillin like you talked about earlier, right?
Yeah.
Like something like that. But like clearly if you could wait a month and this is not very urgent, whatever this appointment is. Like the urgency is not there.
I mean, again, for me, it's just scheduling, at least getting with this new doctor, scheduling this up.
Yeah.
And again, I had to sit on hold with the scheduling people
That's
for
a nightmare.
Oh, I can't
25,
imagine.
30 minutes.
Not a half hour. I can't imagine.
Just to give them through all of this. I appreciate the fact that you're completely taking this seriously.
No. I'm laughing at his little
not you.
side comments.
I'm looking at you, talking about his comment on it. But no, this was the time that they gave me. I said, fine, let's get this done and at least get this scheduled so that it's easier to schedule going forward.
Now, okay. But again, you didn't say, oh, that's actually when I work. Do you have it? You didn't throw out like do you have something the week after?
I got the whole mornings free.
Every time you say it, I expect the sting to come out of it, and it doesn't. You're landing the plane on this.
I'm not joking.
You're like 4 for 4.
I asked them if I could do a different time, and they told me, no, we have to schedule you in this time period.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
but
okay,
not
fine.
in a different day. Did you ask about a different day at a different time? Because I don't think you did. By the way,
you're giving us that look of like, no, you didn't.
I said, this is the first one that I got, and I have some sick time that I can use.
All right. Okay. Did the fact that it is the second day of the college basketball tournament play into this decision? Hey, the Scouts honor here. All right, real quick. Scouts honor. I will believe, sort of, whatever you say.
Yeah,
Did the
okay.
fact that tomorrow happens to also be one of the 2 days of the year that earlier in the show you described as your favorite time of
Your
year.
favorite time of the year.
The only sports talk show host who has that, or sports talk media member
You tried to
who
make it
has
like
that
it's so unique, but
Yeah.
man, you're the one that loves it.
So you're saying they didn't play any part of it, not even a shred of it.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't even know that the date was coming up just because it was right before the combine.
All right.
You don't have to lie to us, man.
I'm
You
not.
went
I'm
so
being honest
hard.
with
You don't have to lie
You
to
went
us.
so hard in the direction I can't buy it. I want to buy it. Oh, I had no idea. What? The middle of March? That's when the tournament plays?
That's when
my favorite time of year.
I wasn't
March
sure if it was
Madness
that
is
time or the
played?
following week. I wasn't sure.
You didn't check the schedule.
No.
You didn't look at the phone while on for 25 minutes.
No.
You didn't.
No, I was,
He was locked in. He was locked in.
texting my friend that helped set up this appointment and talking to him about how the fact that they're making me jump through hoops.
It's a real great friend getting you a half
Yeah.
hour waiting time.
Yeah.
Like it's not as if like this friend got you right to the front of the line and dialed up here. Yeah, the friend basically gave you a number to get put on hold for a
Now,
half
does
hour.
your friend also like college basketball tournaments?
Actually, no.
Okay. All right. So that now we're playing. You got one feather in your cap. All of the other ones I think have come up bust. So maybe your friend, because I was thinking maybe the friend could also be like, hey, what about the tournament?
Yeah.
Pretty much
Or
every
maybe-
other allegation I think it got beat on here.
Maybe
kid.
if any time we've worked with him for how long now? Have I ever heard of Mac just being like, oh, I got a doctor's appointment, I got to take off in the afternoon? Not a thing. Not a thing. And so, because you got till 11, you know when you can do these.
The last time I did this, I didn't have a voice.
There was urgency there.
Yeah.
You have a voice now.
Yeah. You got a voice tomorrow. I think so.
You had a whole month to get whatever you need fixed, by the way. But that's neither here nor there.
Gosh, Doc, I guess I'll have to.
Rats.
By the way, do you make home visits?
Right at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to really need to take the rest of the day off.
Mac is going to be schwitzing in the middle of Brecksville. He's paying $300 extra for a house visit from the doc, who's going to walk into a completely nude Mac Robinson.
All right, take it easy.
I think that's what the doc's going to say to you. What's the best way?
Allegedly.
That's true, allegedly.
The Deshaun talk. It taught me one thing. Allegedly. Everything's allegedly. Especially when you happen to walk in and someone's naked and something's happening. Allegedly.
That's if there was no accusation. There was
the implication there was that she was showing up and then Mac was going to be naked and she just walked in and Mac was naked. So I said allegedly. Because it's not like a parallel to Deshaun at all. That's not.
Go to break.
That's not what you implied at all. Allegedly.
I don't know what's more out of pocket. No, I know what's more out of pocket. I'm not going to say that.
That was out of pocket.
What's the best way to get out of work over the next 2 days? Hopefully, we have one more segment to come in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is all.
$25 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The fight for playoff positioning is on in the Eastern Conference as Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and the Cavs look to get real healthy for a postseason run. We are your home for the best Cavs talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to our guest, Joe Deleon. 320. Said some things about Golden Tate that people do not love.
Well, Carnell, too. Yeah.
Who did I say?
Golden. That's going to happen.
Yeah, that's
bound to happen.
But it just happened. Okay, I'm going to
reset.
Joe Deleon of A to Z Sports said some things about Carnell Tate that some people do not like on social media. Good stuff, though. His take on Tate versus Tyson. Tate versus the other Ohio State wide receivers that have gone in the first round since 2022. Great stuff with him. Lindsey Rhodes. Solid stuff on the Browns, the state of the Browns, the situation at quarterback for the many, many, many different things we threw at her. And she was also right about trading a first-round pick for Jaylen Hurts and how wrong people have been about that.
Yeah, she was fantastic.
Yeah, she was awesome.
I like her a lot.
So if you missed a second of today's show, you can catch the entire 5-hour broadcast on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Make sure when you're there, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel that is free, and like our videos we like to be liked, but let's go ahead and get to in case you missed it.
All right, we're going to start off this clip from Jaylen Brown, and he was, well, I just want you to listen to it and then tell me if you think this is a little weird or perfectly fine. Here we go.
I mean, I learned a lot about each and every one of our guys, like even down to astrology, learned kind of communication styles that work best for each individual and started utilizing that. I memorized Nimi's, he's Year of the Rabbit. I mean, so his communication is different from D. White. D. White's Year of the Dog, so his communication style is different. Hugo's also a dog. Peyton's is a tiger. JT's a tiger. Ron is a dragon. Joe's a dragon. And you can go into numerology as well.
Weird or perfectly acceptable?
That's not great. You watch Jaylen Brown play.
Got very invested into it.
And you go, this dude is he's got that dog in him, as it were. He's got that embodiment of what you want in an NBA player.
Yeah.
That alphaness, right? And then you listen to him talk and you're like, this guy's crazy.
I mean, I think it kind of showcases why he's always needed to be the Robin and not the Batman, or at least in a co-Batman-esque role, because you can tell with Tatum out, he was trying to take on more, and he was trying to do more, and the end result of that is I learned everyone's astrology and numerology as signs, and this is now Year of the Tiger means something to me.
Listen, Jason
Tatum. This is weird.
Jason Tatum went to Duke. He doesn't even know half his teammates' names. And that's the way a real alpha is. Hey,
I'll learn your name when you matter.
I almost want to play it again because I did hear it. I saw it on social media and I listened to it.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I like Jaylen Brown, the basketball player, so much. And I have. This. I've said I think he could be the top dog on a championship team. And I understand.
I think we've argued before, way back in the day, about who was going to be better. I was on the Tatum side. You were on the Brown side.
But this almost it's late in the game to sell my stock. This is sell my stock. This is Shador giving someone a porcelain horse for their birthday present. Specifically,
it was an acceptable present.
How many porcelain horse heads you given to other dudes?
No, never have done that. No, I don't give gifts to my bosses though.
Yeah,
and that's the part where maybe we're like, I don't know, Shador. But this isn't about the porcelain horses, Nick. This is about the astrology. This is about the numerology. This is about no. They were connecting in a hobby. The two of them is all that was.
This is weird knob.
That was connecting in a hobby.
Knob territory.
Monken liking the porcelain horse and thinking that was a gift from his wife. That's the knob territory.
You think he liked it?
He thought it was a gift from his wife, which would signify it's something that he would like. Yeah.
I think. Okay. My wife's bought me some gifts before that I get what she was going for, but it just didn't work out.
I mean, the man,
I loved him.
I loved every one of them. He likes horses. The horse community. He's all about it.
Community.
The horse community. It's a big community.
You've been on this hour. You're making my ass laugh this hour. You really are.
You want to talk about highfalutin, the horse community. That's highfalutin.
Horse community.
There's no $15 public golf there.
Hey, nay means nay.
Oh. Okay.
Wah, wah. I don't know where my paper is.
I'm just shuffling papers now. It means nothing. I'm like the news desk right now. I don't know what I'm doing.
Turning into Jon Stewart.
I'm just moving papers around, pretending to look at them, doing the shuffling.
All right.
That was.
It's stupid.
It's stupid.
It's stupid. 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 I don't like it. I don't want to like it. Ooh, gosh dang, bling, bling, ding it. 4 levels.
Phil made me so mad today.
Oh, so stupid. I'm going to have no voice tomorrow, and it was worth it. I also will be sick tomorrow. I actually have to go to Mac's doctor's appointment. If I don't choke to death first. All right. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Who absolutely has a doctor's appointment tomorrow.
Hope everything goes well.
Stupid.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, no. They were making fun of me. Oh, I've never told a lie. Like that one president. I wasn't going to butcher that one.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
All right, big thanks to Jake Murrin. Big thanks to Matt Corelli, baby doll. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
All right, I'll try not to piss anybody off before the show tomorrow. No, I'm absolutely not guaranteeing anything. We'll see you tomorrow for a Friday edition of the show at 2 p.m. See you guys.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.